facilities shutting down, and horror stories of abuse, neglect, and poor conditions. Then there's the gutting of food assistance. The bill imposes harsh new work requirements for SNAP that would kick millions off the program, including, as we've heard, families, seniors, veterans, and foster youth. It turns LIHEAP assistance into countable income. And for many of our communities, like Chairman Thompson's community, mine, LIHEAP is absolutely essential for people trying to get through the winter. It bans using internet bills in utility allowances, and that's an especially egregious cut in the 21st century. On top of that, states are going to have to start footing part of the SNAP bill for the first time ever. This is a backdoor cut, and I know my state, as well as I assume many of the others, are not prepared to take that hit to their budgets. Like so many provisions in this bill, the SNAP provisions would shift billions of dollars in cost to the states, in addition to all the paperwork and personnel costs that this bill would add. For example, when you no longer have automatic registration for school lunches because you have untied it from SNAP, all of a sudden, all of our local school districts are going to have to re-engage with an arduous process to make sure that kids are eligible for school lunches. We had a roundtable with our local school districts a couple weeks ago, and they are terrified about this at a time when school budgets are under so much stress. All of a sudden, we're going to require them to hire dozens of new people to make sure kids can get lunches and be able to study while they're at school because their stomachs aren't growling. Multiple analyses have shown that any minimal benefit that we might get from this tax structure for lower income Americans is going to get eaten up by Trump's tariff wars. According to a new economic analysis put out yesterday by the Yale Budget Lab, this bill is actually going to reduce income for the bottom 40% of earners. A massive chunk of the middle class will actually see their incomes drop as a result of this bill. Meanwhile, people at the top 1% are going to get a $30,000 tax cut, and the top 0.01%, will get a $100,000 handout. So again, every responsible study that is looking at this is showing that we're going to see a wealth transfer from low-income Americans to the wealthiest among us. And all of this is going to be paid for with borrowed money. The bill adds nearly $4 trillion to the debt. That's not me saying it. It's Moody's, the Wall Street Journal, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. It's going to be the single largest increase to the deficit in American history. Republicans say the tax cuts will pay for themselves. It's a lie. It always has been. It was a lie in 1981, it was a lie in 2001, and it was a lie in 2017. It's still a lie today. The promise of tax cuts for the rich creating jobs and economic growth has never materialized, and we have the data of half a century to show that. What we have witnessed is a massive increase in income inequality, an acceleration of corporate concentration, stagnant wages for workers, jobs shipped overseas, and an economy that doesn't revolve around Main Street, but around shareholders, Wall Street, and CEOs. The climate provisions in this big ugly bill are no better. It represents a near total rollback of the historic investments in clean energy and environmental protection that we enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act. These cuts are going to jeopardize 1.75 million good-paying construction jobs and billions of dollars in private sector investment that is growing our economy now with solar, wind, and hydroelectric projects. We're slamming the brakes with this bill on some incredible economic growth and ceding energy dominance to China. Also, our Republican colleagues can placate their fossil fuel donors. This bill is a brazen handout to polluters. It has sweetheart deals for the oil, coal, and gas industries that read like they were written by lobbyists. It mandates lease sales in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, threatening one of the last truly pristine ecosystems on Earth. It opens 4 million acres of public land to coal mining and slashes royalty rates, a direct subsidy to the oil and gas industry. And household energy costs are going to go up as a result of this bill. We've seen 2 studies already showing that costs for energy in my state, in Pennsylvania, in New York, are likely to increase 7 to 8%. In Minnesota, they're likely to increase by 12%, and 16% increase in energy costs for Texas and South Carolina. This bill not only repeals clean energy tax credits for wind and solar, but imposes a steep excise tax on any new wind or solar project that doesn't comply with restrictions that are designed to be impossible to meet. This is a particular burden on Pennsylvania because Pennsylvania's legislature recently passed a law to help our schools convert to solar energy using some of the credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. And this was viewed as a win-win-win-win because it was good for our construction folks, it was good for our school districts because it was lowering their costs of construction and of energy costs moving forward, and of course it was good for folks who are concerned about the environment. So it was a broadly bipartisan bill that we now have school districts that have signed up to get the benefits of that and to use solar as they undertake needed renovations in our schools, and now that's all put on hold because of this bill. You know, we've seen the bill's going to gut tax incentives for clean vehicles and for purchasing energy-efficient appliances. For the last year, my office has been holding seminars for consumers so they know how to claim these tax credits. You know, folks, if you want an electric car under this bill, you better buy it before September because it's cutting it off that quickly. The bill also slashes funding for environmental justice initiatives that we're finally beginning to address decades of pollution and disinvestment in frontline communities. And I have many of those in my district, places that are subject to flooding and other environmental harm because they were redlined, because they haven't had the help to address those things. The bill's not just bad for the environment, it's a deliberate, coordinated attempt to reverse our progress on the climate crisis. It's going to cost us jobs, it's going to cost us economic growth, and it's going to cost us leadership in the global clean energy race. Some of us were involved in a roundtable with folks from the UK last week, and one of their business leaders said, wow, you know, Europe and the UK were really ahead of the curve when it comes to clean energy investment and innovation, but then the US passed that Inflation Reduction Act, and if you heard a giant sucking sound, it was all the investment coming out of Europe and going to the US. But they said, but now we don't know because there's too much uncertainty. It looks like you're going to roll that back, and we're probably not going to invest in the US again. So, you know, this is a multi-billion-dollar gift to the most polluting industries on the planet. It is a betrayal of future generations. And when you add the environmental harm to the harm of adding $4 trillion to the deficit, it's a betrayal of our kids. So we've also got issues of the money that's being added to the budget in this bill, especially around immigration, the dollars that are being sent to private prison contracting companies, billions of dollars. We know that they're supporting this administration in its claims that they're only going after the worst of the worst, but certainly the scenes that we're seeing on the ground are telling a completely different story. We've seen masked agents grabbing hardworking people, not hardened criminals, but people with no criminal past from their workplaces, from court appearances. The administration has ripped families apart, detaining grandmas and landscapers without notice and without any information about where they're being held, including disappearing people to countries they've never been to based on tattoos. U.S. citizens have been mistakenly arrested, and we're on track to see more deaths in ICE custody since that information started being publicly reported in 2018. You know, the reality is it's not the worst of the worst. According to a recent report from the very conservative Cato Institute, 65% of the people taken by ICE have had no convictions whatsoever. Clearly, this ICE, et cetera, is not deporting the worst of the worst. They're just trying to meet Stephen Miller's quotas, no matter who gets hurt in the process. So, in addition, we have concerns that this is being done at the expense of legitimate national security and crime-fighting efforts. What we're seeing on our streets is dystopian, it's un-American, and people, including U.S. citizens, are scared of their own government, which is not something I ever thought I'd be saying, and it's really horrific to see. But Americans understand that when an immigrant is denied due process, it's a slippery slope for everyone. Because if the government doesn't have to prove whether someone's a citizen or not, whether there's a criminal or not, then they can take anyone. Without the rule of law, who's to say who's a threat to our national security or just a threat to this White House? So none of this makes people's lives better, it doesn't make our country safer. We do see our colleagues trying to rush through a 940-page bill that touches everything from taxes and healthcare to border security and defense spending. No one has had the time to read all of it or review all the changes it makes. Senate released the text on, I think, early Saturday morning, made major revisions as recently as noon. And there are real consequences when you rush through bills. We saw that with the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. There were major drafting errors in the scribbled provisions in the margins of that bill that it took years to sort out. When the House voted for the first time on this bill, many members of the Republican Party said they hadn't read the text and began complaining about the provisions weeks later when they finally took the time to do that job. So here we are again with a bill that is almost 1,000 pages long, new material added overnight and this morning. Aren't our colleagues, our Republican colleagues, offended that the Senate is trying to jam this bill down your throats, that you're being told, just go ahead and hold your nose and vote for it. Don't worry about what's in it because the president wants it, so you just have to roll over. This is the largest spending bill in history. It costs more than the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS Act combined, and it's not paid for. Republicans are going to make the country borrow another $4 trillion, not for clean energy, not to promote health care, not to promote housing, but to pay for tax cuts. It doesn't sit well with my constituents. It shouldn't sit well with yours either. If this bill is passed and it's sent to President Trump, then our Republican colleagues will be responsible for the most expensive and wasteful bill in our nation's history. The biggest transfer of wealth, the biggest loss of health coverage that our country has ever experienced. And I think it's a tremendous failure of leadership that despite all the opposition to the bill, despite its cost, despite the major fiscal implications, that the country's being sent off a cliff. And watching this bill advance is like watching a train wreck in slow motion. It doubles down on policies we all know will leave our country worse off. It's a roadmap to a sicker, hungrier, and more unequal America. Hospitals will close, people won't get the care they need, our kids won't get the food they need, and the rich will get richer, no matter the cost to everyone else. This is a mortgage of our future. It's putting us deeper in debt. It's a legislative failure. It's a moral failure, and it should not become law. You will be shocked to know I have some questions. Ranking Member Boyle, do we have a distributional analysis from CBO for this bill?
Given the Senate changes, we do not. Even with JCT, they were only able to do distribution analysis just on the tax portion. But we do know from previous work CBO did, the totality of this bill when it left the House finds that the bottom 1/3 of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, again, when you analyze it in terms of all of its components. Bottom third of households, you're talking about households making $55,000 a year or less. They would actually be worse off as a result of this legislation, and with the bulk of the benefit going to the top 1%. Now, the Senate changes will impact somewhat that distribution analysis. All indications are it will actually get worse and not better.
I know we've seen a new budget analysis from the Yale Budget Lab, which in the pale pink is the House version of the bill and the redder one is the Senate version, and it shows that the bottom 20% of American earners are going to have a household income that is almost 3% less than it is now, while the wealthiest among us are going to be about 2% wealthier. Everybody's getting more if they start with more. And I would seek unanimous consent to enter the Yale budget analysis in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit, there's the carve-outs that were put in the bill for Alaska specifically. Can you speak to that, or is that something for Mr. Pallone?
I can't say I'm an expert on Alaska and what may or may not have been inserted at the last second. You know, I remember there was a piece of legislation 15 years ago famous for the Cornhusker kickback. So this is perhaps the Eskimo kickback. But that would be the extent of my knowledge on this provision. Although I would say it would be a pretty good reason for us to actually have the final text in front of us and have a chance to analyze all of the remarkable changes the Senate was making on the fly, minute by minute, rather than rushing the most significant piece of, rushing to a vote on the most significant piece of legislation in decades.
Sure, and I mean, I think I heard at my town hall from some of my constituents who were really concerned. They were calling it the caribou kickback, but they thought it was, you know, basically unfair. And as someone who also represents Philadelphia, maybe we should go for the soft pretzel or the cheesesteak kickback. You know, what's sauce for the goose here? We've been hearing a lot of nonsense about how these tax cuts are going to pay for themselves. Can you help us better understand why that's not true?
Tax cuts have never paid for themselves, as even right-leaning economists who've testified before the Budget Committee have acknowledged. Targeted tax cuts can have some stimulative effect, but even then, never so much that they entirely make up the lost revenue. And frankly, we've had a 45-year experiment in this. If tax cuts paid for themselves, then our national debt wouldn't be $36 trillion. The bulk of the added debt since 2001 has actually come from 4 different rounds of major tax cuts. 2001, 2003, their full extension or mostly full extension about a decade later, and then the 2017 TCJA. All told, that combines for more than $10 trillion in missing revenue that would have been there had we just kept in place tax rates as they were in the 1990s under President Clinton.
Thank you. I know we've heard some concern from our Republican colleagues that we have to pass these tax cuts or else middle-class families will get slammed. I think it was a concern for Mr. Norman, although he said, we got plenty of time. That doesn't happen until the end of the year. We could pass a bill to address that. There was an interesting graph that came out from the Joint Committee on Taxation today that shows that if we did keep the tax cuts for middle-class families, that would only, and I use the word only advisedly, add $1.6 trillion to the debt. It's the keeping them for all the high-income folks that adds $3.3 trillion to the debt. And then, as someone has mentioned already, the House and Senate bills actually added more tax cuts than are in the 2017 package. So that's how we end up with $4 or more trillion in additional debt. Ranking Member Moore, we heard a little bit about the child tax credit before, and I think it's important that, I mean, I'd like it if you could address a little bit. We had an expanded child tax credit during the COVID crisis, which actually did put more money in the pockets of those who need it most, and it was shown to reduce childhood poverty in this country by something like 40%. That's not what we're talking about in this bill, is it? I know there's some changes to the child tax credit in this bill, but that doesn't reach the same people, or it's not likely to have the same effect, is it?
No, ma'am. No, Ms. Scanlon. This is not the same old child tax credit that reduced poverty among children by 40%. And indeed, it's a child tax credit that is more stingy as it left the Senate than what was produced in the House. And what it will do, it's not refundable, which means even if a married couple, both working at minimum wage, worked full-time, they probably would not meet the $30,000 threshold to get the full child tax credit. So it's not about laziness or not working. This child tax credit would endure to the benefit of wealthier people. If you're making $400,000 and your income, you get your income from dividends, you'd be eligible for the child tax credit, whereas there'll be 17 million children whose parents don't earn enough money or any money that will be left behind. So you think of a child tax credit as something that we ought to, that's an admirable thing to add to a bill when we think about the cost of children, the added expense. The group called the True Cost of Living says that when you have a child, that automatically adds $19,000 worth of costs to your family. So certainly those families at the lower end of the income spectrum who could use it will not receive it.
That it seems to be a theme with this bill, that in every instance where there's a choice to be made, the haves get more. So with the child tax credit, it's going to give more benefits to people who already have some means. With this SALT tax deduction that we've heard so much about, we're not talking about people who get the standard deduction. It's only people who have enough real estate that they're paying a lot of taxes who benefit from that. That the rich get more tax cuts and more benefits. So it just feels like it's an overriding theme throughout this. I wanted, yes.
I just want to point out the clock is working correctly. You've now gone for 30 minutes, I think 26 minutes.
Okay.
Soliloquy. So I'd like you to please.
I will keep moving along.
Okay.
Okay, sure. I did have another question for Reps Moore and Pallone. We've heard so much about the work requirements in this bill for Medicaid or SNAP, but particularly Medicaid, being necessary to address fraud. But I was doing a lot of research this weekend, and every time we hear about a big Medicaid fraud case, it's not the people who are the recipients of Medicaid who are the ones committing the fraud. It's the insurance companies, it's the medical providers, it's the doctors, it's the healthcare systems that are committing billions worth of fraud. How will work requirements on recipients address the bulk of Medicaid fraud?
Well, the report that came out that talked about fraud, as you said, I think it was from CMS, and it basically was talking about the insurance companies. It wasn't the people themselves. So that's obviously clear. To put it in simplest terms, I think what this paperwork does, right, is it makes you file as much as once a month to keep getting your Medicaid and say that you're working, right? But you can, and the people that are actually working, it's a burden because they have to do it every month and they may miss it and then they're out, right? But I think the bigger problem is the fact that if you want an exception to that because you're disabled, because you're pregnant, or the various categories they put in, those are extremely strict, right? So let's use an example, like if you're disabled and you want to get Social Security disability, right? That's a very stringent test, right? There are a lot of people who don't meet that test, but still are disabled and can't work or can't work enough, right? Those people, the way I see the definition, they're out, right? So what they've done is they put all this paperwork and burdens on people that even if you think you can qualify an exception, you're not going to be able to. And that's what happened in Georgia. That's why in Georgia you had those 300,000 or 400,000 people that were eligible for Medicaid expansion, but only 4,500 actually qualified, not because they weren't, they actually weren't able to work. Maybe you're taking care of a relative, right? And that's a category that's in there, but how do you actually prove that, because these are so stringent, that that's legitimate? I mean, this is the problem.
I agree with everything that he said, Ms. Scanlon. I would just add, we've had an example of this in our recent experience when we had an expansion of Medicaid during COVID. And people were told they had to re-up in order to be made eligible for Medicaid. 70%, 70% of the people who fell off of Medicaid were people that fell off because they didn't keep up with the paperwork. They didn't notice and they were eligible. And so I think that this bill, very cynically, is really claiming $1 trillion worth of savings just by frustrating people who may otherwise be eligible by having them on this treadmill of eligibility.
Well, it does seem like an area for reduction of regulations that maybe our colleagues could agree with us about. You know, I think any of us who've done constituent services work know, certainly Social Security, people get denied on their first round, they have to appeal. We deal with this all the time. We saw the same things that you did, Ranking Member, with respect to people who were kicked off and having to try to work with them to get them back on. So I am concerned, and the CBO seems to have affirmed that it's not that it's people who are not eligible getting kicked off, it's eligible people who won't be able to meet the requirements. But I'm more concerned about the fact that if we really want to address abuse, the billions of dollars that is going to insurance companies, to medical device manufacturers or distributors, et cetera, then it's a real problem that this president has fired the inspectors general who go after that fraud and have been very successful in bringing down, you know, major abusers, including some members of the Senate, and that there's now a proposal in the 2016 fiscal year budget process to slash funding for the General Accounting Office, which also works on cutting that kind of fraud and abuse. Ranking Member Pallone, we've been hearing about how this bill is going to increase energy costs. Can you tell us why that's happening? We just saw this new language on Saturday, and we're seeing that, you know, everyone's constituents are going to see higher costs, 5 to 16, 17%.
Well, in general, what we find, you know, I talked before about all of the above, which is my philosophy, right? You want to do fossil fuels, you want to have nuclear, you want to have clean energy, you know, so be it. You can ask Chairman Guthrie, I've never been opposed to any of those, right? But the problem is if you cut off the clean energy, which is, you know, the wind, the solar, whatever, then inevitably, and you put the burden more on fossil fuels, right? Well, right now, those things are more expensive, right? I mean, particularly coal, for example, which everything the Republicans have done in the committee in the last 6 months has been to try to encourage coal. Right now, that's more costly, right? So just in general, by cutting your clean energy arm off, which is essentially what this does, you're raising prices in general, right? In addition to that, as you mentioned, you know, and again, you know, part of this is, my understanding is a lot of these things were in that last, I don't know what you call it, I'll call it the manager's amendment at the end, which, you know, I hope I know what was in it, because frankly, it's been difficult. At 12 o'clock, we got them. So I don't think they call it the manager's amendment in the Senate, but whatever they call it, right? That, from what I understand, just wiped out almost all of the credits, if you will, for any kind of clean energy, right? And they did, I think, have a tax on clean energy, which they got rid of, thank God. So we went from encouraging clean energy to actually taxing clean energy, which now the tax is gone. But I mean, all these things, you know, and we did so many things to try to help people pay their energy bills too, a lot of that, you know. So it's just an across the board increased costs, in my opinion, primarily because they've eliminated any help or any movement towards clean energy and moved in the opposite direction.
It certainly doesn't seem like something that looks towards the future. We have heard quite a bit with respect to the Medicaid cuts about senators being so concerned about the impact of those Medicaid cuts on rural hospitals that they added a fund to try to prop up rural hospitals. I don't have rural hospitals, but I have urban hospitals that are frontline hospitals and have been really challenged. We've lost several in recent years. So can you talk about the impact of these Medicaid cuts on urban frontline hospitals?
Well, first of all, this rural hospital fund is not going to be adequate, right? I mean, it's paltry, right? In terms of the actual monies available. So when you make it, there's so many more people who are on Medicaid lose their Medicaid, or people that are on the Affordable Care Act, lose their health insurance. Now you have these hospitals, a lot of them in rural areas, but now you're talking about urban areas, just as maybe even more dependent on Medicaid, ACA, in those cases, by making those people now uninsured, they have to absorb all the costs of the uncompensated care. And some of these hospitals, disproportionate care hospitals, safety net hospitals, are overwhelmingly dependent on, Medicaid, exchange policies, whatever, as opposed to, insurance that you get on the job. And so what do? Right? They don't have the money. Well, this is all third-party payments that they've now lost. Well, they either raise costs, which means the burden goes on people that have insurance on the job with increased premiums or increased co-pays. But more likely they just don't have the funding, right? Yeah. And so what states have done is many states give them direct payments, like in my state, to help some of those hospitals that could fail, right? Or they also depend on the provider tax. The Senate devastated the provider tax because the provider tax, at least in the House, was made at the current rate. You couldn't increase it because of inflation. That was bad enough. But in the Senate bill, they actually decrease the provider tax even if you already had it. So if you're charging 6% now, and they're going to make it, I don't have the actual number again, it'll go down to 5, it'll go down to 4, it'll go down to 3, to the point where it doesn't even exist anymore. And even though you say, well, okay, you don't have to pay the tax, the bottom line is the way that formula is distributed, as you reduce the provider tax, they get less money in the hospital's back. And that's what's devastating. But any kind of safety net hospital, whether it's rural or urban.
Ranking Member Craig, I had a couple questions for you. Yeah. I'm finishing with the last one. Yes. Understood. I'm really concerned about the impact of this on our schools, especially coming as it did after the administration impounded funding for the local food purchase programs. Can you talk about the impact on both schools, kids who may be hungry, and our farmers who are now not getting the payments they were expecting?
Yeah, it's going to be devastating on top of the administration and DOGE pushing back on some of the appropriated funding for those farm-to-school programs across the country. This is an added layer because the truth is that most people who rely on SNAP as a supplemental way of putting food on the table are folks who are already working and folks with children. And so our children are going to be hungrier, and as we know, the impact on learning when kids are hungry is very substantial. You also asked a few minutes ago about the contours of the agreement that came back from the Senate. We're all still learning that framework, but as it relates to the cost shift to states, my understanding is because the carve-out that was attempted for the state of Alaska could not pass muster with the Senate parliamentarian, they had to go back to the drawing board. And I think about just how ridiculous the policy sounds of now we're going to let D.C., Florida, Georgia, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, and Oregon, including Alaska, because one state didn't pass muster, we're going to let them all get 2 bites at the apple of delaying implementation of the cost shift because they are the states with the highest error rates in our country. If I were on the other side of the aisle and this came back to me from my Republican colleagues in the Senate, I'd be calling every single one of them saying, what the hell are you thinking?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I may have to renew my request with Ranking Member Boyle that we go for the cheesesteak carve-out, because clearly the policies just aren't passing muster here. So appreciate all of your testimony, and I will yield back.
Very much. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman and the ranking member, and of course, welcome back to all of the chairs and ranking members, and thank you for your testimony today. I, of course, oppose this bill for all of the reasons that my colleagues, Ranking Member McGovern and Representative Scanlon, articulated. I think it is a terrible bill. I think it's cruel. I think it'll have devastating consequences, certainly for the people of Colorado that I represent, but ultimately for millions of Americans across our country. But I will also just say this before I jump into a few questions that I have for the members that are here today. I think that the process has been abysmal. It's a debasement of the way in which the House is supposed to operate. Most of you, the last time you were here in the Rules Committee was at 2 a.m. 4 weeks ago, when we last considered the House version of this bill, because House Republicans decided, in their infinite wisdom, to schedule that hearing in the dead of night, hoping that the American people would not learn what was in the bill, knowing that it was indefensible. Now, of course, a few mere hours after the United States Senate has passed this bill without any final text on what we're actually going to be voting on, we're here considering this bill. It's laughable, and in my view, deeply disrespectful to the way in which the House of Representatives is supposed to function.
Mr. Neguse,
Of course, I'm happy to yield. Madam
would you yield for a question?
Sure.
Are you aware that the Democrats did this when the Senate passed a 4,000-page bill and sent it over to the House, and the Rules Committee met very soon after that?
When was this?
Perhaps. I think, I'm not sure if it was the IRA. I will get you the specific date, but I don't know if you were appalled at the way the House operated then. But I figured you probably weren't aware that the precedent was set very badly by the Democrats. So thank you for yielding.
Madam Chair, and I'm going to yield to the ranking member in a moment. First, I would hope that you might ask the team, your team, to provide us with that example so that we can have a more fulsome colloquy instead of you sort of citing a random example that I'm not aware of. But I also would just say, if I guess that Madam Chair is making the case that
I now have the facts. Consolidated Appropriations Bill in 2023.
so an appropriations bill that was bipartisan that the vast majority of the United States Congress voted on, that's the example you're offering compared to a reconciliation bill that is purely partisan that not a single Democratic member of the United States Senate or the House of Representatives is voting on? That's the corollary to this particular bill? As Ranking Member Boyle, I think, eloquently put it in questioning, or rather in his answers to Representative Scanlon, the precedents that Republicans are setting in this Congress will certainly be leveraged down the road when political winds shift, and we have seen that on full display over the last month and a half. But in any event, the ranking member wished to jump in. I want to deprive him of that opportunity.
I want to withhold my
Okay.
my comments because they won't be productive at this moment.
Yeah, and look, I thank the ranking member, or I suppose maybe the chair thanks the ranking member. I guess my point here is, let's dispense with this notion that, you know, every one of the witnesses who are here today, on either side of the aisle, I think the Democratic members would probably concede to this, that they know what is in this bill. We don't know. It was just approved 4 hours ago. None of the members that are gathered here have gone through in detail the wraparound amendment. And I think it's disrespectful to the voters, to the citizens of the country, to pretend otherwise. Who would I ask, I don't know if it's Chair Guthrie or maybe it's Chair Smith, with respect to changes made to HSAs and FSAs and sort of medical spending accounts? I send that question to you.
Yep.
Okay, so under the prior bill, my understanding is there was a provision that allows individuals to utilize discounted health care services at workplace clinics to maintain an HSA. Is that provision still in the bill? Has it been taken out of the bill? What's the...
There's only a couple provisions of the HSAs that stayed intact. The primary care being qualified in HSAs is one.
What about the workplace clinic provision?
I don't believe so.
Okay, how about there was a provision that allows employees to convert flexible spending arrangements to health reimbursement arrangements. Did that stay in?
I will have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. What about, there was a provision, actually, you all testified to this. I remember, hard to believe because it was 3 a.m. in the morning during this Rules Committee hearing, but there was a discussion about permitting individuals below a certain income threshold to be able to contribute additional amounts to their HSA every year. Was that included, excluded?
They cut a lot of our HSAs.
Is that one of them?
That's one of them as well.
That was cut, or?
Yeah, it's not in the bill.
Okay. I mean, part of what I'm getting at here, Chair Smith, because you alluded to this earlier, I hear you with respect to the process that you engaged in prior to the bill's consideration by this committee, the House version. But no one can argue that this is good governance, that we should all gather here and in real time figure out together what provisions of the bill that was passed by the House had survived and which were excised as part of a political gamesmanship to get the necessary votes in the Senate. That's my process point here.
If, in regards to the tax portion of the bill, there's 103 different tax provisions that's in the Senate version. Of those 103, 85% of them are either identical or just technical changes because of the parliamentarian of what we passed out of the House.
What are the new ones? Are there new ones?
Yes, there are. Let me read these to you. So the new ones that they added was the dyed fuels, which is Miss Moore's provision that she likes. New markets was included, made permanent, the new markets tax credit program. They eliminated the deduction on sports teams owners that was in there. They eliminated the SALT workaround that was within the House bill. I'm trying to just do tax through here.
Sure.
The increase in excise tax on private foundations was eliminated, which we had in the House bill. They also lowered the rates on the endowment taxes. We had a 21% rate. They kept the same brackets, but their highest is 8%. They did a child care boost to the CDC, TC, and FSAs. The CHIPS and Science Act's tax credit was adjusted in this bill, and also the charitable deduction.
I think you're missing one.
Which one is that?
Whalers.
What's that?
A new tax break for whalers, right? Am I?
Are you talking about allowing someone who
Fishermen.
uses a harpin to deduct the cost of that harpin?
Correct.
That's included. It's a business expense.
It's a new tax break,
It's
right?
a business expense that was capped at $10,000, and now they can deduct it.
Up to $50,000, right?
Yes.
Yes. Why was that added? I think we all know,
You would have
right?
to talk to the senators.
I'd have to talk to the senators? I don't know, it was kind of convenient, Chairman Smith, that was the one addition that you omitted from that list you provided, but I think I
There's
would.
probably more that I
Well,
left off
that may be
here.
the case. I think it's emblematic of the broken process that the Senate engaged in. That as we go through this 900-page bill, we will find a variety of different provisions that different senators inserted for their own purposes. And of course, one of them was this whaling tax deduction for the 160 or so people that will be able to claim that in the state of Alaska, so that one of the senators from Alaska would feel comfortable voting for the bill. I don't think that that's, in my view, the way this process should unfold. But in any event, while we're having this colloquy, Chairman Smith,
Is that all it took?
I'm not
I
sure.
mean,
Yeah.
boy, she's a cheap date, if that's
So,
all it took, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, we talked a bit, or rather, I know you talked a bit with the ranking member previously about the way in which this bill's benefits are distributed, and that's been a topic of conversation throughout this hearing. I want to talk about one particular example that, to me, and it's perhaps an ideological dispute, I suspect, between the two of us here, that crystallizes the way in which this bill benefits the wealthy few. This bill includes an increase in the estate tax cap, correct? It goes up to $30 million?
$15 million per person.
$15 million per person, $30 million for a married couple.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Do you know what state benefits the most from that provision?
I can tell you of the family farmers in my congressional district that benefits from that provision, and that is what it's focused on in
But what
regards
state?
to Missouri.
No, I know you represent Missouri. I'm asking you, this provision, right? In which state in the union?
How about you tell me? That would be great.
I'm happy to tell you, it's California. California has the most individuals, 742 people to be exact, 742 estates that benefited in the most recent tax year from this particular deduction, right? That is to say, by increasing it, you will, hold on, I'll give you a chance, of course, Mr. Smith, I'm not, but the state that has the most individuals that will benefit from this provision happens to be California. That's not me saying that, that's empirical data. Now, what is the population of Missouri?
Over 6 million.
Over 6 million, it's not similar size to Colorado. How many estates were subject to this tax in the last year?
It all depends. I don't know how many people died in the last year, but what I will tell you, in your district alone, 3,700 farms, just farms, are affected by this provision for family farms.
I can tell you
That's pretty substantial,
that above
37
the limit,
voted.
above the $30 million limit, right, or excuse me, under the $28, because right now it's, what's the number now, 26 or $28 million for a married couple?
It's 14 million, 28 million.
Correct, 28 million. So I can tell you that in Missouri, the number is 44. 44 estates that ultimately would be subject to that estate tax.
I don't believe
above-
that number.
I will provide you the
Yeah, people can make a lot of numbers,
Well,
but I can tell you in my district alone,
Sure.
there's over 4,000 family farms that are falling underneath this trap of the death tax.
we will follow up.
Yeah.
And happy to engage with you further on it. Chairman Arrington,
Yes, sir.
welcome back.
Good to be back.
So this is your third time testifying in the last month and a half.
And the third time's the charm. I think I'm going to convince you to support this bill.
Here's where I'm struggling, Chairman Arrington, is that the first time you came on the budget resolution, right? Second time you came on the House version of this bill.
That's correct.
Now you're here on the Senate version of this bill.
Yes.
Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive, right? I mean, you don't contest that. It's gotten more expensive since the first time you were here.
The Senate bill's more expensive than the House. I'll
Sure.
concede that.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
We set the targets the first
course,
time.
yeah.
Second time, we had the policies.
and this isn't, these aren't.
Gotcha question.
Yeah, not a gotcha question. This is the Center for, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, right? Headline, this is just 2 days ago. Newest Senate reconciliation bill would explode the debt, right? It says here, if you thought the House bill borrowed too much, and it did, the Senate manages to make things even worse. This $4 trillion borrowing bonanza is fiscally dangerous at a time of already exploding debt. It would borrow $1 trillion more than the House bill, violates the House's reconciliation instructions by hundreds of billions of dollars, littered with special interest giveaways, right? So this bill continues to get more and more expensive. Committee for Responsible Federal Budget agrees, the litany of organizations that Ranking Member Boyle and Ranking Member McGovern agree, the House Freedom Caucus, of course, of which we have a number of members here that serve on the committee, that are members of the committee. They concede that as well, right? Tweeted out, the Senate's version adds $651 billion to the deficit, and that's before interest costs, which nearly double the total. Chairman, I have made this request of you every time you're here, that at some juncture, you might say, you know, this is a bridge too far. Because you have championed deficit reduction earlier in your career. But, you know, the Speaker is asking you to defend something that is indefensible with respect to deficit reduction. And it's not me making this case. So I just, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond here, but what do you say to the House Freedom Caucus? What do you say to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget? Why not engage in a conference? Why accept what the Senate has sent you at face value? You're the chairman of the Budget Committee.
Well, I think you would agree that in large legislative initiatives like this one, Democrat-led or Republican, there are things you like about a bill, things you don't like about a bill, things that you, and certainly that exists for this bill with me. I have my policy preferences, and I'm certain that my colleagues do as well. I'm concerned that neither party has been serious in addressing this unsustainable debt trajectory that we're on and a debt crisis that looms large for the country. I'm concerned that neither party has.
But you're the chair. I mean,
Yeah,
you have the
no,
opportunity to guide that now.
And
You've
I've
got a lot of
champion-
authority.
And as you know, I've championed that concern.
Help me understand
Yeah.
why did it get more expensive? So here, maybe that's a sort of
I
too
think
simplistic of a
generally-
question. What happened in the Senate? Why did this bill get
Yeah.
more expensive?
Yeah,
What did they add that increased the cost?
Well, the savings in the, on the SNAP side, or in the ag jurisdiction, I think it's about $100 billion loss in savings on the Senate side versus the House side. There were more savings in the Senate on Medicaid reform versus the House side. You know, all of that, when you go through the details on the
But it's still way
policy-
more expensive.
No,
I'm
I'm
saying
going to
in the
get to
aggregate.
exactly, I think it's mostly a wash on mandatory program reforms. Gain some, lose some. The tax policy is where the additional expenses, that's where the preponderance
Got it.
of the difference in cost in the Senate versus the House.
So why not go through this bill and find some opportunities to get some of the pork out of the bill, which I presume would, maybe satiate some of your colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus, certainly would be a lot less harmful to the deficit. I mean, why not? Let me give you an example. Yeah. This bill includes a slush fund for OMB upwards of $100 million. You're familiar with that?
I'm familiar with a lot of the funding
Right,
in this
and
bill.
that wasn't in the House version. So, you're not going to ask
Yeah.
all of your colleagues to just give a $100 million blank check to the Office of Management and Budget. That doesn't seem like good fiscal policy to me. I can't imagine that you think that that's good fiscal policy.
Well, if it was used, for example, to.
Oh, come on,
provi-
Chair.
No, this is a fair and true statement, and I think I've said it before. If I haven't, I've believed it. I think there are ways to invest money in the oversight and the infrastructure to actually prevent fraudulent and even unintended overpayments.
So is there no pork
there's
in this
ways-
bill then?
There's, and OMB, in fairness to OMB,
No, I'm talking about in the bill.
yeah.
There's no pork in this bill that we can take. It's a pork-free bill in your view? That's it? This is just,
if you'll ask me specifics.
what
I'll-
about the Garden of Heroes? $40 million for President Trump's Garden of Heroes. Can't we, why not just say, you know what? We've got a huge deficit, and that's probably not the most prudent way to spend our taxpayer dollars. Let's just reallocate that $40 million. That's a bridge too far for you?
Well, I think there's not a bill that I've read and reviewed since I've been a member of Congress, certainly since I've been the budget chair, that I felt lived up perfectly to what I thought we ought to do in stewardship of tax dollars.
And I
And what
hear
I
that.
thought was consistent with the constitutional scope and
I hear you.
of this,
I hear you, Chair
of
and
this
Tim, but I
federal
think
government.
you could understand our struggle because, as I said, last 7 weeks, you've testified a few times here. Every time you testify, this bill gets more expensive.
Yeah.
And the answer is always, well, down the road, of course, we could address this, and there are ways in which we can try to identify potential places where funding, where potential cuts can be identified, and so on and so forth. Here is an example right in front of you. $40 million. You could take care of that today. There's an amendment, I believe, that was submitted. You could rule that in order and say, you know what, we're going to put that $40 million towards deficit reduction. If you're serious about wanting to address the fiscal health of the country. But to me, I think this bill couldn't be a worse representation, respectfully, of fiscal discipline. You have a bill that, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, is more aggregated than the CARES Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Bill combined. Combined. All 4 bills are equivalent. This bill takes the cake. It's bigger than all of them. And I just don't know how one can justify supporting it.
I disagree with that statement,
I
but I
know
hear
you
what
disagree
you're
with that
saying. Okay.
assessment
Yeah.
on the, and I'm hoping I can get you, maybe by the end of this hearing, to support the removing the Garden of Heroes funding, so that we can at least maybe make a crack at addressing some, fiscal sanity in the country. Maybe Mr. Roy might consider supporting that amendment. We'll see. I wonder, obviously, we've talked a lot about all the folks who oppose this bill. I'm sure you saw Elon Musk very has been very vocal about his opposition to this bill. You're aware of that.
I am aware of that.
And
Sincerely held convictions.
you disagree with, you think he's wrong?
No, I think he has sincerely held convictions about the runaway spending.
But then
that's
why not
driving
follow
the
his,
bill.
I mean, he
I
has encouraged everybody to.
I don't follow any man in
You don't follow any man?
I follow my conscience.
Let me read you a quote.
If
from
I may,
let
just-
me,
just
let me
because
let
I
me just
thi-
finish this quote. I'll read it to you, then you
Okay,
can respond.
and then you'll let me
This is
respond.
from your website. This is from your website on May 29th. Quote, this is the headline, Arrington applauds Elon Musk's leadership. And the quote here is, we should not only appreciate Elon's courageous leadership, but follow it by holding Washington accountable, rooting out waste, restoring fiscal sanity before the debt burden crushes the future of this great nation. So I don't,
Yeah, I
sounds
agree.
like you were telling people about a month ago that
100%.
that folks should follow his lead on debt
100%.
reduction, but it's a different tune you're
No,
singing
it's
today.
not. We cut twice the amount of spending that has ever been reduced in the people's government, in the history of the people's government. So, if you're looking to make the argument this bill isn't perfect when it comes to any principle, including fiscal discipline, you win.
Well, I
Because
appreciate
it's
that.
not perfect. And so you win. I mean, honestly. But to say that, the old Ronald Reagan 80-20, fill in the blank, in not so perfect processes, in a political process, having significant reforms on the fiscal side, like the spending cuts, like the welfare reforms that are long overdue, much needed, like preventing, which 40-some-odd Democrats opposed, preventing taxpayer dollars to flow to people who are here illegally. That, I think, is all consistent with what I
hear you.
understand Elon Musk's
And I hear you, Mr.
concerns are.
Chairman, but I would just simply say, I mean, again, it's part of the frustration for me, and I suspect many Americans, is that there's sort of this notion that we don't have the agency to shape the bill. So, if we as a Congress decide that we don't really want to have special interest tax breaks for tanning salons, as was the case in the original bill that the House put forward, or for whaling deductions, all right? If we decide that we don't want to spend $40 million on the Garden of Heroes at the White House, we can proceed with shaping policy that does precisely that. And I would just venture to say, Mr. Chairman, that it feels like you have an opportunity here. You have a number of members on this committee on the other side of the aisle who've expressed their opposition to the bill and their indication that they're going to vote against the rule. And I would hope that you take that opportunity to perhaps change course. I want to move to the SNAP cuts and also just the agriculture title of the bill, and to Ranking Member Craig and to Chairman Thompson. So, Chairman Thompson, I guess I want to understand more clearly what you all are trying to achieve with this state cost, this sort of new imposition of state costs with respect to SNAP. Because my understanding was that this was designed originally to try to incentivize improvement in SNAP payments, right? State-based, right? Basically to reduce the error rate. Is that right, or am I?
Yeah, the ultimate goal was to have the state, who's a partner within the SNAP nutrition program. Obviously, they've had no skin in the game before, and as I said in my opening remarks, there is a tendency, if you're spending somebody else's money, you're reckless with it. If you have to spend even part of your own money, you pay closer to the attention of the effectiveness. And we have been, the error rates have been.
It's a real problem.
It's been a real problem. My own state of Pennsylvania, under Governor Shapiro, it was at 17%. I'm glad they got it down to 11% as of the data that came out yesterday, but that's still unacceptable. If it's an underpayment, that's a family that's, once their EBT, is looking to their EBT card to be loaded appropriately, so when they go to the grocery store, they know that resource there. It's not, and it's supplemental. It's in addition to everything else in their lives, right? But still, if it's an underpayment, it hurts those family members. If it's an overpayment, believe it or not, it hurts even more. They're going to spend it because it's there. But then the states will come back, whether it's 2 months or 6 months, and they'll claw all that back. And all of a sudden, these families find that they have no money in a given month. And so these error rates have been absolutely
The bottom line, we got to get the error rates down.
Absolutely. So this is meant to be an incentive.
Exactly.
And I
Here's the question.
Yep.
Under the bill as it's drafted now, the higher your error rate, the more likely you are to get a waiver not to have to pay anything as a state.
Well, but it's short term. It's for a number of
But why-
years.
but why
certain-
give
Well,
states-
you know what? You'd have to sit down with the senators to figure out why they did that. Alaska's one of them, I think.
But does that
I
make
think
sense to
The gentlelady
you?
from Pennsylvania named the states that wound up on that. I mean.
Correct, the 10 states,
it
Oregon,
was
New Jersey.
Was a Senate amendment, delay
Correct.
implementation of state, and it's a delayed implementation of state
Correct.
cost share. It
But
doesn't.
why does that, I guess what I'm trying to understand, and you may
Why
not,
did they do it?
well,
Well, we're all in politics. We know why they did it in the Senate, in order to get certain votes from certain
and
states
if that
to
is
be
the
able to
case,
pass this.
does that not violate the very objective that you all
No,
were trying to
I-
achieve?
it
Let me explain why, and I'll give you a chance.
Doesn't long-term, because
Okay.
it does result in a state share.
let's say it this
just
way.
gives them more time
Sure.
to be able to get there.
Let me say it this way. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Royce here, Texas has an error rate that hovers around 6%. So right now, under the bill, as it is proposed, Texas wouldn't necessarily, if it stays below that 6%, doesn't have to pay a state portion-based cost for SNAP. If it gets above 6%, say it jumps up to 6.5%. For the next several years, Texas, the state of Texas, and Texas taxpayers have to foot the bill of a state pro rata cost.
That's correct.
Hold on, I'm not asking a question. Mr.
They've
Thompson.
never had a payment in.
I'm not asking a question. Texas has to
Please
do so.
do.
I will. Texas has to do so. Oregon, right now, which has one of the highest error rates in the country, does not have to pay a single taxpayer dollar towards this program. You have designed a program in which you are incentivizing states to have a higher error rate. If you're a state, and Ranking Member Craig, maybe no, I'm asking Ranking Member
It's a
Craig question.
transition plan.
She can answer if she'd like. If you are a state with an error rate of 10% or 11% or 12%, if you can get your error rate higher,
That's right.
then under this bill, you won't have to pay a dime.
And you get, under this bill that came back today from the Senate, in fact, you get 2 bites at the apple over 2 years to get your error rate up so that you can not have to pay the cost shift for a period of time.
It's insanity.
It's
So
insanity.
A state like Colorado or Missouri or Texas, the states that are trying to keep their error rates down and are doing a good job of it, they get penalized. Meanwhile, New Jersey, Oregon, Alaska, states with a high error rate benefit. Insanity. I don't, and maybe there's another Republican here, Chairman, and I know this is not outside of your respective departments. So, but if Chair Guthrie or Chair Arrington or Chair Smith want to jump in to defend that particular provision, I don't, and by the way, I mean, before I give that opportunity, I don't know, we'll see if this bill passes in the House. But I can assure you that if it doesn't pass, if there are enough Republican members who say, you know what, this is a bridge too far, this provision is not surviving. It's not going to survive the sunlight of the next 48 hours. There's no way. I am calling it now. I cannot imagine that Republicans are going to say, yeah, we're fine with Portland paying not a dime for a state portion of SNAP. We're going to instead just make sure that we impose these costs on the states that are actually doing a good job.
And you do realize that none of the states will
Are
pay
doing it
for
now,
the
correct.
immediate future. Zero
course.
states, because it is an implementation
Yes, but you've
plan.
delayed it even further for the worst offenders. So this, basically, if you're a state, you are incentivized to get that error rate up. Get it up to 18%. That way you can delay having to comply with this mandate as long as possible. Ranking Member Craig?
Mr. Neguse, excuse me, I just want to say I may never have another chance in my entire career here to say that I agree with Chip Roy. So I'd like to get that on the record here in my testimony today. And secondly, beyond the Republicans in this room agreeing that this is a good policy, try going home to your own constituents in a state with a low error rate and explaining to your county commissioners why they, in 10 states across this country, are actually going to have to increase taxes at the local level so that these 10 states, the other 10 states with high error rates, don't have to pay their fair share of taxes. Again, I've just never seen anything as ridiculous as what we've seen come over from the Senate. And I wish my colleagues on the other side of the aisle could stand up and say, no, we need more time, we need to fix this.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you, Ranking Member Craig. I think you articulated it well. As I said, whaling taxes, tanning salons, all the pork and nonsense that has been included in this bill, this provision really is the most nonsensical. And Chair Arrington?
If I may.
Maybe you might go ahead,
Yeah,
of
if I
course.
may.
Yeah.
You know what the cost share is today of states that have an error rate of, let's just use Alaska since it's a subject of
Yeah.
conversation, 60%. 60%, 60 cents on the dollar error rate. You know what the policy is today and under the last 4 years of the Democrat administration and the leadership of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
Yes,
Zero.
no, cost- yeah,
Zero.
correct.
Zero. So I believe you to be a fair person. I'm sure that the indignation that you have over not phasing this in as quickly as maybe we all would want, I certainly would be one to say we should implement it effective immediately, but it hasn't even existed, and I think you would agree.
But why give that special break to New Jersey?
You know,
Over
I
Texas.
don't know that I can answer that, but I can tell you that having 4 years when you all had total control over this process, when you jammed a partisan bill, it was a tax and spending bill called the Inflation Reduction Act, this wasn't addressed then. I would say kudos to Republicans. It's not perfect, once again, but we're going to phase in accountability for states who have a 60 cents on the dollar error rate. If we could get that implemented today, I'd take it. If we can get it
I
in 2
indulge you,
years, that's
Chairman.
better than what it was.
I indulge you,
Okay.
Chairman. I would just simply say, I think that's going to be a hell of an argument to make to the people in West Texas 2 years from now to say, look, I get it. I know y'all are paying more now for SNAP, by virtue of this new mandate, but just rest assured, the people in Oregon and the people in New Jersey who are, or rather the state governments there, who are doing a far worse job with respect to the error rate, don't worry, they're not paying a dime. That doesn't seem like an argument that I would think Republicans want to make to their constituents, but I'm not a Republican. So, Ranking Member Craig?
Yeah, I just like to, certainly want to make sure all my Republican colleagues know this, but high error rates actually are subject to sanctions. And in fact, USDA fined Alaska $12 million last year for failing to ensure SNAP recipients are eligible. Pennsylvania was fined as well over the last couple of years. So there is a penalty for high error rates in this country.
Thank you.
But now there's a reward for them.
Last question I have for Chair Guthrie. Couldn't of course, didn't want you to feel neglected here. Want to talk about the hospital fee, the provider fees. Ranking Member McGovern kind of cited to some of the criticism and the concern that the Senate bill that we're now considering has elicited from rural hospitals. That's certainly true in my district. I think, as you and I maybe talked previously, I represent a really large geographic district in western Colorado, a lot of rural hospitals who are deeply concerned that if this bill is signed into law, it's going to be devastating for rural parts of my district. And I have read similar refrains from folks in Kentucky, right? So the article that Ranking Member McGovern quoted, the title is Kentucky Hospitals Leader warns Senate megabill would devastate health care and the economy. And I'll just quote to you 2 sentences. The advocacy group for Kentucky hospitals is sounding the alarm about a massive bill that's near passage in the U.S. Senate, saying its cuts to Medicaid could cause the closure of hospitals and loss of 20,000 jobs. The Kentucky Hospital Association has changed its tune on the bill since May. when it supported a version that passed the House, making it an outlier among state and national healthcare groups. So the point here, right, Chairman, is that even those organizations that maybe had a different worldview than mine about the House bill are now ringing the alarm very loudly, saying there will be rural hospitals that could potentially close in Kentucky and in Colorado. And I make the same request of you that I made of Chair Arrington. Why not conference with the Senate and say, you know what, this is untenable. I'm not going to allow Owensboro Health Twin Lakes Medical Hospital, right, which is one of the hospitals in your district, right, that just said recently, while we don't know the direct impact any potential changes would have, we are certain the proposed cuts to Medicaid would harm access to health care not only in Western Kentucky but across the country. I mean, clearly, this is going to have an impact. I just don't think that we can argue, anyone can argue in good faith that it's not going to.
So if we all discuss this, and we discussed it in the House, and if you look at provider taxes, it goes back to President Obama. So the Senate version takes it to 3.5% for states that didn't expand, or that did expand. Kentucky's an expansion state. President Obama had that number for a safe harbor for provider taxes within his 2014 budget. President Biden called it a scam. I've never called it a scam. It's a loophole. The provider tax is a loophole. And I would understand hospitals and others that if they can take their money, come up, match federal money, and bring it back down to the state. So we knew that it needed to be addressed. We chose in the House version to do it with a freeze so that people would have what they had this year for next year. The Senate has chosen, and we're debating, and we're going to be debating, I'm sure, after we get through this rules meeting, about where we go with it. But if you look at Medicaid policy, a lot of the issues has been that this, particularly now that it's 90-10 for expansion states, that when it was first designed in the 1960s and through most of the time, states run the policy. It's an open-ended checkbook on the federal government, but the discipline has always been that the states have to put their money in as well. But now they're able to tax the healthcare entities that receive the money. Some states are actually taxing the managed care, Medicaid managed care organizations that receive the money. And so it's just become almost an open-ended checkbook on the federal government. So we're going to debate it and see which way we go. But I will tell you that it needs to be addressed, and we intend to address it, and we'll see where we go.
Well, I will stop. Yeah, I see that my time is running long here, so I appreciate the chairwoman's indulgence. I'll simply say there are a lot of rural hospitals that will close if this bill becomes law.
Well,
And
so that assumed,
yeah.
because I had some people from Kentucky come to me since you brought Kentucky up and say, y'all need to make this a priority. When we were debating whether it was going to cut back, y'all need to make this a priority. It's people from Kentucky government. And so that says, well, and then my answer back to them, why don't you make it a priority? Because so the 3.5% is where the state takes the money to match. And so they don't have to put any money in their general fund. So they're wanting us to make it a priority, which I do make it a priority. I want my hospitals to be successful, but the state also has to pay their share as well.
And I would just simply say, they're similar to the point that I articulated in my colloquy with Chair Arrington. I think it's going to be awfully tough. It's going to be awfully tough for your members to make the argument that you just made. I hear what you're saying. I understand you're saying, well, the state needs to step up to the plate and so on and so forth, and state legislatures will have to. That's an argument that you're obviously entitled to make, but there's a reason that the House bill didn't include the cut that the Senate bill has now proposed with respect to the rate, to the hospital rate fee, and so, or excuse me, to the hospital provider rate. And in my view, I think it's a mistake, and I think it's going to have devastating consequences for rural America. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
I thank the chairwoman. It is rare indeed that I have too many reasons to agree in this room, but I do have to go ahead and start with the absurdity of that provision that was added by the Senate. In fairness to our chairman, it was not added on the House side. It was, in fact, the Senate side. It was clearly a mistake and shouldn't have been done. And let's just go ahead and state what it is. It's just an absurd policy. Why would you penalize a state for having a lower error rate and encourage them to have a higher error rate, which I can read the provision to do nothing else. So let's just call balls and strikes here. That was a ball, and it wasn't even close. A couple things here, just to level set for the American people. If I can just go down the line real quick. And none of this is just level setting. We're all here just reacting to what we're reacting to, okay? There's not trying to put anybody on the hot seat or anything else. Can you just tell me whether you've been able to read the Senate bill as it came over from the Senate before testifying here today? Can we just go down the line? Yourself, have you been able to read the Senate bill?
Just within the scope of the agriculture title. So the changes that were made there,
You're able to read the changes to the bill.
the summaries of them, the items that they made.
Ranking member,
No.
Chairman,
I am reading through it as we speak.
you're reading the
I
bill.
have not read through the entirety of it.
You have not read it, you're reading through the bill while we're here.
Correct.
Right.
We continue.
Ranking member.
peruse it.
Yeah, actually, my answer is exactly the same as Jody's.
Chairman.
We're reading the wraparound, reading the wraparound amendment that affected our area. Briefly, not word for word, to get familiar with the changes before we came here, and we'll be reading it tonight.
Ranking member.
My reaction is the same as Chairman Guthrie. We tried as quickly as possible to get through it, but we only had like an hour before we had to come here, so no, I've not been able to read the whole thing or
Chairman Smith.
Just to read summaries, particularly relating to our jurisdiction on Ways and Means.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Chairman Smith.
The tax provisions we've been following throughout the whole process. The bill that was, the language was dropped on Saturday. I'm very well aware of everything that's in that. The wraparound amendment that was a couple hours ago, I know the details of it, but I know the tax provisions.
I appreciate that. I don't intend to take a whole lot of time for all of our benefit. It's fairly well documented that I've got strong concerns and reservations about the bill. I do think a couple of questions merit observation. And so I'm going to ask, again, in a non-pointed, as matter of fact as I possibly can way, to my friend from Texas, if it is our understanding that at least as we accept the CBO analysis, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's assumption of 2.6% growth and therefore 2.5 or 6 trillion of additional revenue created from that growth, that it would still leave us about 651 billion in additional deficit spending, still accounting for the defense and border plus up. Is that roughly accurate?
That's accurate.
And to the best of our understanding, and I think you answered this question earlier, to the extent that we had a framework in place that we thought was important to adhere to, are we within that framework?
We are, the Senate's bill is about 450 plus 450, I think 5 billion outside of that.
Outside of that framework. And that number is different because it does not factor in the defense and the border plus up. Is that correct?
The 455?
Yeah, that variance
differential?
to the 650
It's mostly
billion.
the cost of tax policy being different than what it was in the House, on a current law basis, on a current law perspective.
The numbers we're talking about here in the variance with respect to the CBO calculation, that does not factor in interest. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we were to factor in interest, the number would be necessarily higher if those deficit numbers are correct, presupposing that they're correct, which these are all models. Is that fair?
When you're, for every dollar you borrow, 50 cents on that dollar is going to interest, so it's a significant additional cost.
Would it sound correct that if we're at $651 billion of additional deficit spending, that if you use the CBO's own calculator at the CBO's own assumed 3.5% interest rates, which are far from guaranteed over the coming several years, that would produce over $1 trillion of interest? I'm sorry, let me restate that. Over $1 trillion total when you take the 651 and then add in interest, that we would be in the $1.2 trillion range.
You are in the ballpark.
So that is the concern for those out there trying to observe what we're doing about the extent to which there's deficit implications to the legislation that was moved forward from the Senate and sent to us. I think it's important, and I might ask, might have a question here, just for level setting, because there's differences of opinion here in philosophy. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have opined that kind of mock trickle down and kind of impacted the implications of tax policy. We can have those differences of opinion about where we want dollars to reside. And we believe we want dollars to reside in the pockets of Americans. Whether it's the child tax credit, you can debate the policy, I've got some views on that. Whether it's this doubling of the standard deduction, whether it's the marginal rates, which are lower for people in the lower end of the strata and lower on people at the higher end of the strata, right? We can at least agree to the facts. Those are all true. And that some of those impact people hugely in numbers, people at the lower end of the spectrum. So we're talking about tax rates that are, and tax policies that are helping working class and poorer Americans. We're also talking about tax rates that are, by definition, going to impact and help those at the upper end of the spectrum. You say help. Well, they don't need the dollars to live. But the question is whether those dollars are going to create more wealth and jobs in their pockets, right? There's a philosophy on the right side of the spectrum that they do that. I adhere to that philosophy, that the money in the hands of the American people produces wealth. You produce wealth, you create jobs, you create opportunity. I think that's a good thing. Where I think I've got a problem is that the Senate wanted to embrace that part in full. They wanted to go whole hog on that. And they want to go, fine, we'll make tax cuts permanent over 10 years. Great, God bless them. I'd love to do that. I'd love to have rates that don't change and they're permanent and they're low. But by doing that, they're exposing the problem. And that problem is just simple arithmetic. And that is, if you do that, then you're going to have an issue with respect to revenue and with respect to spending. And the last point that I'll address, rather than in the form of a question, is the policy baseline. The policy baseline is a dangerous gambit. It is a dangerous gambit for either side of the aisle. Because to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, please come explain to me, when my colleagues on that side of the aisle are talking about what's going to happen with the Affordable Care Act subsidies, what's going to happen in future policymaking when it comes to things we disagree with, when you just assume what is current policy rather than having us vote on said policy. I've seen a lot of messaging and rhetoric coming from very good friends of mine talking about how it's somehow a anathema or accepting leftist dogma to say and to ask the question about a policy baseline about whether or not that is foregoing our responsibility to do the math. You can believe that the current tax rates that are X, whether it's for the lowest bracket or the highest, should stay the same. And I take on face value that many of my colleagues, the administration, and myself included, would like them to stay at that level or even lower. That's my preference. But if you do that, you have to do math. What will be the impact then on revenue? And my colleagues, I think, in the Senate in particular, because God bless the House, at least we created a framework by which we were trying to do dollar for dollar. I realize my colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagreed with that. But I want to give credit to the Budget Committee chairman for trying to hold a line of saying that there ought to at least be a connection, that we ought to at least say, if we're going to do the tax policy, at least do the spending policy. Have the courage and the fortitude to do what you campaign on when you're talking about balancing the dang budget. Don't just talk about it. Don't talk about balanced budget amendments and then go home and say, look at me. I got a balanced budget amendment vote. Did it fail? Did it? Yeah. No, it failed, yeah. Is it law? No. Right? But I got you your tax cuts. But ignore that inflation that is a result of $37 trillion of debt. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. My colleagues in the Senate failed us. They sent us a bill knowingly, using a policy baseline gimmick. They sent it knowingly. And they sent it knowing that it was going to have increased deficits. Last question, I'm sorry, it's for my good friend from Texas who I don't really want to put on the spot here in a way that's beyond, I think, the core question, but this matters. Regardless of what one thinks about these policies and wanting to be able to have the economic growth, I want the tax cuts to be permanent, I want all this stuff. But is it fair to say that the lion's share of the deficits will be in the first 5 years of the 10-year budget window? Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's fair.
Is that relatively irrefutably fair to say?
It's irrefutable to my knowledge.
The only way to refute the idea that in the first 4 to 5 years of the budget window, that we will have significant deficits to the tune of probably close to $2 trillion, $1.8 trillion, even on a dynamic basis, assuming the Budget Committee's numbers, that you have to make up for it in the tail, in the last 5 years of the budget window. The only way to do that, to the best of my knowledge, is to assume more revenue for tariffs and assume higher growth rates. So I think you have to assume, I haven't done the exact math, 3 to 3.5% growth over 10 years, which I hope we have, and we should aspire to get, and tariff revenue at the rate that we currently are bringing it in or more, which CBO has scored, to CBO's math, 8 trillion, I just did that from memory, something like that. So it'd be about $280 billion a year. So you have to assume that tariff revenue and assume, call it 3.5% roughly growth. Then you start to kind of wash out what we're doing in Congress by our choice. Everything we just said, we're leaving essentially administration to go carry out. If I'm characterizing anything incorrectly, does anybody want to challenge what I just said mathematically? With that, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and hello to all of our panelists. It is nice to be here when I believe the sun is still out, right? And we haven't had to have 10 cups of coffee just to make it here. So thank you for being here. It is sad to be here yet again to review a proposed bill that will do so much harm. And the reality is, across America, we are hearing loud and clear that this bill represents the Republican Party's moral failure. And I use the word moral failure because we have had faith leaders use that word. We have had your own Republican colleagues use that word. And indeed, this bill is shameful. It's a betrayal of your voters because the Americans haven't asked for it. In fact, they've told you they don't want it. It's hugely unpopular among Republican and independent voters. And it's cruel. It's the biggest tax cut to Americans' health care ever. And it takes this widening inequality gap and turns it into a Grand Canyon of inequality. It takes from the working poor and gives to the ultra-rich. And it saddles, as Representative Roy is pointing out, all of us in this room, and importantly, our grandchildren and our children with debt. And nobody can refute that. And this is strange when we are indeed agreeing with Representative Roy. It happens, as they say, a broken clock is right 2 times a day, and we are agreeing with him. We think the numbers are higher than what he has pointed out, but it is debt and deficit. And you know, when you think about this weekend, right, it was a little surreal because we had the Senate Republicans taking action to get a bad bill and make it worse, taking away that $6.16 a day that veterans and children and hungry mothers get for food. That was happening this weekend at the same time that we saw one of the wealthiest Americans float in on his $500 million yacht to have a $50 million wedding. And the reason why that is so important is because those are the two ends of what's going to happen in this bill, is that the wealthiest as was pointed out by my good friend, Ms. Moore, are going to get richer and more powerful. And then the working families of America, the veterans, those who can't work, are going to get hungrier and sicker. And that's that's what we were seeing. You know, Chairman Guthrie, Jeff Bezos is worth $237 billion, $237 billion. And we have a little discussion earlier about hospitals in your district. And when we think about Jeff Bezos, they got a lot of tax cuts through Amazon and the large corporations, and those tax cuts were supposed to expire, some of them, right? Some of them were made permanent, but others were going to expire, and that's why we're in this exercise right now, correct?
Which tax cuts are you talking about?
Well, but we are in this exercise because there are some of the tax cuts are expiring, and the question is, what are we going to do about it? And there are tax cuts that benefit those who make under $40,000, and there are tax cuts that benefit the largest corporations. Now, we talked a little bit about some of the hospitals in your district, including Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes, Medical Leachfield, and the Kentucky Hospital Association itself has said it would be greatly damaged and essential services would be eliminated from that hospital. And as we know, once you start eliminating hospitals, services, you often then see them close. I visited some of the rural hospitals in my district, and as one of the heads of the hospital pointed out, when a community loses its hospital, the community eventually dies. Because nobody wants to be living in a community where when something goes wrong, they can't get care. If you are a pregnant woman and you have to drive 3 hours to give birth, that's a problem. Especially if you have something that goes wrong, right? So people leave those places. And that hospital I just mentioned, there isn't another one for another 22 miles. That's a little better than my places where they're 3 hours away. So I think, when I think about this bill, I think about who needs more help right now. What do you think? Does Owensboro Health, Twin Lakes Medical kind of deserve more of your attention and help, or Jeff Bezos?
Well, I focused on that hospital. That hospital's in Litchfield in Grayson County. Like you said, it's 22 miles from another hospital, about 35 from another hospital, but important to that community. And as I said, that when you limit the provider tax, it changes the way that the state uses its money to match. So when you have an open-ended federal pool of money, and states have figured out how to not use any general fund money, or not use general fund money, use money within the healthcare system to match, what a lot of people said, President Obama said, President Biden said, is that if we don't get a handle on this open-ended match, then we're going to continue to have budget issues, and we're trying to figure out the right policy to get there. And the 3.5 that's in the Senate bill was in President Obama's 2014 budget.
So I think the question is there is in this bill a multitude of policies that taken together. So what the hospital associations are telling us is you add together the provider tax, you add together the cuts to who is eligible, you add together all of the different pieces, and that's what leads to the hospital closures. And I think that that's what's really important. And the question that you're asked to do is where do you stand? Where are your priorities? Are you going to sit here and say, I am going to do everything I can to craft a law?
Well, I have worked with the people that you're
open?
quoting. I've worked quite closely with, and also we know that the General Assembly has, as I said, that people came from the Kentucky government, said that don't do anything within provider tax and so forth. You need to, and said it to me, you need to make this a priority. And when the state budget, folks working in the state, I said, well, does that mean you're not making it a priority as well? I mean, and so your argument that you're making is if the federal government doesn't come in and do everything, then the states aren't responsible. And that's the problem. Medicaid has spent $700 billion this year. We're expected in 10 years to spend $1.4 trillion. It's going to double. And we're still, under this scenario, going to spend over $1 trillion on Medicaid. So the idea that we're cutting Medicaid backwards is just not accurate.
But we are cutting Medicaid. There is no question that we are cutting
We're going to spend, we're
Medicaid,
going
and
to go
you
from
will be
700
taking a
billion to
vote.
$1 trillion.
You will be taking a vote that will hurt that hospital. And the Kentucky Hospital Association, we talked to them. They are worried about the vote that you are going to be
I talked to them
taking
as well.
because-
I talked to them
because
as well.
of what's going to do to the hospitals. Ranking Member Pallone, I mean, when we are talking about these cuts, it's the cumulative effect.
But their assumption
of
is the
everything.
General Assembly's not going to
Is
do
that-
anything. And that's what the program is set up for.
Is that, I mean, that is a concern, and it's a concern across the whole United States. Am I right on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really, stressing the point too, which I made before, I think, which is that, when we talk about this $1 trillion in cuts to healthcare and these 17 billion Americans who are going to lose their health insurance, it's not just, the paperwork requirements, that we've talked about that makes people lose their health insurance. It's all these other cuts, right? So the provider tax cut, I think, is, like maybe $225 or $250 billion. The paperwork is $330 billion, right? The ACA, the fact that you're not renewing the subsidies, the enhanced subsidies, is a big factor. All these efforts to block people from getting health insurance, either because you can't have automatic re-enrollment, you can't have a special enrollment period, you can't, I mean, the list goes on, and it is a cumulative effect on the health, on healthcare that just devastates healthcare. So if you're a hospital, you're sitting there saying, well, wait a minute, now I'm not going to have all these patients who are paying because they don't have insurance or they don't have Medicaid, and now I have all this uncompensated care costs that I can't absorb, and then I have all my provider cuts, the fact that I can't get the money, the reimbursement rate anymore because you're reducing the provider tax, how am I going to stay open? And the states can't do it. I mean, I talked to the governor over the weekend. You're talking about a $3.5 billion cut to health care in New Jersey. Our budget is that they adopted Monday was 57. You're talking about 6 or 7%. How are you going to make
Right.
that up?
Right.
There's no
And
way
I
to
think
do
that,
it.
I think that that's the problem, is that in each of these states and in every Republican sitting in this room, or those who are not sitting here, their states are going to have significant loss of people being able to show up at those hospitals, because in Kentucky, it's 184,000 people. In Missouri, 265,000 people will lose health insurance, Medicaid or ACA or Medicare. And this is where this idea of moral clarity and moral decisions come in, as was pointed out earlier. And it seems that, in order to have some of that moral clarity, you might need to decide to not run for reelection because you're going to get attacked. But we're hearing it from everywhere. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, what do I tell 660,000 people in 2 years or 3 years when President Trump breaks his promise by pushing them off Medicaid because the funding's not there anymore, guys? Because this is a decision. It's a decision you're making. Republican Senator Hawley, he ended up saying this, tweeting it, writing a New York Times article. We can't be cutting health care for working people and for poor people in order to constantly give special tax treatment to corporations. And then further, that argument is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. The moral test of a nation is how it treats those most in need of support. In our view, this legislation will harm the poor and vulnerable in our nation to the detriment of the common good. Its passage would be a moral failure for American society as a whole. The faith leaders, which included Jews, Lutherans, Catholics, Episcopalians, imams, it's seen by everybody. And then the Archbishop of the U.S. Archdiocese for the Military Services, because he sees the military who serve us. There's the responsibility of politicians to promote and protect the common good, including by working to overcome wealth inequality. And that's what we are here to decide to do today. Because in the end, these cuts are in order to pay for the tax breaks for the wealthy. That's the problem. If it was just, we don't have enough money, we're going to figure this out, we're going to work it out with the Commonwealth, that would be different. But that's not what we are dealing with today, is we're making these cuts in order to have the one-to-one that the Freedom Caucus wanted, but in order to then end up settling, that is the problem. And, you know, and the problem is going to be that it's going to be the people in our districts who are going to suffer. And we know what that will look like, because there are going to be, we all met those people. We've gone out and they've come and testified, or we've gone to their homes, or we've gone to their places. You know, Chair Smith, when we are here in May talking about no tax on tips, you pointed out that you ate at a restaurant and the waiter asked you if we would be able to deliver on the tax break for no tips. Did I remember that correctly? You're the one who said that, right? Yeah.
And this bill delivers no tax on tips
Yeah. So
for
how
that
many-
waitress.
Great. It was a male or female?
It was a female.
Oh, great. How many years will the tax break on tips last?
It'll last for 4 years, but
For 4
that's
years.
very typical of tax
Okay, but the-
policy.
well, it's-
In the American Rescue
No, but
Plan,
the
you guys
question is-
enhanced the
question
child
was-
tax
the
credit,
question was-
and that's
the
already
question was-
expired.
The question was, how long
The
will
premium
tax
tax
on
credit
tips
is
last?
expiring at the end of this
question
year,
was,
which you all made
how long will
temporary.
the
Hang
on,
tax
hang
on
on, hang
tips work? I'm sorry, I'm going to reclaim my time. I asked-
Gentlelady's time, and
If I'm
we don't
going
have a
to be
running
asked a
debate.
question, I hope I can answer it, Mr. Chair,
I understand that.
instead of
but-
just cutting
but-
me off.
Well, but one of the things we need to try to remember to do is to work through the chair, instead of getting into a discussion with
Mr.
each other.
Chair, I'd like to reclaim my time, because I
and-
asked a question
And then
he
if you would,
answered it.
and then you can, a good way to do that is then say, and Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if the gentleman would answer this following question, and then you can respond
I
back to the
didn't
chair, and
ask
we
the
don't get.
follow-up question.
And
That was
I know,
the
I'm just saying that, but instead of doing it directly, it works better if you run through the
Okay,
chair.
so Chair Smith pointed out that the tax break on tips lasts for 4 years. Maybe I'll ask the ranking Representative Moore here. How many years will the tax cut for Americans earning over $600,000 a year last?
Those will be permanent.
So those will be permanent. So Chair Smith, I would suggest that the next time you go to dinner and brag to the waitress how you're delivering a tax cut for them, point out that she's only getting it for 4 years, but somebody earning $600,000 and more is going to get it permanently.
And I would point out that whenever you talk to your constituents, that you would tell them that you voted against tax relief on tips, tax relief for overtime. Basically, 91% of your districts has the guaranteed deduction, and that's going to be slashed in half. So these are things that when you vote no, you're voting against a child tax credit, have a refundability at $1,700, which this does, down to $1,000. $1,000 is what the refundability on that child tax credit will be if you don't vote for this bill.
So thank you for pointing that out, Chair Smith, because the issue here that Democrats have is not with the child tax credit. We don't have an issue with many of these taxes that need to be extended. In fact, we will be presenting, and I have an amendment that would state that any of the tax provisions that benefit those earning less than $400,000 should stay in the bill. That we take out of the bill all of the provisions where the tax benefits go to the Jeff Bezos and Amazons of the world, and that we only keep that. Would you support that kind of amendment?
Would you vote for the bill if that amendment was adopted?
If that amendment was adopted, that would be a bill that I think you'll get a lot of Democrats supporting, because it wouldn't be a tax cut for the rich. That is our problem. That is our problem. So that is exactly where we're going. And by the way, when you went out to eat, do you remember how much you paid for that meal?
It was actually at a Mexican restaurant in my hometown. I think it was about $32.
$32, yeah. Well, you know, the thing is that when you were talking to that waitress, and I hope you gave her a good tip. I hope you gave her a real tip. If you gave
I
her a
always
30
do, because they
Thank
work
you.
so hard. I
They
hope that you
work
do
so
as
hard.
well.
they work so hard, and so you gave her a tip, hopefully it was more than 20%, but it was about $6 a day, which gets us to about what you get. You were able to pay in a tip what a hungry veteran or a hungry mother would be able to get in food stamps a day. But I don't know, you probably didn't have a conversation with your waiter about whether she had health insurance. Because the reality, if you had, you might have mentioned that, or you might have noticed, I mean, most of our waiters and waitresses are service members. I think it's 2 in 5 tipped workers are on Medicaid or the marketplace on Obamacare, right? So the thing is that while you're giving a temporary 4-year tax break to your waiter, you can be taking away their Medicaid coverage or maybe their ACA. Maybe the waiter earned too little money to get Medicaid, so he's getting his health care through the Affordable Care Act.
If they're working, they're not going to lose their Medicaid. And that's energy and commerce, but that's the case.
I don't know, Ranking, can we?
Unless
think
they're
we're-
illegal.
I'm going to ask Gwen Moore if she would like to join the conversation.
That's not true. Part of the problem is that they'll hit, there's marginal tax rates. So in my state, for example, you qualify for Medicaid or Badger Care if you're at or below 100% of the poverty level. So you could go to work for minimum wages, that would push you over the 100% of the poverty level. You know, if you made $16,000 a year, you would no longer be eligible for Medicaid. You'd be working yourself into poverty.
You're working yourself into poverty, and we have heard over and over again from people who are working not one job or 2 jobs, we don't pay enough money, especially for states who have a federal minimum wage and don't have a living wage. But, you know, if that worker wasn't getting Medicaid and they were on the ACA, they're getting perhaps tax credits, the premium tax credits, right? Ranking Member Pallone. And if a waiter is earning around $39,000, right, and is getting Affordable Care Act premium tax credits, they would see their bronze plan premiums rise by over 500% in 16 states. In Nebraska, that waitress's premium would go up from about $190 to $2,200. So that's why when we look at this bill, you can't talk about this bill. Thank you for smiling. Isn't it awful the way that happens, Mr. Chair? You can't talk about this bill as just the tax provisions sit in isolation of everything else. And that's why when we talk about this bill, who is losing out? And it's people below that 40% who are earning 40% or less, because they're going to be paying more for their ACA payments. They're going to lose their Medicaid. They might lose their SNAP. It's when you put it all together, and this is what we're talking about, values, right? Because the reality is Republicans are tossing some short-term tax benefits to waiters, and they're giving away diamonds that last forever to the wealthy. So Chairman Thompson, I don't know if you've been out I don't know if you got to go to a wonderful Mexican restaurant, but you might not. If I just wanted to talk about what it would take, like when you went shopping this weekend, or if your wife does the shopping, were you able to have, what did you have? Were you able to go and buy some eggs, buy some steak, maybe some chicken, some avocados? You wanted to make your own tacos? Avocado toast, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm the secondary team when it comes to cooking. I'm the taster.
But I can tell you, those avocados, if we sent somebody who was on SNAP benefits into a store to buy groceries for 3 meals a day, she would not be able to buy an avocado, and she would not be able to eat.
And I'm sure you're aware why. In Mexico, where most of the avocados come from, we have a problem right now. A lot of the avocados are grown in the area that are heavily in presence of the cartels, And so USDA is trying to work on that to make sure that, you know, there's adequate, proper inspections within the grove. So that's really impacting the supply of avocados right now.
Right, but they're expensive. Basically, the point is.
They're more expensive than ever right now because of that.
So much is
Just
more
giving you the
expensive than
reasons for
ever.
it.
So much is more expensive than ever. In fact, we now have a tracker that tracks how things are more expensive than ever. People might want to check it out. But that's the problem, is that it's not just avocados. I went in Clayton, New Mexico, another one of my beautiful rural towns. Great grocery store. You know, we have a problem with grocery stores in rural America because there aren't enough of them. This guy has a beautiful store. And then Ranking Member Craig, you know what this would be like. If you go and try to buy food for 3 meals on $6.16, you're not going to be able to do it. And in fact, that's why these archbishops and these faith leaders have said that we cannot support this bill. And I know Representative Chairman Thompson.
I wish those faith leaders, and you named a few denominations, but I wish they were better informed. I wish they would be more discerning where they get their information. The fact is, everything we're proposing maintains inflationary adjustments, which would respond to what you're talking about, the inflated costs, whatever the reason that those inflated costs would be taken into consideration for determining SNAP benefits going forward in the future.
Well, I think they're fairly informed. And I want to give a shout out to my own Archbishop Rester. And I think where he's basing it on, and I know you, a man of great faith, and believe, and you know Matthew, right? You know Matthew. What does it say? When I was hungry, you gave me to eat. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink.
Right.
You know it really well. Ranking
And
Member.
I also know that Matthew is talking to the church and to the people, not to the Roman government. So I think it's important that if we're going to quote scripture, to make sure that it's kept in context. Matthew 7:16, which was quoted earlier, was talking about false prophets, and quite frankly, so I think we have to be very careful with what we say in this room and other rooms, that we don't play the part of a false prophet.
Well, in that instance, there's actually an exchange that's going on, where then the apostles say, but when have we ever seen that you haven't been hungry and you haven't been thirsty? He says, but it's in the least of us. It's how we treat each other. And that's what it's asking. Am I understanding that? It's how we treat each other. And I think that we have an obligation, because we are elected by the people we represent, to bring those kinds of values and work on them.
Absolutely agree with that. If you're still addressing the question to me, absolutely agree with that. But keeping people, not providing a pathway to greater opportunity is violating that. Keeping people comfortable, stuck in poverty, making poverty a spider web where there's no chance for the American dream is just absolutely wrong. And, you know, and a lot of what we're working on in this bill actually is focused, the things I've worked on in this bill is, so I just speak for myself, is really focused at providing those ladders of opportunity, providing those encouragements, recognizing that there are different challenges and barriers sometimes that people run into. But we also, if you do a deep enough dive of some of these programs, like the SNAP program, you'll see that there's, the states have, 8% waivers that they can offer, because you can't anticipate everybody's life circumstances. You know, if you're.
The gentlelady yield.
Yes, excuse me, if you were done, I will yield
Yeah,
to.
no, I just, so there's no misunderstanding here. The majority of people on SNAP are not expected to work because they're children, or they're senior citizens, or they're disabled. Of those who are able-bodied, the majority of them work. The problem with SNAP, I would tell you, is not that we're providing people too much. $2 per person per meal is really too little. And we want to talk about making America healthy again. They ought to be able to go to the store, and they ought to be able to buy avocados. They ought to be able to buy healthier food. So I don't want there to be this misimpression out there that somehow, the majority of people on the program are either expected to work, or those who are able-bodied are working, are not working. They are. And you know what? And you're working and you're still earning so little that you qualify for SNAP. There's something wrong with that. So it's not about lack of opportunity. People are out there doing their best, working as hard as they can, and they get this measly benefit that quite frankly is inadequate, and we're nickel and diming it. So I thank the general lady. I yield back.
Yeah, and
If I may-
we
may
do want to
just-
hear what you're saying, so can you get closer to the microphone?
Sure,
Thank you.
and just to qualify, the most recent data shows that basically 30% of able-bodied adults without dependent children are working. 30%, 70% of just, and we're just talking about the demographics of an able-bodied adult without a so they don't have a disability, that do not have dependent children, 70% are not working currently they're on the SNAP program.
Ranking Member Craig, you wanted to join the
Well,
conversation.
I'd just like to also offer some fiscal year '24 data. More than, almost 70% of SNAP participants are in families with children, and more than 37% are in families with members who are older adults or disabled. So, look, the ranking member said most able-bodied folks in America who can work, who are on SNAP, are already working, number of children. But I keep coming back to this concept that somehow the Senate sent us a bill, and we can't ignore it. Maybe it wasn't there when it went over to the Senate, but as a body, we have to now codify what they've sent back to us. And I just, this idea that our veterans, that former foster youth, and homeless are going to lose their access to nutrition benefits. Folks, every month in this country, 1.2 million veterans depend on SNAP to put food on their table. And no, it's not all of the food that's on their table. It's supplemental. That's the name of the damn program for a reason. That's because they aren't making enough to be able to afford a day or week's worth of groceries for themselves and their families. And this idea we keep saying that able-bodied adults, you cannot tell me, and look, I mean, don't even try to say that you can look a veteran who served this nation in war or served our country, signed up to serve our country, that somehow they're not willing to go to work. There are all kinds of circumstances in which we know our veterans face when they come home. They risk a much higher degree of food security. They have a much higher risk of food security than non-veterans. 33% of disabled veterans and 20% of unemployed veterans are working age and are food insecure. So look, it may not have been a deal you like to cut, but this was the right deal for our nation's veterans, for former foster youth to help them get their feet under them, for homeless individuals in this country. Every year, 20,000 young adults age out of the foster care system, and they face higher rates of food insecurity. And so it's not enough to me to say that we're okay with just voting yes on what the Senate sent us back. This is immoral to tell our nation's veterans that we're going to take your food supplemental away from you.
And the House gets to vote. The Republicans control the vote, so it's going to be up to the Republicans to say this is not acceptable. And whether you're saying this is not acceptable because we don't like the budget numbers and the deficit numbers, and whether they're going to hold and not be Congress people who are caving again, or whether it's because it's wrong. But I want to go to the issue of rural communities and actually go back to the things about rural hospitals, because that is my community. And I've had Ranking Member Pallone actually meet with the rural hospitals, who, as you pointed out, Ranking Member Pallone, those are for the most part in the Republican areas of my district. $1 trillion. It went over, it was bad, and it came back, and it's even worse, right? That $50 billion rural health fund as a solution, but that isn't a solution because it goes away after a while, and it's just not enough. Is that right, Ranking Member Pallone?
Yeah, I mean, the rural members in the Senate, went back and forth on this, but from what I saw in the numbers that were ultimately adopted, it's woefully inadequate.
Right. And part of the theme that we see in Medicaid is the same theme about, people aren't working, right? And the reality is when I've gone to my schools, we're kicking, but Trump was trying to close Jobs Corps, where people are trying to get, better trained so they could have better jobs, so they don't have to be on Medicaid, on SNAP, but they need it so they're not starving while they're in school. But we hear this again and again, that they're only kicking off people who don't deserve to be there, right?
Well, you talk about the job, that was June 30th, and they're
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
And in my district, I've been there many times. It's the best program there is to get people to work, and now it's gone.
Right, but what we have is this sort of trying to say that people who are on Medicaid, people who get SNAP are somehow fraudsters and lazy
It's just
and don't
nonsense.
want to work. And in fact, Senator Roger Marshall said, and I quote, "When they talk about people not being on Medicaid anymore, half of those people are on it because of fraud. Repeat it, half of those people are on it because of fraud or some type of abuse of the system. The other half is because they're unwilling to work 20 hours a week." Chairman Arrington, do you agree with that statement that half the people on Medicaid are basically committing fraud?
I'm just looking at the CBO report. It's a letter in response to my requesting and Chairman Guthrie's about who those 7.8 million people that my Democrat colleagues have suggested are being ripped off the safety net. It's an honest, straightforward question to the rhetoric that I think has been quite predatory, really, because I think you're preying on the fears of people that have no reason to be afraid. And in that letter, and by all means, we can have this discussion. But in this letter, CBO says 4.8 million are able-bodied adults between the age of 19 and 64 between 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the 20 hours of community service, of school, or of a job, which is, by the way, only 10 to 15 hours lower than the bill that Bill Clinton signed in 1996 along with Joe Biden and other Democrats. But this is just Medicaid alone, 4.8 million. This is the nonpartisan, independent CBO that I think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are fond of sourcing. I'm sourcing it right back to you, and I think it is so disappointing. I think there are some honest disagreements. I think there are really good questions about the debt and spending, and man, it's tough. It's tough for me. But this kind of BS about telling the world, and it's no wonder that people in your district are saying, I'll stop. You asked a question. I told you these are the data points from a letter from the Congressional Budget Office, and this is just for Medicaid.
So one of the things-
And AEI says 70%. I think that's what the chairman is quoted of saying able-bodied adults, 70% aren't working. California and 5 other states have nobody working. Literally, nobody is working. Effectively, they don't enforce
Nobody's
the work requirement. Not the
So now
able-bodied adults.
Now it's not like half of them, now nobody's working.
The able-bodied adults in California on SNAP are not required to work. They're not required, there's no enforcement, there are 4 or 5 other states similarly situated. And I think.
I think that the reason when we go to jurisdictions like mine, and the reason why we're seeing these numbers, and if you go out into the community, they are not people who are fraud or just aren't working, but I'm going to.
And if I could just remind folks that you've used about 37 minutes of time, and the chairwoman would be upset with me if I didn't point that out.
Well, thank you for pointing it out.
The gentlelady has yielded to the gentleman.
I just want to point out, you throw around the word able-bodied adults as if every able-bodied adult is equal, in terms of what's going on in their life. But an able-bodied adult who might not be working might be taking care of a child at home, or might be taking care of an elderly mother, or might be in between jobs, or might not be able to get into a work training program, or might live in an area where they don't have access to transportation. And so that's the deal here. So this is not, we're not trying to be, this is the reality. You know, the claim that only 30% of non-disabled adults without dependent children work while receiving SNAP. I mean, we know that 70% of SNAP participants are children, seniors, or people with a disability, all of whom are exempt from work reporting requirements for what I hope are for obvious reasons. Many of the working-age adults that participate in SNAP do so temporarily, often while between jobs or when their work hours are cut. It is exactly because they don't have work that they need to turn to the program oftentimes. And as a reminder, we give them only 3 months to find work again before they get kicked off the program for 3 years, thanks to SNAP's time limit. So that is, I mean, you may all find that to be humane and just. We don't. And so there's a difference in terms of values and in terms of what we believe is right. I thank the gentlelady.
Thank you. And I just also want to point out that, as was discussed earlier, that a lot of the reason why people will fall off of Medicaid is because it becomes very complicated, right? And we've had hearings where we've heard people talk in New Mexico. I mean, the SNAP application is like, the average SNAP application is 17 pages long, and in some places 21 pages. It's like Republicans who always talk about wanting to cut regulations, they don't mind putting more regulation and more paperwork and a mountain of paperwork on working people. But I would also point out that this is a crazy one, that the moratorium on simplified eligibility, so to try to make things easier, there was actually a rule that said, let's make the application sort of more streamlined, simplified, eligible, so it works. And that actually, they're barring that in the Senate bill. So not only are they trying to sort of make it harder for you to eligible, but they actually are getting rid of the rule to make it easier to apply for these things. Because I'm running out of time, I just wanted to touch quickly on tax credits, and I'll try to be quick. So I wanted to just touch quickly on the issue of the energy tax credits and the fact that we are seeing energy costs rise. And while we discussed earlier that they did get rid of the tax, the new tax on renewable energy, we are still going to see rising energy costs, electricity costs from this bill. And I think that is just a really important thing to point out. Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record the energy innovation, federal clean energy tax credits make energy more affordable, a meta-analysis, and I know you're going to ask me for the date, and it is March 2025.
Thank you. Without objection, so ordered.
And what this goes through, because we've seen lots of documentation, the tax on renewable energy would have been really bad, right? But the fact that they are pulling out of renewable energy projects early that are benefiting Republican states primarily, right? Because they're wind projects. Once again, I represent an area with huge Republican area. We've got lots of wind power. We have lots of oil and gas too. But the idea that we heard earlier, oh, we shouldn't be subsidizing. We need to remember, we subsidize oil and gas and fossil fuels and coal to the tune of about $3 billion was 2022, right? And now they're decreasing the royalty rate on oil and gas. They're going to make another, I think, another $6 billion. So we are constantly subsidizing fossil fuel. And it's sort of like the Republicans, it's like renewable energy is where it's at, right? That's the next frontier. And we need to do a lot. It needs to be a little bit of everything. But what they want to do is say, oh, no, we don't really want to use electric lamps. We prefer the gas ones. We shouldn't really put any of our correspondence in email. We should send it all by paper post. I mean, let's keep the horse and buggy. Who wants a gas-fired car? But that's what they're doing, right? That's what they're doing. They're taking us backwards. And so I wanted to be able to give an opportunity. As you know, I'm the last Democrat. So I wanted to give an opportunity. Is there anything else that you wanted to raise, Representative Moore, with regards to this? the bill before.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have heard the scheme of requiring work requirements, and it's a major economic solution to raising the $4.5 trillion in tax cuts. And again, I have been very aggrieved, the committee is aggrieved, that we are characterizing our constituents as lazy and bums in order to do it. Let me just mention some other people who will be losing health care that we haven't talked about. We've also claimed that illegal immigrants have been receiving health care. And that's been a feature of these testimonies and these discussions. I just want to say that legal immigrants who were brought to this country because of asylum, people who have U visas or V visas because they're facing violence, were people who were going to be able to get Medicaid. These are people that will no longer be eligible for Medicaid. There are legal immigrants who have lived in this country for decades. People, scientists, doctors, engineers, people have worked and paid into Medicare for 30, 40 years who will no longer be eligible for Medicare, even though they have paid into the system.
Thank you, Representative Moore, and I'm going to try to move along, but I did want to make sure that Ranking Member Boyle, was there anything else you wanted to raise? I take it the Medicare issues, the regressive manner in which this is a transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealth. Did you want to add anything else? Because he's signaling me to stop you. To you, if there's anything else you wanted to add.
No, I will just say briefly, is I know we've been here all afternoon, but given the importance of this piece of legislation, it is certainly warranted, and this might be our last bite at the apple. Let's not lose the forest through the trees. I come back to how I began this some 5 hours ago. The reality is that if this becomes law, 17 million Americans will lose their health care. Millions more will lose their nutrition assistance. Millions more will be impacted by these devastating cuts, all to help pay for tax cuts that are skewed toward the top 1%. That is the bottom line or the headline about what this bill is really about. There's a lot there, 1,000 pages. We're still figuring out some things that were added minute by minute on the Senate floor as horse trading was going on. Nothing can obscure that overriding reality. Millions of lives will be adversely affected by this legislation. I yield back.
Thank you. And the last thing is, it's not just the skewing up to the wealthy, because there are some trees that are really problematic. And I think that it was discussed earlier, the elimination of a tax on firearm silencers and short barrel rifles and shotguns that would cost $1.7 billion. And that would be a lot of families that we could feed with the SNAP programs. 396,000 families could be fed with just what they're giving away for the silencers, right? The mafia tax, I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Ranking Member?
I would just like to bring us back up to a high level on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. This is the most effective anti-hunger program that this country has ever seen. Every dollar we invest in this program returns $1.50 to our overall economy and about $1.80 in rural communities across our country. And when you cut $200 billion in SNAP benefits to this nation, you are literally taking around $25 billion directly out of the pocket of this nation's family farmers. But that's not all, because it affects the entire food supply chain. It's the truckers who drive the food to the grocery stores. It's the clerks that puts that food on the shelves. And of course, it's the hungry children and seniors and veterans that we are trying to support as a nation. So I want to say to all of my Republican colleagues, I hope that you will seriously reconsider, especially because at the end of the day, you are doing this for no other reason to give tax breaks to the already rich in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hear often from the farmers, the small farmers in my district. I have small farms, not the kind that need a $38 million estate tax benefit, but they are hurting because they sell the Double Up Bucks programs. I love the Double Up Buck program. They do too. It's how they make their living. Thank you for the indulgence, and Mr. Chairman, the last Democrat yields back.
Yeah, gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Langworthy for any questions. Sorry. Apparently the list is.
I am not going to ask any questions. I want to salute each of our committee chairs for the diligent work that has gone into the hundreds of hours of putting this together over the last 14 months into this reconciliation process. You know, I really want to salute Chairman Guthrie for the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. You know, my colleague brought up the Clinton-era work reforms, and these are bringing accountability and fundamental fairness. And as I travel around to businesses and talk to workers on factory floors, they are saluting the fact that the people, you know, that can work and choose not to work will now have to work for benefits that they work hard to provide for their families every day. So I think that it's to take a lesson from a Democratic president and bring it into the future is something that is going to help us bring fundamental fairness and equity across the program. So thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize Mr. Scott for his time for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of long-winded discussion here today. I thought I might read for the general public just from the bill. Modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. Now, regardless of what you've heard from other people, this is what the bill says. Exception 6(0) of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008 is amended by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following. Exceptions. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18 or over the age of 65. So if you're under 18 or over the age of 65, none of the SNAP changes impact you. That's what's written in the bill. Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment. So all of the discussions that you've heard from the Dems about us kicking disabled people off SNAP benefits, they're just not true. This is what's actually written in the legislation. A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, otherwise exempt under Section D2, a pregnant woman, and it goes on from there. So anybody under 18, anybody over 65, anybody who is medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt from any of the changes. So all of this talk that we're kicking disabled veterans and all off of SNAP, it's just a flat-out lie. Now, with regard to the matching funds, what we have said here is that if you have an error rate of less than 6%, the federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 100%, and the state shall be 0%. If you're a business owner and you've got a 6% error rate, you know what you are? You're bankrupt. The federal government owes it to the American citizens to have better than a 6% error rate on people's SNAP benefits. So I want the American citizens to know you're not being told the truth by the dramatic statements on the other side. If you're disabled, you're exempt from the changes. Under 18, exempt from the changes. Over 65, exempt from the changes. That's what's written in the language. I don't have any questions for any of the members. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott, for clarifying the record. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a lot of discussion about the bill, and folks earlier in the afternoon were saying that nobody had time to read the bill, and I'll just say we got it in my office around 11 o'clock. I had it printed out. I had 245 pages read before I got here, and I finished up the rest of it while Ms. Scanlon was talking. So a lot of folks have had an opportunity, and when we get to the floor, everybody will have had an opportunity to read it. It does help that I read the first bill as well, so there were sections where I got to it, and looking at the cheat sheet, it was identical to what was there before. So I don't make myself read the same chapter twice, but I did read it. Now, that said, I do want to ask my chairman, Chairman Guthrie, a question. Chairman, I think we can pretty well rest assured this is not the last bill that will ever pass the United States Congress. Do you agree with that? I agree with that. And as a part of that, we're always trying to improve things on Energy and Commerce Committee. So as we move forward, will you commit to work with me and others on the Energy and Commerce Committee and in the House as a whole to analyze the ongoing status of the health of our rural hospitals and rural health care in general and rural health care providers so that we can improve access to health care in rural communities?
I will.
And I suspected those would be the answers to the questions, but I just want to underline for everybody that even when we disagree, we're all trying to move things forward. And sometimes when we disagree, things don't work out exactly the way people intend. And I know that in my district, as a result of some of the policies in the Affordable Care Act, we had 2 hospitals that closed down. One of them has since reopened. And but we're all working towards this goal, and I appreciate you, Chairman Guthrie, agreeing that at least in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I think all the others as well, that we're going to continue to move the United States forward. And as we see opportunities to improve, whether it be telehealth, which you and I have talked about a number of times, or other ways that we can improve healthcare in rural communities, we're going to do it. Isn't that correct? That's correct. All right. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief in closing. You know, to really wrap up all the testimony we've heard today, and I think we're all grateful for everyone's testimony. This bill is a codification of President Trump's agenda, and in large part, many of us and many of our colleagues were elected on an identical platform when we ran for Congress, and that platform was embraced by 77 million Americans. It earned an 86 electoral vote margin in the 2024 presidential election. So I'd love to start with my good friend Chairman Smith. If you'd just like to, again, wrap everything up in your testimony today, how is this codifying President Trump's agenda?
So I would totally agree, Representative, that this is following the priorities that the president laid out when he was running for office and 77 million Americans supported. We're delivering on no tax on tips. No tax on tips, 70% of Americans support that. We're delivering on tax relief for seniors. 83% of Americans support that. We're delivering on no tax on overtime. 71% of Americans support that. And we're also making permanent the expiring provisions of the 2017 successful Trump tax cuts. And 62% of Americans support that. This is the largest tax cut in U.S. history. It is also the largest cut of mandatory spending in U.S. history. That's phenomenal. And it is also the largest investment in securing our borders in U.S. history, creating the Golden Dome. All these things that the president campaigned on, it is in this bill. It is absolutely in this bill. And I know people were talking about suppressors earlier, and I think it's really important. The reason why that's became an issue is because of pistol braces. The Biden administration put pistol braces under the short barrel shotguns, which they shouldn't be. And it did. And for the first time in a century, we eliminated a tax on the Second Amendment. I think that's a huge win. For the first time in history, parents are going to be able to have school choice. And I think that's super important. So this is a bill that is delivering on what members of the House campaigned on, members of the Senate campaigned on, and clearly what the president campaigned on.
Very well said. Chairman Guthrie, same question to you. How is this bill, in closing, a codification of President Trump's campaign
Well, that gets to
priorities?
all the above and energy dominance. There's a provision in here for making sure that we invest in critical minerals, we invest in delivery of energy. And President Trump was very strong. This said that America was going to be energy dominant, and it's important that we are, given what's going on in the Middle East, and this bill delivers.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Arrington, same question to you, my friend.
I think that, I think a reprieve from failed economic policies to unleash the spirit of our entrepreneurs and risk takers is in order. And our economy is the foundation of everything great about this country, including our way of life, our quality of life, certainly our global leadership. So, you know, there's always going to be more cuts for a budget chairman. There will always, cuts that I'd like to see materialize. But you've got to work on both ends of the equation. You've got to grow the economy while you're bending the curve on spending. And so I think it's substantial, the impact that these policies that President Trump implemented and executed on in the first Trump administration, and now we're doubling down on them. And I suspect, just like the first round, all boats will rise on the tide of prosperity. I think that's the key feature, quite frankly, of this. But the fiscal reforms are no small things. And again, I think they are there to serve as a sort of win-win-win. Win for the program sustainability, win for those who are trapped in dependence, and a win for taxpayers who should not subsidize people who refuse to work, like the 4.8 million people that on Medicaid per CBO, or people who are here illegally. And so a lot of good things in here, and I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Chairman Arrington. And lastly, Chairman Thompson, to you, how does this, your section of the bill, codify President Trump's campaign priorities and agenda?
Well, thank you so much for the question. You know, President Trump knows that food security is national security, and that all relies on really the success of those hardworking families all across our country that are producers. Those folks that are farmers or ranchers or foresters, and this bill. And those families have, I mean, they're at probably a 50-year low in terms of economic challenges, from inflation to all the different things that have happened over the past number of years. And it's really put them in a challenging situation. We saw that in December when many of them, for the first time in a family's history, were not going to be eligible for taking out a loan to be able to produce a crop or produce a herd or produce a flock. This the One Big Beautiful Bill, the agriculture title, really, I call it Farm Bill 1.0. It makes historic investments in reference prices. It adds base acres for farmers who have not been eligible for. It modernizes the dairy margin program. There's investments in the conservation programs, in crop insurance, in the trade programs of market access program and foreign market development program. We double those. It has investments in research, investments in animal health, including our large animal veterinarians. And the three-legged stool when it comes to animal health. That's our laboratories. That's vaccination polls that we have started in previous farm bills, and our large animal veterinarians, and so much more. Specialty crops. This is most significant specialty crop. Now, this is 1.0. It's just the things that we were eligible to put into budget reconciliation. But what it leaves is a very small portion at a very small price tag, and at the same time, President Trump cares about those who are most at risk, and within the nutrition title, this is This is really about making sure that we have sustainability of programs like SNAP and all the other programs under the nutrition title. Not just sustainability, but, that we're in a position to make sure the people that really need the help get it. But it's more than providing supplemental nutrition support. It's providing a hand up towards the American dream, with the investments that we make, which is about $1.1 trillion over 10 years. That's the nutrition portion of the Farm Bill. This really is about making sure that, we, folks have that opportunity to through SNAP employment and career and technical education, and have a shot at, reaching a rung a little higher in the ladder of opportunity. And I will say, I've seen that work. In my travels around the country, and I've done 115 listening sessions, with 42 states, 1 territory, I've seen it work. And when it works, everybody, our farmers, our grocers, our truckers, all do better because families are able to actually find they have more income. And at the end of the day, they're able to buy, they're not limited by what they're able to afford because we've given them a shot at the American dream, which comes through the dignity of work.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I appreciate it. To our ranking members, thank you for your testimony. And Madam Chair, I yield back to you.
Madam Chair, I just have a technical question.
Yes, sir.
Before you came in, Mr. Scott was reading about a provision on who's exempt from the work requirements under SNAP, and I was wondering where he was reading from, because, the House version of the bill that you voted for took it from 18 to 7, and my understanding is that the Senate bill moved it to 14. So you said 18, and so I'm wondering, did something change?
I'm on page 17.
Yeah, well,
That's the 18 is under the age of 18, at the age, or 14 is the age of dependence.
right, which is, he said 18, so it's actually 14.
He might have missed.
Well, 18 to 64 is when the requirements kick in.
Yeah, so. Right, if you're 30, if you have a 14-year-old at home, you have to work, right?
14 or under, you're exempt.
I don't know, yeah.
So-
Yeah. Anyway,
A parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years
right,
of
okay,
age.
yeah, right. I thought you said 18, I'm sorry.
No, so it's 14.
Okay, 14, yeah. Yeah, so you have a 14-year-old child who has health issues, whatever.
Not
You
true.
still have
If
to work.
if they're disabled, it's different.
Right, well, or somebody who's is troubled in school, or whatever, who's not classified as disabled. Again, life is complicated. Thank you.
Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment is exempt, and this is just the exemption from the work requirement.
So the 14-year-old is alone all summer. Okay, thanks.
That's-
Well, you're
that's
working,
not-
yeah.
Make a clarification.
Well, and as I pointed out, there are many people who work full-time because they have to, and they choose not to be dependent on other people. They have 14-year-olds sometimes at home all summer long, too.
And there were people who work full-time who still are eligible for SNAP. And that's a reality.
And there are some who choose not to be eligible for SNAP or other taxpayer-funded programs. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to commend our chairs for their hard work and leadership, Chairman Smith, Guthrie, Chairman Arrington, Chairman Thompson. Two of my chairmen are at the panel today, Budget and E&C, so thank you. What? Pick your favorite? I can't. I like you. I like all my children. No, I'm just kidding. But I do want to note that this is a bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a bill for hard-working Americans. It's a bill that will still protect our most vulnerable. There's been a lot of rhetoric from the other side about this bill that I want to just allow a couple of our panelists to respond to. One is on coverage loss. The Democrats keep throwing around numbers, exaggerating coverage loss numbers. In fact, the number of people that Democrats have said are going to lose access to health care, even when this bill was still in the House, went from anywhere from 13 million to 17 or 18 million. It was just a number that kept getting thrown around. But when I read the CBO analysis, that's not what I see. Chairman Arrington also pointed this out earlier. Chairman Guthrie, can you, and Chairman Smith, can you explain where those exaggerated numbers are coming from? And doesn't that include policies that the Democrats themselves have chosen to let expire that aren't even in this bill?
There's a couple answers to that. One is some of those numbers are, you have to look, there are CBO scored numbers, but you have to look at who they are. So if you look at the 4.6 million, and now that the dates changed on work requirements, and there's some, that's a little higher, but it's people that are able-bodied that choose not to work, and it has the same exemptions that were just read. We also, in Medicaid, include people that have substance use disorder. They're going through treatment such as that. So they're truly able-bodied, and there are studies that say there are people that fit that category. The other one that's frustrating is like when you're sitting here listening to the back and forth, especially when they're going against my good friend Ways and Means chair about putting limits on how long tax on tips or 4 years or whatever. Well, one of the over 5 million of the coverage loss is from premium tax credits, which was in the IRA, when people who voted for the IRA chose to fund programs like green energy funds, where there was a nonprofit that was politically connected, created itself, 1 month, put $100 in its checking account, got a $2 billion grant, paid $847 million. So I think my friend from New Mexico has left. But when she goes and visits her hospital and she sees people lost coverage because that tax credit expires, she made that a priority over insuring people. That's a decision. I mean, if the shoe fits on both sides of the feet, and if she's going to say that's your priority there, it's her priority as well, and she has to own it.
Chairman Smith.
Yeah, I would follow up with Chairman Guthrie. According to CBO, the numbers that they provided, they said 4.8 million would lose their health insurance who are able-bodied adults who just choose not to work. And so that is what CBO showed in regards to that. But it also provided, CBO said that 1.4 million will lose it because they're illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the program period, but they're on the system. And these are numbers from CBO, which I think is quite important. And if you look at people losing Obamacare in this bill, according to CBO, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants. Not legal immigrants, but illegal immigrants. And then 1.1 million are just simply fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements, and that's according to CBO. Not according to us, but according to CBO.
Ms. Houchin, would you yield for 1 second?
Yes.
Mr. Smith, I'd like to ask you to repeat those numbers because I think it is important that the American people hear the facts from CBO. I've had people writing me alleging what we've been hearing from the other side today. They allege it. And I say to them, please ask your sources to state the facts, not what they're being fed. So would you please read those numbers again?
Absolutely. According to CBO estimates of those on Medicaid losing health insurance, 4.8 million are able-bodied adults without dependents who choose to not meet modest work or community engagement requirements. And then 1.4 million are illegal immigrants. And then 1.6 million will have access to other forms of subsidized health insurance, including the option to stay on Medicaid. And then 1.3 million are already ineligible for the Medicaid program, period. They shouldn't be on the program, but they're doing it. And when you look about the ones that CBO estimates of those on Obamacare losing health insurance, 1.8 million are illegal immigrants, and 1.1 million are fraudsters who don't submit common sense verification requirements. And this is from CBO.
And Chairman Smith, those are the only people that CBO, in their report, claims will be losing their health coverage under the bills.
Yes, and the number you hear of 17 million, that's the 5 million that's going to lose from the premium tax credits, which the Democrats in the IRA decided to make it temporary. Instead, they did all the green energy credits permanent, and guess what? 90% of those green credits that you passed in the IRA goes to companies valued at more than $1 billion. Not working families, but 90% of those credits that you focused on is valued over $1 billion.
So when given the option to prioritize healthcare for working families or energy subsidies, they chose the energy subsidies.
They absolutely did. Environmentalist, wealthy billionaires succeeded, and they were the winners of the IRA.
And just to be clear, Chairman Smith, if we're paying for healthcare for all of those people you just mentioned, able-bodied adults choosing not to work, people who are ineligible, people who are fraudulently accessing the program, and illegal immigrants, if we are funding healthcare for those people, does it not reduce the amount of money we have available to take care of vulnerable families?
Absolutely.
So why would we want to continue funding healthcare for those groups of people that you've just mentioned when it creates less resources for vulnerable families?
Republicans' priorities are for U.S. citizens, not illegals.
So despite the rhetoric from the Democrats, they could have raised the top tax bracket when they had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. There's been a lot of talk about how the Republican bill favors the wealthy and that we should increase taxes on the wealthy. The truth is that this bill creates permanent tax relief for everyone across the board. But the Democrats had full control of the White House, the House, and the Senate. They passed not one, but two reconciliation bills during the Biden administration, but did nothing to raise the top bracket. So don't Democrats have a credibility problem on this issue?
Absolutely. If you look at when the Democrats controlled the White House, the House, and the Senate, they passed two reconciliation bills, the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, and both of those had tax chapters. And in both of those, the Democrats refused to increase the top tax rate that we currently are arguing about, and you're saying that we're giving a tax cut to Bezos. You refused to do it when you controlled everything. And guess what? The hypocrisy last night in the United States Senate, the vast majority of the Senate Democrats voted against an amendment on the floor that would raise the top tax bracket for anyone over $25 million. It's hypocrisy.
Well, thank you, Chairman Smith. Thank you to our panelists for your long testimony. I will reiterate, this is a bill for working families. It's a bill that will help the hardest working families have tax relief. We're unleashing American energy. We are securing the border. We are providing for our defense. No bill is perfect, but this one big beautiful bill is a good bill. I thank the panelists and I yield back.
Madam Chair, that's a misinterpretation of the CBO report that we just heard here today.
Well,
it's not. It doesn't say what it does. And yeah, and this bill does give a tax break to Jeff Bezos, and I don't think he deserves one. Quite frankly, $50 million for a wedding.
Mr. McGovern, thank you very much. Hearing no other questions or seeing no other member who has not spoken, our panel is dismissed. Thank you very much for being here and for your patience. I need to call out some names. Mr. Moylan, Mr. Carter, Ms. Dingle, Mr. Oshevsky, Mr. Cisneros, Ms. Randall, Ms. Elfreth, Mr. Dexter. If you all could take seats, excuse me, Ms. Dexter, pardon me. If you all could take seats up here, sort of in the order I've called you. Moylan, Carter, Dingle, you're there, Debbie, number 3. Oshevsky, Mr. Carter, you're over that way. Mr. Cisneros right there. Miss Randall. Miss Elfreth, Miss Dexter.
Fine, fine, fine.
Thank you all very much. While we wait for Ms. Dingle to have a seat, I want to point out that I asked for 2 random pages of the bill that came from the Senate, and there are approximately 125 words per page. Just so you know, in case people are concerned about how many pages you can read, there are approximately 125 words per page. I just counted 2 pages at random.
And Madam Chair?
And it doesn't take too long. The margins are pretty narrow, as you can see. Like I said, 125 words, and I think even most members can read that pretty quickly.
Madam Chair, with respect, though, you can read legislative language, that's one thing, we all can read, but actually understanding what that legislative language means and getting independent analysis, so that takes a little bit while longer.
Well-
I hope we can all agree that that's the challenge here.
Well, for those of, I think most of us have been around a little while and have some sense about how to handle that legislative language.
Section A.
I'm going, you all can put your written testimony into the record. I think all of you have been here before. Put your written testimony into the record. We hope you will keep your comments to 5 minutes. And I thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on an issue that weighs heavily on my district, the need for our island to be fully included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, also known as RECA, provisions in the Senate's amendment to H.R. 1. For far too long, the people of Guam have dealt with the consequence of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific without recognition and without justice. Between 1946 and 1962, 67 nuclear weapons were detonated in the Marshall Islands, just 1,200 miles from our shores. The fallout from those tests did not stop at international borders. It did not discriminate based on island or person. It carried through the wind, into our environment, and into the very lives of our people. The fallout wasn't just physical. It left in its trail lasting emotional and generational scars that are still carried to this day. I speak today not just as a member of Congress, but as a son of Guam. I speak for the survivors, the widows, the caregivers, and the families who have waited decades for Congress to act. I speak for those who are no longer here to share their stories because they died waiting for someone thousands of miles away to acknowledge what happened. Guam has become a forgotten casualty of the nuclear era. Federal agencies have confirmed that our island received measurable radiation exposure as a result of U.S. nuclear testing in the Pacific. And yet, despite this clear evidence, Guam remains excluded from RECA, a program that was designed specifically to address the harm caused by our nation's own policies. Guam is not asking for a special treatment. We are asking to be treated with dignity equal for the same recognition afforded to other downwind communities across our nation. My constituents are dying from cancers linked to radiation exposure. Families are left with questions that were never answered. Veterans and civilians alike suffer the consequences of decisions made without their consent and far beyond their control. Including Guam and RECA is not just a matter of eligibility, it's a matter of moral responsibility. It is about recognizing the hidden cost of national security and ensuring that those who shoulder that burden are not left behind. Today, we have an opportunity to right this wrong. If Guam is not included now, we risk losing a critical chance to provide long overdue justice to the people of Guam. I urge this committee and this Congress to act with urgency and include Guam and RECA. Don't let Guam be forgotten once again. Let our people know that their government sees them, hears them, and stands with them. It's time to deliver the justice that has been long denied to radiation survivors. Sijuis Maasi, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moylan. Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member. My amendment is simple. It states that 100% of any reduction in state expenditures resulting from reduced enrollment must be reinvested back into Medicaid. That means that this money will go directly into helping children, mothers, people with disabilities, and seniors instead of going toward tax cuts for the richest of the rich, billionaires, and corporations. My Republican colleagues say that they want to help the most vulnerable populations and get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Everyone here, Republicans and Democrats, are in favor of curbing waste, fraud, and abuse. We all know that that's not what this is about. Republicans are ripping health care away from the very people they say Medicaid was, quote, intended for, just to pay the biggest dividends for billionaires, tax scams in the history of our country. No matter how they try to spin it, the reality is this. This big, ugly bill will shutter nursing homes, will close hundreds of hospitals, including rural hospitals in red districts, and blow up state budgets. This is unacceptable. Medicaid is a safety net for millions of Americans and a pillar in our healthcare system. These cuts will disproportionately affect states, especially red states like mine in Louisiana, that rely on Medicaid funding. That's why I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter these two documents. Two resolutions.
Without objection.
Thank you, ma'am. These two resolutions were passed in Louisiana legislature that is a majority Republican-run House and Senate with a Republican governor who all recognize via these resolutions, these cuts will be devastating. They will hurt Louisiana. They will hurt Louisianians. They will make this an unlivable proposition. House Resolution 369, a bipartisan resolution passed by the Louisiana Senate representatives last month, urging Congress to prevent any cuts to Medicaid that would adversely affect Louisiana's hospitals and communities they serve. Senate Resolution number 32, a Republican-led concurrent resolution that passed in Louisiana State Senate last month, urging Congress to avoid cuts to Medicaid. State legislators in Louisiana, Republicans and Democrats alike, agree that this big, ugly bill is a disaster. These cuts won't just hurt Medicaid patients. No one is safe. If you have private insurance or Medicare, these cuts will also affect you. Less federal Medicaid funding means states will raise taxes for everyone or be forced to cut public services to offset loss in revenues. It means longer wait times in the emergency rooms, especially in rural areas, as uninsured people turn to hospital emergency rooms for health care. It means higher premiums and less coverage for everyone. It means hiring freezes and layoffs at a time when we're already experiencing health force shortages. It is indeed a crisis. It is essential that we continue to support and strengthen this program, not make it harder for people to access and keep their health care. Republicans know that cuts to Medicaid are shameful and will put the most vulnerable at risk. That's why they're pushing false narratives about waste, fraud, and abuse, so they can cover up their billionaire tax scam. If Republicans really care about making a better Medicaid program and improving healthcare systems by getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, then I see no reason why they wouldn't support my amendment, which simply says these funds must be reinvested into the program to build a stronger Medicaid for all those who deserve it. In fact, during the almost 27-hour-long markup in Energy and Commerce in May, I asked my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter, what percentage of funds will go back into Medicaid? He said, and I quote, all of it. Well, ma'am, where I'm from, all of it means all of it. So there really should be no issue with supporting my amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and even co-sponsor this amendment that makes good sense for the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Ms. Dingell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and all the members of the committee. For months, I've raised serious concerns about this Republican reconciliation bill that will enact the biggest loss of health care coverage in American history. CBO's most recent estimate is it'll strip health care from 17 million Americans. I have almost 15,000 letters here from the governor's office sent me of people in Michigan who are scared to death they're going to lose their Medicaid and what it'll mean to their families. I would love to enter it into the record, but...
Without objection.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Medicaid is the... But people care. I mean, this is something that just makes it... I can't go anywhere in Michigan right now. Mothers are coming up to me crying in elevators. Medicaid is the largest payer of health care for so many people. This bill is going to hurt them. It's also the largest payer of long-term care in America, which is why I filed an amendment to ensure Medicaid home and community-based services, or HCBS, are not cut or reduced as a result of this bill. We know that the majority of seniors and individuals with disabilities would prefer to receive care in the comfort of their own homes, where they can maintain an independent life, remain engaged in their communities, and age with dignity. Yet hundreds of thousands of Americans are already sitting on state wait lists to access home-based care, and this bill will only exacerbate this issue. No one should have to sit for years on a waiting list to get the care that they deserve, and the fact of the matter is, home care is cheaper than nursing homes. It saves the government money. Let's be honest, our long-term health care system is broken, and until someone you love is using it, you don't realize how bad it is. We cannot talk about reforming our long-term health care system without addressing the need to increase support for the home care workforce, who often work long hours for low pay, no benefits to provide care to people we love. And that's why I'm strongly opposed to a provision that would prohibit independent provider home care workers providing HCBS services from being able to make deductions from their pay for health insurance, skills training, and other employment benefits, despite the fact that this does not impact Medicaid spending and has consistently been deemed legitimate by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I have filed an amendment to strike the provision, which will ensure that the care workforce is protected and maintain stability for those who rely on care. I've also filed an amendment in support of President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing executive order that was issued in May 12th. In fact, I offered this exact amendment supporting President Trump during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup last month. The president, by the way, thinks this is in the bill. I've heard him say it on television. This amendment supports President Trump's executive order that aims to lower medication costs for Americans by preventing drug companies from charging Americans higher prices while giving discounts to other nations. No one in America should have to pay higher prices for medications than patients in other nations, which is why I was shocked when every Republican in Energy and Commerce voted against this amendment that supports the president's own prescription plan. And even more shocked when I did way too early the next morning and they played that clip. And they thought that this provision was in the bill. It's not. I'm ready to support President Trump on this. It simply doesn't make sense. This logic is backwards and absurd, and we need to lower prescription drugs for Americans. And before I end, I want to express my serious concerns about this bill clawing back critical funding that protects our environment, our public lands, and our wildlife, especially endangered species. I have filed an additional amendment to strike the rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. As a co-chair of the Endangered Species Act Caucus, protecting our nation's wildlife is one of my top priorities. I'm deeply concerned that provisions included in this bill will cause our nation to backtrack on the progress we've made in species conservation. I want to remind my colleagues that for 50 years, the Endangered Species Act has protected and brought back many of our beloved species from the brink of extinction and has a 99% success rate. You got to do this and work in a bipartisan manner to start addressing conservation early. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. Mr. Olszewski, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the Rules Committee. You know, despite promises from the administration and from this congressional majority to lower prices for struggling Americans, this terrible bill will do the opposite, making things indefinitely and infinitely harder for families that are struggling just to make ends meet. Just one awful and cruel example. $300 billion in SNAP cuts for 42 million households who rely on the program to put food on the table each and every day. 20,000 of those families live in my district. 80% of these households include a child, a senior, a disabled person, or a veteran. Let that sink in. As we've been discussing, the Senate just passed their version of the bill, one that expands work requirements for SNAP and shifts $64 billion of administrative costs to the states. It also granted, as you all discussed earlier, at least temporarily, an exemption to both these impossible burdens to just two states, Hawaii and Alaska. We have to start by asking ourselves if this bill is so awful that it requires outright exemptions to certain states in exchange for votes, as has been reported by multiple media outlets and discussed in this room. Why are we passing it in the first place? But if you insist on passing this big, ugly, cruel bill, I'm offering two amendments to H.R. 1 that would extend these waivers to every state in the country. Because what's good enough for Hawaii and Alaska should be good enough for your home state of North Carolina, Chairwoman Fox, to Mr. McGovern's beloved state of Massachusetts. To be clear, I do not support this bill. I do not support gutting SNAP benefits and other lifelines like Medicaid and utility assistance for Americans who are struggling with higher costs. I do not support ballooning the deficit. I do not support lining the pockets of billionaires. But fair is fair. And if House Republicans insist on these misguided SNAP cost shifts, which states, by the way, will not be able to cover, and redundant work requirements, we must allow states to obtain an exemption. Not just two, not a few, all of them. Madam Chair, I came to Congress as a county executive and as a public school teacher. I saw the devastating effects of hunger firsthand, especially for our kids. I worked hard to address food security and we leveraged SNAP dollars and braided it with both state and local funding to ensure that every kid could receive a free breakfast and lunch. No stigma, no judgment. We just fed hungry kids. In fact, I was at an event this morning at a library where we were offering summer meals to our young people because it's the right thing to do. And so with our community partners, we're making a huge difference. We're feeding our kids. But this heartless bill threatens to undo the progress we've made. It literally will take food from the mouths of our kids. So I ask my amendments be made in order and be adopted. And before I wrap, just one other point I wanted to make. There are absolutely provisions of this bill that I and fellow Democrats would overwhelmingly support. No tax on tips, no taxes on Social Security. I can assure you, Madam Chair, if these pieces of legislation were put forward, we wouldn't need reconciliation to pass them. I mean, no tax on tips passed the Senate by unanimous consent. So let's not put things that we can agree on a bipartisan basis as the reason to do all these other terrible, cruel things. I really thank you for the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olszewski. Mr. Cisneros, my neighbor down the hall.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. Well, here we are once again to discuss the same deeply flawed piece of legislation. No matter how hard Republicans try to cover up the truth, we know this bill is bad, and we know why. Millions of people kicked off their health insurance, millions of people losing nutrition assistance, funding for clean energy stripped out, adding $4 trillion to the national debt, and much, much more. I'm here with my Democratic colleagues to amend this big, ugly, harmful, and wasteful bill, and I urge this committee to make these amendments in order. My first amendment seeks to provide funding for urban hospitals to offset revenue losses this reconciliation bill will cause due to the proposed Medicaid and marketplace actions. It's estimated that urban hospitals would see a total loss of $337 billion. This will lead to issues of overcrowding, infrastructure strain, worsening health inequity, and increasing healthcare costs and wait times. This amendment seeks to support health centers like the community safety net hospitals in my district. We cannot jeopardize the financial viability of these hospitals and risk their ability to provide quality care, especially for low-income, uninsured, and vulnerable populations. There has been a lot of conversation around supporting rural hospitals in this bill, which is important, but this bill hurts everyone, regardless of geography, urban hospitals included. My next amendment seeks to help more small businesses receive the support they need to provide child care that attracts and retains employees. For the purpose of the employee-provided child care tax credit, this amendment would use the definition of small business concerns that small business and the SBA already use and understand. This definition is a smarter and more tailored way to ensure working-class families benefit from better child care options from small business employers. My third amendment would ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to hire and retain skilled workers at DoD child development centers and provide much-needed upgrades to modernize the infrastructure of these centers. My proposal would take funding from an unnecessary weapons program and use it to increase child care fee assistance for service members to $200 million. It would also add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance and include $1 billion for child care worker compensation. Our service members should not worry that the facilities where their children go to are understaffed or in desperate need of repair. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight at the Department of Defense as it relates to DOGE. Elon Musk and his chaotic reign over the U.S. government may not be in control of DOGE anymore, but that does not mean that we as members of Congress should neglect our duty to conduct oversight. I support increased efficiency in management at the Department of Defense, and I know many of my colleagues do, but that is not what this is. Simply put, my amendment would allow the department to access the first $100 billion of this bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it would require DoD to answer some basic oversight questions about how DOGE and the Department of Defense are working together. Up to this point, Our questions to the department have yielded unsubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOGE in the Department of Defense. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to the Department of Defense, which has the largest portion of federal budget in the U.S. government. Finally, my last amendment points out what we all know, that nobody wants this bill. My amendment would revise the short title of the bill to the Nobody Wants This Act. On June 30th, ABC News reported on a poll of the big ugly bill that found the majority of voters opposing this legislation. Fox News conducted a poll of registered voters in mid-June, where a majority of voters, 59% to be exact, said they oppose this bill. Specifically, Fox News reported by a 21-point margin, voters oppose the federal budget legislation passed by the House of Representatives that the president calls the One Big Beautiful Bill. About half think this bill would hurt their families. Multiple other polls from a range of outlets, Pew, the Washington Post, and many more, show the majority of Americans don't want this bill. Republicans in Congress don't want this bill. Nobody wants this bill. I would hope that my amendment would help my Republican colleagues see that fact. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Ms. Randall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to once again testify on this big budget scam. I'm here today on behalf of the hardworking constituents of Washington's 6th Congressional District, including more than 27,000 federal employees. I'm here on behalf of the 1.8 million low-income children and adults who rely on Medicaid in my home state. But I'm also here today on behalf of the 72 million Americans across the country who rely on Medicaid. Because what has been made abundantly clear in the last few months is that those Americans who live in states with Republican leadership are not being listened to by their members of Congress when they are sentenced to losing their health care. A senator from Iowa, in response to concerns from her constituents at a town hall over Medicaid cuts, said, "Well, we're all gonna die." Apparently, she doesn't care that 700,000 Iowans rely on Medicaid or that 36% of Iowa's children rely on Medicaid. The senator from Kentucky said they'll get over it. But does he know that 1.4 million Kentuckians rely on Medicaid and that 44% of the births in Kentucky are covered by Medicaid? Medicaid covers also 68% of the nursing homes in Kentucky. I guess the senator isn't worried about selling out those constituents because dead people can't make phone calls and turn up at town halls. The senator from South Carolina, as recently as this week, said we aren't cutting Medicaid, which is an outright lie. In South Carolina, 1.3 million children and families rely on Medicaid, and yet, after passage of the bill this morning, he said, "I feel great." The gentleman from Louisiana's 4th District said, "If you're going to be on the public wagon and you're able, you should try to help pull it." He also claims that Medicaid cuts are teaching a moral lesson to young men. 1.8 million people rely on Medicaid in Louisiana. Rural hospitals in his district, who also rely on Medicaid to keep their doors open, have been begging him to change his mind. I'm here because I actually listen to my constituents. I'm listening to Larry from Aberdeen, who wrote to me saying, "I urge you to reject the Republican reconciliation bill, which would inflict severe harm on rural communities. Many families in these areas already struggle with lower incomes and higher levels of hardship. These cuts would exacerbate poverty and threaten local economies by risking hospital closures and declining businesses for local retailers. Protecting rural communities should be a priority. Do not support a bill that prioritizes tax cuts for the wealthy over the basic needs of our family." And I'm listening to Jessica from Tacoma, who said, "I'm reaching out today to urge you to protect Medicaid. My daughter is one of the 80 million Americans who depend on Medicaid for health coverage. She's developmentally delayed, autistic, and profoundly deaf since birth. Without Medicaid, not only will she not have health care, but she will also not be able to work. She's a janitor who cleans public restrooms, but she needs a job coach to enable her to remember what to do. With the job coach, she does her job very well and has even won an award for efficiency. But Medicaid pays for the job coach. Congress says they want people to work. Please don't let them take away that ability from my daughter and people like her. I've filed 8 amendments with this committee, including one that would strike the entirety of the Medicaid provisions from this bill. The Vice President said that the minutia of the Medicaid policy is immaterial compared to the ICE money and immigration enforcement provisions. If that's the case, then there should be no problem removing these Medicaid provisions that will result in people literally dying. I also feel compelled to add that in this discussion about who is able-bodied and who is not, I think we haven't heard anyone comment on how frequently you have to recertify that you are disabled in order to continue receiving federal benefits. I have experienced that in my family's life. My sister was born with extreme developmental disabilities so that she was like an infant her whole life. And yet, over and over, for the course of the 19 years that she lived, we had to continue to prove that she was disabled enough to qualify for the benefits that kept her alive. We cannot ignore what we are doing to people in this country, and I urge the committee to make my amendment in order and to adopt it to save millions of lives. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Randall. Ms. Elfreth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and the members of this committee for sitting here this afternoon and trying to make sense of this devastating bill. I'm here to request the committee to include the following provision in the reconciliation bill, Amendment 55, increasing the deduction for educator expenses. Because instead of tackling the very real affordability crisis facing tens of millions of Americans, our neighbors included, this bill instead gives the ultra-wealthy annual tax breaks that are triple what the typical American household would earn in any given year. And even worse, as been discussed in this committee so far, these tax breaks are being paid for by cuts to healthcare and food assistance. Up to 17 million Americans who will lose their health insurance, 5 million SNAP recipients who are at risk of losing their benefits, again, already when so many of our neighbors are facing very real affordability crises. I'd also want to add that I represent 44,000 federal employees in my district and 2 to 3 times that in contractors, thousands of which have lost their livelihoods after decades of service to this nation. They don't know what health insurance looks like next. They don't know how to put food on their tables. They rely on Medicaid expansion and food banks simply to feed their families and keep their families healthy. And I ask us to just think about those folks as well today. So not only is this bill the biggest cut to health care in American history, it's also the largest transfer of wealth in history from those who have the least to those who have the least to those who have the most. And I sincerely plead with my Republican colleagues to reconsider these measures. But if we're giving away tax breaks, I'd ask you to consider one more. If you want to invest in American competitiveness and our national security, start with the children and their ability to thrive. Start with our teachers who reach into their own pockets to pay for school supplies for those very children. My amendment is simple. It would increase the amount educators can deduct from their taxes on qualified out-of-pocket classroom expenses from the current $300 to $1,000 and to continue to index it to inflation, which we know is impacting so many families. Over the years, the amount of money teachers are spending out of pocket on items for their classrooms continues to rise, and well over 90% of teachers spend their own money on school supplies and other items that their students need to succeed. On average, teachers can spend $820 out of pocket on school supplies. If you reject all of the common sense amendments we bring to you today, I would encourage my Republican colleagues again to reject this harmful bill. I urge support of my amendment, and I thank the committee for your willingness to hear me out. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. Ms. Dexter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here today to offer several amendments grounded in a simple and powerful truth. Government should care for its people, not abandon or terrorize them. The big, ugly betrayal bill will devastate our communities by ripping away health care, cutting food assistance, increasing energy costs, increasing government-sanctioned ICE terrorism of our communities, decreasing government oversight, and jacking up prices for the middle class, while leaving our states holding the bag. And all for what? To give tax breaks to billionaires. As a physician, I spent nearly 2 decades caring for some of the sickest patients in Oregon. I've seen the consequences of what happens when people don't have health insurance. This bill will strip coverage from nearly 17 million Americans. These cuts to care will remove health insurance for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. If eliminating care from 1 in 20 Americans wasn't enough, these cuts also target hospitals and nursing homes. Make no mistake, passage of this bill as it stands will negatively impact every person in this country. Hospitals and nursing facilities will close, ER times will increase, clinicians will be overstretched and demoralized, Planned Parenthood will be defunded, eliminating life-saving care for women across this country. We must pass my amendment that will ensure that coverage losses will not result in increased deaths among U.S. children, seniors, and neighbors with disabilities. Now, food assistance. This bill also slashes SNAP benefits for 42 million Americans, directly harming families, farmers, truckers, and grocers across this nation. Deanne, a 78-year-old in Estacada, Oregon, now spends 90% of her income on rent after her roommate died. SNAP is how she eats. The next amendment I offer today is for all the people in this country like Deanne. It would stop this bill from proceeding until we are certain that no child, no senior, and no veteran will go hungry because of it. I am floored that I have to offer an amendment like this, but I hope my colleagues will show courage and join me in accepting this incredibly common sense measure. My third amendment, offered alongside my colleague Congresswoman Crockett, requires ICE agents to clearly identify themselves and not wear face coverings while conducting their official duties. ICE agents, if legally and responsibly conducting their duties, should have nothing to hide. People in this country should not have to wonder whether the person handcuffing them is a government agent or an imposter. Our constituents, especially our immigrant neighbors, deserve to know who is stopping them and why. Anything less continues our descent into authoritarianism. If these horrific provisions weren't enough, this massive misguided handout to billionaires will also hike electricity costs for households, increase power outages, and devastate America's clean energy economy. At a time when electricity rates are already rising faster than inflation, this bill doubles down on expensive, outdated energy sources and slashes the very investments that make power cleaner, cheaper, and more reliable. And it's working families that will pay the price. A constituent from Clackamas County wrote to me in distress because Oregonians cannot afford another hit. And I couldn't agree more. In the richest country in the world, it's unacceptable that working Americans can't keep the lights on. This bill could raise energy costs for households by hundreds of dollars annually. And according to experts, we'd lose more than half of all new grid capacity planned over the next 10 years, an extinction-level event for the clean energy jobs of tomorrow. My amendment puts a stop to these disastrous rollbacks. We cannot allow this all-out assault on America's middle class to go forward. Before coming to here today, I answered calls from constituents imploring me to fight this bill, some in tears about what this bill will do to their family. Our constituents are living paycheck to paycheck and are working tirelessly just to survive. Our job is to fight for them, not billionaires. I urge my colleagues to support these common sense amendments. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer asking any questions for the time being. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions? You have none. Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you all for being here. I think this is important. I think it's important for people to see that their representatives are demanding better from this institution. Mr. Moreland, I think you have a good idea, and I don't think it's going to make it in this package, but I'd like to work with you on that. And to everybody else, thanks for coming here to defend people's health care and people's, food benefits and their basic rights. I think you mentioned the nobody likes this bill. But I like that. let me read you a quote. I wonder if you could guess where this came from. Quote, "I don't like cuts, and we're going to have to see the final version." Any guesses who that was? That was Donald Trump today about his big, beautiful bill. That was him being questioned by press before he went to Florida for his press conference. He has no clue what the hell is in this bill, right? And he certainly doesn't, you know, he says he's against the Medicaid cuts. I mean, this is like the biggest hit to Medicaid in history. I mean, you know, but I just want to say one thing. I don't know if you were here for the previous panel, but toward the end, I found it offensive to hear the rationale for the cuts in food benefits and the cuts in Medicaid. The chairman of the Budget Committee, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and one of our members here, you know, of course, they talk about fraud, waste, and abuse, but don't get specific about it. But then they went into this line about, you know, this is all about going after illegal immigrants. And, you know, we were told that, you know, that all these illegal immigrants were somehow on Medicaid and on SNAP. The bottom line is undocumented immigrants are not eligible to enroll in federally funded coverage, including Medicaid, CHIP, or Medicare, or to purchase coverage through the ACA marketplaces. They're forbidden. The federal government saves $0 from kicking undocumented people off of Medicaid because zero federal funds go to cover them. Only some states that are being penalized by this bill cover them with their own state funds. Nearly 16 million, or 92% of people losing coverage due to Republicans' health care cuts are American citizens. These are people who are here lawfully. And so, you know, when fraud, waste, and abuse doesn't work, they throw out illegal immigrants. Also told that, you know, that of the 7.8 million people without insurance in 2034 under this bill, 4.8 million are people who are able to work but who refuse to work. Again, that's not, they come out and talk about the CBO report. That's not what the CBO report says. CBO's report states that these are able-bodied adults between the ages of 19 and 64 who have no dependents and who do not meet the Republicans' red tape requirement. Ms. Randall talked about all the red tape. All these new requirements, you know, they don't just take your word for it. You got to go through all this red tape and satisfy the federal government that, in fact, you're doing what they claim they want you to do. Research shows that the able-bodied population Republicans are targeting are typically women at the older end of their working years. They are not young men on a couch playing video games, as has been falsely claimed. Furthermore, evidence shows that as much as 4.8 million Americans losing coverage would occur among people who work or should qualify for an exemption, but nevertheless lose coverage due to red tape. More than 92% of the people relying on Medicaid are already working. They're in school or caregiving or unable to work due to illness or disability. The populations that you're all up here advocating for live complicated lives, and throwing more hurdles, you know, for them to have to jump over will just mean they go without health care or they go without nutrition assistance. And that's not the kind of America that, you know, I want us to be. I mean, I want us to be able to be there for everybody, and to lift up people who are vulnerable and who are struggling. And I'm getting calls as well, like all of you, from, you know, not only you know, elected officials, but regular citizens who are like, they don't, these Republicans, they don't understand my life. They have no idea what I'm going through, and I don't fit any of their categories. You know, I could be an able-bodied adult, you know, with, you know, who's taking care of, you know, an elderly person in my house, and somehow I lose my SNAP benefits if I'm not at work, but I can't afford long-term care to someone to check in on my mother or father or grandmother or grandfather. I mean, that's why, you know, some of us objected to the process that got us here. I mean, this is like rushed. There's no, I mean, 4th of July, I mean, there's nothing happens on the 4th of July other than the fact that Trump wants to throw another party for himself. He didn't know what the hell's in the bill. And yet we're rushing this through. Nobody knows the implications of what's in this, what the Senate sent over to us. but we do know that a lot of people are going to get hurt. And again, the Republicans spent so much time demonizing struggling families, and yet they say nothing about the fact that, Jeff Bezos is getting a tax cut, even though he could spend, notwithstanding the fact that he could afford to spend $50 million on his wedding. We talk about fraud, waste, and abuse. Because someone in the SNAP program might, instead of getting $2 per meal, might get $2.50 per meal. But, there's no accountability at the Pentagon. When's the I said this morning, when the last time the Pentagon, the Department of Defense passed an audit? Never. I mean, not a peep. But if it comes to food or health care, that's fair game. And again, I mean, I want you to know how important it is that you were here. I think people are watching this debate, and they are seeing who's on their side and who's not on their side. And I said this morning, and I'll repeat it again. I do believe that this is probably one of the most dangerous, disastrous bills in modern history, because it impacts the stuff that people care most about. I mean, their health and well-being. And we'll see what happens. But again, I appreciate you being here, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. And I, too, want to thank all of the witnesses. I mean, the conversations you're talking about with your constituents sound like the conversations I've been having, whether, it's someone I run into on the street or someone in the grocery store. We had a town hall on Sunday. And, people are really concerned. And I really appreciate the thoughtful amendments that you're offering, because they really highlight the vision that Democrats are putting forward for the country and the contrast to what we're seeing from the Republicans. I mean, you're talking about fairness for everyone. You're talking about what our families need to thrive, what our kids need to thrive. You're talking about a government that levels the playing field or invests in Americans rather than putting the thumb on the scale for the wealthy and the well-connected. Talking about a government that's looking to meet the challenges of the future rather than propping up failed theories like trickle-down economics of the past. So really appreciate the thoughtful amendments, the words about, the families with kids with disabilities. I heard a lot about that over this weekend. The concerns about veterans and others who are going to go hungry. It all resonates. It's all true. And I just really appreciate your coming forward with these amendments. Thank you.
Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses, and I certainly agree with Ranking Member and Representative Scanlon regarding the eloquence that all of you have demonstrated with respect to the amendments that you've suggested, and I think expose the cruelty of this bill that I think will have disastrous consequences, certainly for all of our constituents and ultimately, I believe, all Americans. I had, I guess, just one question that, or perhaps maybe it might be a few questions, for the gentleman from Maryland. Because while you are new to Congress, you may be surprised to learn that you and the chairwoman here have something in common, which is that both of you come from states, you have the privilege of representing states, that have very similar error rates with respect to SNAP. And I don't know if you were here previously, and you hopefully heard some of the discussion that we had about this absurd provision that Americans are now learning about, that apparently Senate Republicans put into this bill regarding SNAP, ostensibly to get the bill across the finish line, to get Senator Murkowski's vote. And I just kind of want to walk through this, because my sense is that your amendment attempts to equalize everything. It would essentially remove this deal that was made in the Senate from the bill. And if your amendment were not ruled in order, I want to kind of get a sense as to how this bill will work in practice. So, in Maryland, the SNAP error rate right now is 8.85%. In North Carolina, it's 8.11%. So under this bill, right, assuming it's enacted into law, the state of Maryland and the state of North Carolina have really only three choices. One, raise taxes to essentially pay for what is a cost share that's never been imposed on states before. 2, cut SNAP funding and force countless vulnerable citizens to no longer have access to food assistance. Or 3, this new option, which is increase your error rate above 13%. So basically overpay SNAP or underpay, you choose. But make sure that your program is not working appropriately. And if you can get to 13%, you can join the 10 states that have such poor error rates that they're exempted from any kind of cost share for 4 years, including the state of Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Actually, only a Democrat state would actually intentionally increase their error rates. A Republican state would work to reduce them.
Well, that's fascinating. If that's the case. Well, if that's the case, and I didn't yield to the gentleman, but in any event.
But you did forget that one.
I hear you.
You did forget
I will
that
simply say this. If that's the case, then you could just remove them entirely. Why include these 10 states as part of this deal if apparently Republican states are so committed to reducing the error rate on their own volition? Why don't you have that cost share start tomorrow? Clearly, that's not the case. Clearly, Republicans in the U.S. Senate. What was that?
I'd be fine with the.
Then you should vote against the bill. You have an opportunity tomorrow to make that clear.
got.
Well, that's unfortunately, I assume that that'll be fine for the people of Georgia because, as I said, they're exempted from this, so they don't have to worry about that. But the people of North Carolina do, as do the people of Maryland. So I don't know if the gentleman wants to opine on that.
I thank you for the question, Mr. Neguse, and that's why we are offering this amendment. We are offering the chair and her colleagues the opportunity to not penalize the great citizens of North Carolina, to not penalize the residents of Maryland. We can create an even playing field where all states are in the same space as it relates to SNAP, where all states have the opportunity to work towards improving our error rates and not being penalized and, in fact, incentivized to go in the opposite direction. I think that is a terrible thing to be incentivizing. I thought your conversation with Mr. Roy earlier was very instructive when he agreed. And again, I'll enter in the record as well from earlier. I want to enter in the record that there's one time that I'm agreeing with Mr. Roy as well, that this is not sound policy. This will hurt our states. And so I would encourage this committee to both vote for the amendments. I don't know how you rule it in order if you're advancing a bill that already has these requirements in it. So I would encourage this committee to rule the amendments in order, adopt the amendments, and then tank this bill because it will take away those benefits for hungry kids.
Hear, hear. Couldn't have said it better myself. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
I, too, want to thank each of you because what we are engaged in right now is an effort to make sure that the American public knows that this time around, House Republicans are stealing Americans' health care in the light of day. They are brazen about it and unashamed about it. Now, they are fighting among themselves about it, but there are only a few that are willing to have the courage of their convictions to vote no. Result a no vote and then a retirement in the Senate. Right? The question is, what will they do in the House? Because we know that all of you have been approached by Republican colleagues who don't like some aspect of this bill. Some have told us today, Representative Norman does not like the increased deficit. And he said, I'm going to vote no on the rule. I'm going to vote no on the bill. We'll see if he's one of those congressmen who are not caving again. Hopefully, you'll stick to his word. I wish we would hear from those moderates who say, I'm going to vote against it because it's going to kill the rural hospitals. And so thank you for bringing that. I wanted to ask a couple, and before I go to the questions, I think there's a real difference in your point about giving away things to one state for a vote, but not treating everybody the same. I think we have an obligation as legislators to see when our communities face similar hardships that we need to pass laws. It's the United States of America that benefit everybody equally. And Representative Moreland, I am pleased, as you can imagine, that New Mexico is included in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. There are many aspects of this bill that many Democrats support. That is righting an injustice. But what is sad is that Guam and other communities were not included. And you know that the coalition did not ask for that. The coalition recognized that the harms from the radiation from our nuclear program felt by all American citizens need to be treated equally. Thank you for making sure that you came and made sure that the American public knew that it wasn't right. And this is one of those amendments that would be wonderful it could get in. I mean, it's your Republican colleague who's asking for this, right? And in fact, most of the compensation for those victims of radiation are actually Republican states and Republican districts. New Mexico is one of the few that's not. But anyway, a special plea that his get in because it's the right thing to do. But I wanted to, ask Representative Randall, you were pointing out some of the horrible things that have been said about people who receive Medicaid and people who receive SNAP, because they are working. And this is going on. I wanted to read you this, that Tommy Tuberville, one of those other awful quotes, Senator Tommy Tuberville said, open quote, "These inner city rats live off the federal government," close quote. Do you know family and friends and community members who receive Medicaid benefits, who receive SNAP, who receive Pell Grants?
Yes, I do. And, you know, while a lot of my district is rural, I also have the city of Tacoma. And I got a message from a mom this morning who is the twin sister of a sibling with disabilities similar to my own sister, and the mom of a young boy with really complex disabilities. You know, he's relied on Medicaid and other state and federal subsidies for a long time. And today she messaged me. She said, "I can't stop crying. I can't look at Owen, her son. I had to leave him and his nurse at home. I can't imagine a life where I have to do it all by myself again. Now with my disabled sister living with us too. My heart is broken and I'm so tired. Please keep fighting for us." And I think that exhaustion from parents of children with disabilities, of siblings who care for loved ones with disabilities, you know, folks who are taking care of their own parents as they age, that exhaustion and trying to do all the paperwork, get to all the appointments, make sure that you are keeping the person you love cared for and safe, and checking all of the boxes and cutting through all the red tape so that you can get them the support that they are entitled to. It's all exhausting. And to have debated here in our nation's capital whether or not you even deserve those benefits that you work so hard for breaks my heart.
Right, and to call them rats, to say that they are, half of them are engaging in fraud and the other half don't want to work, when they are these children and they are these families and they are people we all know. I mean, I would ask the entire panel, including Representative Moreland, do you all know somebody personally, a family member, a friend, who has used SNAP, who has used Medicaid, who has used Pell Grants? Absolutely. How about the audience? Is everybody here? I mean, really? I mean, that's why Americans are so upset about this. And that's why the American people don't support this bill. It is underwater, almost 2-to-1. And then when they hear about the bill, when they actually learn what it does, they get even madder. And Representative Dingell, you have always fought for the care economy, because the reality is, you describe it so eloquently, it is not just, it's also about the economy, right? That's why we need to make sure that we have the ability to both take care of our children, and they get Medicaid, and they get care, and they get the nursing home, but also those in the nursing home. Because if it's not somebody in the nursing, who's going to drop out of the workforce and take care of these beloved family members of ours?
First of all, the long-term care system is totally broken, both for seniors, and the whole caregiving system is totally broken, quite frankly. Caregivers don't get benefits. They will work 2, 3, 4 jobs and still be living below the poverty line. A senior came up to me and just started sobbing and said, "Are they going to kick my husband out of the nursing home and put him on the street?" By the way, I had a mother I got on the elevator at the University of Michigan Hospital, go to my asthma doctor, and she just burst into tears and said, I won't be able to bring my son here. He'll die. Please tell me that's not going to happen. I mean, there's story after story after story like that. These are real people's lives. People say people aren't working. There's another couple. There's a young boy that was put on an artificial heart at the University of Michigan. He's going to get a heart transplant. Both of his parents work. They both have insurance. If he doesn't have that Medicaid, he will die. People are going to die because of this bill.
Actually, and it has been estimated there would be 52,300 deaths that are policy deaths related to this bill. These are choices. So when you talk about being in favor of life, you could make policy choices. But let's talk about clean energy and renewable energy. Thank you for your amendments. Because it's not just, it's bringing the cost down of electricity, because they said they were going to bring the cost down and they haven't, right? I mean, although Trump thinks that gasoline is like, what did he say, $1 something? It's like, I don't know anybody's, once again, does anybody have gasoline worth $1 in theirs? No. You know, not a lot of truth comes out of that man. It's not $1.98. It's just not, right? But the other piece of that is we are giving away a competitive advantage to China, right? Like part of what you were trying to do with your amendment, it's multifaceted, right? Like you're trying to both save jobs, lower costs, save the planet, and if we have a party on the other side that says they don't like China and they don't want to give everything away to China, what does their bill do to our competitive stance with regards to China?
Yeah, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for that. The stipulation that any part that comes from China eliminates the project from being eligible, and that the projects have to be completed by 2027 if they're for renewable energy is just insanity, because even if they're in the middle of production right now, we know that delays in permitting and the supply chain and all these other things are going to disappear potentially because of the risk. People are going to stop investing in these energy projects because they're not going to have a sustained income or revenue from that. So we have invested millions, if not billions, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars across this country, and certainly in Oregon, where we need resilient electrical grids, we are in inordinate risk right now of blackouts and insufficient capacity with the loss of currently planned or in-process projects that this bill would kill.
Right, and this is another area where Republicans actually want us to do this. They don't want us to have, the only energy we want to do is the energy of last century. They want us to have an all of the above approach. You know, I know that I'm going to get tagged for time, but very nicely, I'm sure, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, Representative Carter, Louisiana. I mean, I have here 267,550 people losing coverage, and this is just an estimate. Are you concerned that's actually worse than that? And we've seen the press reports about people in Louisiana begging the speaker not to move forward on this.
As evidenced by the 2 resolutions that I entered into the record. These resolutions were passed by Republican-held House and Senate in my home state, demonstrating that these cuts will impact Republicans and Democrats, people throughout the state in every single one of our congressional districts, including the Speaker's District, where nearly 40% of the people in the Speaker's District are dependent on some way, shape, or form of Medicaid. You can't make this stuff up. How tone deaf can you possibly be to not see and hear? In our home paper today, we had an op-ed that was written by all of our hospital CEOs, from rural areas to all throughout the state, with real numbers, not numbers that came from Republicans or from Democrats, but numbers that are coming from those people who live the numbers. The administrators, the hospital operators, the people who pay the bills, who maintain the care for the individuals. They said this will be catastrophic. People will die. Hospitals will close. I was in the state Senate when we expanded Medicaid. Immediately, people got on the roads. Rural hospitals started opening. People started being healthier because they had access to health care. The reverse is also true. When you cut Medicaid, rural hospitals will close. Those precious minutes when you have a stroke and you need to get to a hospital, those moments will go away and people will die. When you have to drive 50, 60, 70 miles to get to a hospital, people will die. This is not just hyperbole. This is real. These are numbers that are not made up by Troy Carter. These are numbers that are well documented by noted experts. When we talk about limiting dollars for NIH, National Institute of Health, when I talked to Robert Kennedy Jr. last week, he said that we were going to stop funding research for HIV/AIDS because we hadn't come up with a cure yet.
Oh, God.
You can't make this stuff up. The question I ask is, what happened? What happened to you?
Yeah, thank you very much. And it would be nice if the speaker would listen to all of the hospitals in his district. That would be called actually listening to your constituents and not Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
Thank you, Mike. Before you all leave, I'd just like to mention, thank you very much for coming. And as you leave, I'd like for the next group to come in, but there's going to be noise, so let me mention the names, and I'll ask you to sit in the order as these others. Hoyle, McBride, Hayes, Chantel Brown, Horsford, Ross, Menendez, and Sykes. So thank you all very much. Thank you for being so orderly and cooperative. Representative Hoyle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. I rise today to offer a series of amendments in this big bogus bill that speak directly to what Oregonians and Americans across this country have been asking for: real support and not lip service. I represent a district in Oregon, district made up of working people, small business owners, students, and rural communities who are tired of just barely scraping by. So that's what I'm focused on. My First Amendment would double the Pell Grant because the cost of higher education is crushing our children's future. A generation ago, when I went to college, a Pell Grant could cover most of a four-year public college education. And now, students are saddled with tens of thousands of dollars in debt before they even start a family or buy a home. And it's not just an education issue, it is a workforce issue, it's a kitchen table issue. We need to make good on our promise to the next generation. If you work hard and want to better yourself, you should have that opportunity. My Second Amendment would strike the changes to this bill, to the Medicaid provider tax, a backdoor way to gut rural health care, and my communities cannot afford the consequences if this bill passes. The current version of the bill leaves an $8 billion shortfall in rural hospital funding. In places like Coos Bay, Roseburg, or Gold Beach, that's not a line item. That's the difference between having a hospital and not having one. Rural hospitals are already struggling. In Oregon, 11 of our 33 rural hospitals are at immediate risk of closure, and they can't afford another hit. The Medicaid provider tax is a tool states use to keep these hospitals open. And it's not just our hospitals. My Third Amendment focuses on another critical rural lifeline, the timber revenue sharing. This bill would gut payments that counties receive from timber receipts, funds they rely on for schools, public safety, and basic services. These payments help keep rural governments functioning when the tax base just isn't big enough. But as timber production has declined, these payments have dwindled, and now this bill would gut what's left. This makes no sense whatsoever. My amendment would stop that and restore these revenue streams. If you're serious about helping rural America, you don't slash their health care and defund their schools in the same breath. And my final amendment would address the fact that this is a debt-busting bill. It would add the text of the Wall Street Tax Act, and it's simple: make Wall Street pay its fair share. Right now, high-frequency traders are moving billions of dollars in the blink of an eye, not to build anything or create jobs, just to skim off the top of a system that's already rigged. My amendment would place a tiny fee, 0.1% on these risky transactions. And to be clear, this is a tax that affects speculators, not retirees, not everyday investors. This amendment alone would raise over $700 billion. That's enough to fund Pell Grants, support rural hospitals, and more, while not blowing a giant hole in the deficit. Let me close with this. I don't just represent families like this. This is the kind of family that I come from. And if you took this bill at face value, you'd think that the average working American is looking for a handout. We don't need to be taught the value of work by a bunch of career politicians who've never missed a paycheck or had to choose between paying their rent and paying for food. Working people don't need lectures, they don't need pity, and they sure as hell don't need to be scapegoated by the same politicians who are cutting their health care, defunding their schools, and then blaming them for being left behind. My constituents and the people across this country, they want work. They want to provide for their families, and they want a fair shake, and they don't want to be kicked while they're down. So pass the bill if you're gonna, but don't wrap yourselves in the stories of families like mine to justify it, because those are the people that are going to be hurt. My amendment offers a better way rooted in fairness and respect for the people that we represent, and I urge my colleagues to support them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative McBride.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and all of the members of this committee. Today, I join in defense of seniors, and specifically in defense of a CMS rule that makes coverage more affordable and accessible for seniors in Delaware and nationwide. The CMS rule helps lower-income seniors navigate the complicated web of eligibility rules and paperwork between Medicare and Medicaid. It streamlines enrollment in Medicare savings programs that help pay for Medicare premiums and out-of-pocket costs like deductibles and copays. In other words, this rule helps low-income seniors afford their Medicare benefits, benefits they've been promised after a lifetime of hard work. It streamlines eligibility and reduces paperwork. Today, I offer an amendment that is as simple as it is essential. If this budget is going to delay the implementation of that rule, then Congress should at least ensure that it won't make things worse for seniors. That's what my amendment does. It says this section of the bill cannot take effect unless the CBO certifies that it won't reduce access to medically necessary care or increase out-of-pocket costs for those who are eligible for Medicare and Medicaid. Right now, 16% of all Medicare beneficiaries are enrolled in a Medicare savings program. That's over 10 million Americans. Nearly 20% of all Medicare beneficiaries are dually eligible for Medicaid. In Delaware alone, that's more than 35,000 of my neighbors, mostly older, mostly low income, and all just trying to live out their retirement with some shred of dignity. The 2023 CMS rule is a common sense fix. It allows automatic enrollment when someone is already eligible. It reduces paperwork, and it's projected to help nearly 1 million more low-income seniors access coverage by 2029. Delaying this rule, as this budget does the opposite. It means more paperwork, more confusion, more delays, and more seniors falling through the cracks. This budget is designed to slash coverage for 17 million Americans and create red tape so thick that even those who are eligible for coverage will fall through the cracks. And for what? To make it look like costs are being cut when really you're just shifting the burden onto the backs of retirees. The majority claims they're not touching Medicare, but this provision is a Medicare cut. It's a backdoor attack on benefits seniors have earned and need. It punishes people not for breaking a rule, but for failing to navigate a maze of them. It's the worst kind of austerity, bureaucratic cruelty dressed up as budget reform. It's not fiscal responsibility, it's using red tape to do the majority party's dirty work. I've heard from seniors in Delaware who already struggle to understand the paperwork required to keep their coverage. If this bill becomes law, they'll be asked to do more, to submit more documents, re-verify eligibility more frequently, and bear higher costs just to stay covered. And when they inevitably get tripped up, the system will let them fall. That's why my amendment is so important. It simply says, before this part of the bill takes effect, let's get a neutral assessment from the CBO. Let's make sure we're not making things worse for the very people who we're supposed to be helping. If this delay really won't harm access or raise costs, there should be no reason to oppose my amendment. But let's be honest. We all know why the majority doesn't want that check, because it will confirm what they would rather keep quiet, that this provision, like much of this bill, is a hidden cut, a way to avoid saying you're cutting care while still doing it anyway. Let me just close with words from President Lyndon B. Johnson when he signed this program, when he signed Medicare into law. Quote, "No longer will this nation refuse the hand of justice to those who have given a lifetime of service and wisdom and labor to the progress of this country." That was the promise, a promise of dignity in retirement, of security in aging, of care that doesn't depend on your income or how well you can navigate red tape. This bill breaks that promise. My amendment is a small check, a safeguard to protect seniors from needless harm. I urge this committee to adopt it. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, and thank you to this committee for allowing me to come before you once again today on the same issue, SNAP and retaining nutrition benefits for the majority, for 42 million people in this country. Hunger is a policy choice, and once again, we are considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people. Nowhere is that more apparent than with Republicans in the Senate, where they went to great lengths to exempt certain states from their dangerous policies in order to secure votes. If it's so great and it doesn't cut benefits or food to people, why was Senator Murkowski trying to protect her state at the expense of 48 others? The Senate worked through the night rewriting provisions by hand to convince the parliamentarian to approve workarounds to exempt certain states from the most harmful provisions of this bill. They bent over backwards to spare some Americans from these cruel policies to secure tax cuts for billionaires. In fact, today at 12:44, President Trump tweeted in part, and I quote, "Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back to South Africa." Republicans in Congress made it clear that they have the power to choose who goes hungry in this country. They have the power to choose who is harmed by this budget. Last week, 23 governors sent a letter to congressional leaders to raise the alarm. If states cannot come up with the money to replace federal funds, they will have to cut SNAP enrollment or end their programs entirely. The choice was clear to protect certain Americans from going hungry. In my home state of Connecticut, 390,000 individuals are at risk of going hungry because of this legislation. Under this legislation, Connecticut could be required to pay up to an additional $221 million annually for SNAP benefits and an additional $39 million in administrative costs. These funds must come from somewhere. Connecticut, like many other states, will be forced to choose between feeding hungry people and using those funds for other critical services like housing, public health, education, or even public safety. The governor of Pennsylvania expressed concern that if this bill passes, this program may end permanently in his state. We do not have to make this choice. States should not have to make this choice. My amendment would strike the nutrition subtitle from this bill, eliminating these dangerous cuts and untested policies. It would protect 42 million Americans who rely on SNAP to help put food on the table. It would ensure hungry children, seniors, and people with disabilities are not losing benefits to pay for tax cuts for the billionaires. The wealthiest nation as the wealthiest nation, we can afford to feed our children. We've heard a lot from my colleagues about how this bill does not cut food to hungry children and working families, and it only applies to able-bodied adults. That is absolutely not true. If it were true, Senator Murkowski would not have been working so hard to carve Alaska out of this provision. My amendment is an opportunity to demonstrate our values and protect these programs if that is what we truly want to do. Much of what we're talking about with work requirements and some of the other provisions, we tried to offer workarounds for that when this bill was first considered before the House. We offered amendment after amendment to try to make this bill better, and every single one of them was rejected. We should not be forcing Americans to go hungry so that billionaires could get another tax break. As Mr. McGovern said earlier, the Defense Department has never passed an audit. Elon Musk has more subsidies than any human being, according to Donald Trump, in the history of humanity. So why aren't we starting there? Why are we looking to take $2 per person per day from the most vulnerable individuals and not having any conversation about the wealthiest, the most well-connected, and some of these defense programs that are bloated and have never passed an audit? I urge this committee to support my amendment. I urge the American public to read this bill and look at these provisions and understand what it says and who will be affected. Because at the end of the day, it is our neighbors, it is our friends, it is our children, it is our church communities, it is all of the people that we represent. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Hayes. Representative Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would strike one of the cruelest provisions in this bill, a provision that was already bad when the House first passed it, and then the Senate Republicans somehow made it even worse. The part of the big ugly bill rips food away from seniors, families with teenagers, veterans, homeless individuals, and those aging out of our foster care system, just to hand tax cuts to the wealthiest Americans who do not need them. I would like to ask my Republican colleagues on this panel the same question I did the last time I was here. How? How exactly does taking food away from struggling families, seniors, and veterans make this country safer, stronger, more secure, healthier, or dare I even say great? And once again, you all can't answer that question because there is no answer. No reason will justify kicking vulnerable people off a program that gives them $6 a day to spend on food. $6 a day. Let's talk about what this provision in the bill really means. It means telling seniors who spent decades working that now they're on their own. It means telling veterans who put on the uniform that their service doesn't matter. It means telling teenagers aging out of foster care, good luck, but figure it out yourself. It means punishing homeless Americans who are already fighting to survive. It means forcing parents with teenage kids to choose between caregiving and feeding their families. These are not faceless or nameless numbers. These are real people in your districts and in mine. Here are a few stories from Ohio and the people that I represent. Anthony visited the Greater Cleveland Food Bank just a few weeks ago. He is homeless, and he is doing everything he can to get back on his own 2 feet. SNAP isn't some line item on a budget to him. It is a lifeline that provides just enough to prevent him from going hungry as he searches for stability and work. And under this bill, Anthony would have 90 days, or he loses everything. Then there's Mary in her early 60s. She's battling serious health issues. She's worked her entire life. She's not on Medicare yet, not on full Social Security. She's caught in a dangerous gap, a gap that this bill targets. That's not reform. That's punishment. And then there's Mallory, who is caring full-time for her 99-year-old grandmother while raising a teenage daughter, because her daughter is 14, not 13, not 12. Mallory would be forced to get a job or lose basic benefits for her entire household. We are literally telling caregivers like Mallory that if you are not punching a clock, then you don't matter. What kind of government does that? What does this say about who we are as Americans? So when they vote today, I hope my Republican colleagues remember their names. Anthony, Mary, Mallory. And let me set the record straight. SNAP is not a job program. Never has been and never will be. SNAP is a lifeline, not just a line item in a budget. SNAP is an anti-hunger program, and food should not be some sort of reward for productivity. It is a basic human right, and no amount of spin, talking points, or tax cuts for the rich will change that. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Horsford, you're recognized.
To the chair, to the ranking member, to the members of the committee, I'm Stephen Horsford, representing Nevada's 4th Congressional District. I want to thank all of my colleagues here today and those who have submitted 400 or more amendments to this one big ugly bill. And I'd ask the chair to make those amendments in order so that we can debate these issues on the floor in front of the American people, because they deserve to know who. Who are we here to fight for? I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump or Elon Musk. I'm not here to meet some deadline for the president. I'm here to represent the 750,000 people in Nevada who elected me to do a job, and that is to fight and to represent and to stand for the future of them and their families. And it's been months since my colleagues and I started sounding the alarm about how devastating the impacts of this bill would be. And guess what? The American people see it. They feel it. They know it, and they reject it. Just look at the polls from Fox News to Pew. The minute voters learn what's actually inside this bill, their answer is loud and clear. No way. No way to cutting 17 million Americans off their health care, the biggest health care cut in American history. No way to ripping food from the tables of women and children and veterans. No way to hiking household energy costs on working families. And no way to putting 3.5 million clean energy workers, folks who are building up America's future, out of a job, which would be the biggest job cut in history. And to do what? To line the pockets of billionaires and special interests. I don't work for them. Even Senator Lisa Murkowski said it, the House needs to recognize that we are not there yet. Well, Madam Chairwoman, let me make it plain. This bill will never be there. It's cruel, it's reckless, and it's wrong for the American people. That's why I'm offering common sense amendments to do what this bill refuses to do. Put the working people of this country first. A lot has been said about work and the dignity of work. I want to talk a little bit about no tax on tips and the tip workers. I represent the largest share of tip workers in the country. Right now, millions of restaurant workers and tip workers in America make $2.13 an hour, Madam Chair, $2.13 an hour. Yolanda, a fountain worker who I invited to come to hear the president talk during his State of the Union because I wanted her to hear directly after he made a campaign promise around no tax on tips. I wanted her to hear the details. You know what she feels now? No tax on tips has become some tax on tips. Because for tip workers, they cap it at $25,000. They don't do that for the billionaires. It's temporary for 4 years. They don't do that for the big corporations. Temporary relief doesn't pay permanent bills. So let's reward work and not wealth. So here's my ask. Make no tax on tips permanent, and let's do it right. No loopholes, and don't let your boss call wages a tip or let someone pass a birthday gift off as a tip. If we're serious about helping workers, you'd vote for my amendment. But let's zoom out. This bill doesn't just hurt workers, it devastates entire industries, like tourism. In my home state of Nevada and in states all across this country, tourism is an economic lifeline. But Trump's reckless blanket tariffs are crushing it. The numbers are staggering, $64 billion in losses to American tourism this year alone. And while they do that, this bill slashes funding for the Brand USA program, proven to generate huge returns for our economy. For every dollar invested in Brand USA, we get another $13.70 back in visitor spending. Yet Republicans are gutting it in this bill. Once again, they are creating economic uncertainty, not producing economic opportunity. Working families can't find homes that they can afford. Why? Because Donald Trump and Republicans are making construction materials more expensive, driving up costs for builders and home buyers alike. So I'm offering an amendment to help fix that, to support construction workers, reduce housing costs, and to make sure that first-time buyers actually have homes to buy. I know my time is over, but let me just say this. It's time that we reject this cruel, rigged, and reckless bill, that we put the American people first, that we stand and fight for their future and not for the billionaires like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Torres, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm here to testify in opposition of this Republican reconciliation bill and in support of including amendments that would help address some of the many serious problems with this legislation. I did not think that it was possible, but the Senate version in many ways is worse than the House version. This bill is a disaster for the American people. It would throw nearly 17 million people off Medicaid, known as Medi-Cal in California. It would cause hospitals to close in the areas that need them the most. It means longer wait times in the ER and even fewer doctors and nurses, and people dying from preventable diseases. For California, this bill puts 3.4 million at risk of losing health coverage. It drives up health cost insurance for 2 million more and causes residents to drive farther and wait longer for the care that they need. In my congressional district, more than 330,000 people relied on Medicaid, and many will lose their health care coverage under this bill. Take, for example, the story of Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston from Chino in my district, his wife suffers from dementia and receives care through Medi-Cal's in-home supportive services program. My staff helped Mr. Houston and his wife secure this assistance. But if you strip away Medi-Cal, Mr. Houston will be forced to quit his job to care for his wife, as they cannot afford the care his wife needs without Medi-Cal. I asked my Republican colleagues, who in the heck are you to decide who gets to live or die, who gets the care or not? These cuts will affect families like Mr. Houston's, who work hard but still need Medicaid's critical support to maintain their livelihoods. However, this Republican big ugly bill goes even further than that. More than 31,500 constituents in my district rely on health care coverage under the Affordable Care Act. You remember the Affordable Care Act that you voted multiple times to try to kill. Well, thanks to this bill, those premiums will skyrocket. So maybe you will eventually win that battle of killing the Affordable Care Act. This legislation also cuts food assistance for more than 3 million Americans. The bill would put over 700,000 Californians at risk of losing their CalFresh benefits due to cuts in SNAP and make us lose 200,000 jobs. More than 110,000 of my constituents rely on SNAP to help make ends meet, and most of those are households with seniors or children or the working poor. The working poor who cannot reduce their work hours to go into an office in person to reapply for their benefits, buried under needless bureaucracy. That is what you're creating, more bureaucracy. And all of these cuts for what? So your billionaire donors and big corporations can get even more handouts. So everyone else pays higher health premiums and has less access to care they need. This is unacceptable and un-American. I submitted a number of amendments that would help address these attacks on working families. Amendment number 322 protects the health care of nearly 340,000 of my constituents by striking the nearly $1 trillion of Medicaid cuts contained in this bill. I also have an amendment to prevent hundreds of billions of cuts to food assistance programs like SNAP. I have submitted an amendment to lift the SALT deduction cap imposed by the 2017 Trump tax scam bill. The reality is that this simply shifts more federal taxes onto Californians, when our state already contributes $83 billion more in federal taxes than it receives in benefits. We are the donor state of America, but yet you're punishing us. If anyone deserves to have an exemption, I would say it would be the donor states of America that help lift the rest of your communities. I also have common sense amendments to prohibit the use of federal funds to deport non-citizen U.S. military veterans unless they have access to legal counsel and a fair hearing before an immigration judge, to prohibit ICE agents from using chemical irritants against members of Congress, and to require ICE agents to visibly display badges and present official identification during enforcement actions. Lastly, I have an amendment to prevent the political persecution of states by a vengeful president intended on stopping federal funds to states just because he disagrees with their politics. And finally, I have an amendment that prohibits FEMA from canceling grants that have already been awarded, except in cases of fraud or noncompliance, and requires reporting to Congress if a cancellation occurs. I think that the American people should know what is in this tax giveaway for billionaires, made possible by trampling on working families like those in my district. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Representative Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify about my 2 amendments. Although it is clear that this bill needs a complete overhaul, I offer 2 amendments to address a few of this bill's many harmful provisions. The first is number 201, and the second is number 107. My first amendment is straightforward. It would prohibit the health policies in this bill from going into effect if they would result in the deaths of individuals due to reduced access to health care services. The data is clear. Uninsured people tend to be sicker and die earlier than people who have insurance. To put it simply, having health care coverage saves lives. Access to timely medical care saves lives. Access to affordable medication saves lives. But this bill will leave 16 million people, 16 million of our neighbors, without access to health care and life-saving health services and medications. My Republican colleagues are rushing to gut Medicaid to pay for tax breaks that only benefit the ultra-wealthy and giant corporations. I imagine it is why they have held debates, markups, and votes in the middle of the night. I imagine it is why they refuse to do town halls, because for us in the Democratic caucus who have done town halls, no one at those town halls says that health care is too accessible. No one says that health care in this country is too affordable, yet Republicans want to take health care away from 16 million people. And I believe that if the Republican majority was listening, they would not support this bill, because there's no way around it. This bill means that American people will die. Mothers, fathers, children who rely on Medicaid will lose their lives. And if you believe that that isn't true, then you can vote for my amendment to give an important and necessary assurance to the American people that they are safe when the Republicans are in the majority. My second amendment would strike the section of this bill that rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. And I have to say it again. It rescinds funding for reducing air pollution at schools. We know that indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks to children, and air pollution can affect educational outcomes. In a classroom of 30 children, 3 are likely to have asthma. One study found a decline in children's English and math test scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air. And air quality at schools tends to be worse indoors than it is outside. Yet this bill rescinds much-needed funding that supports our children's health and well-being. My amendments are extremely common sense. No law should result in dirtier air in schools or more deaths and less access to life-saving care. I do believe that is something that we should all agree upon, which is why I'm hopeful that you will support my 2 amendments. Yet not one Republican voted for either of my amendments during the Energy and Commerce Committee markup on this bill, including our colleague from New Jersey's 7th Congressional District. That just proves the hypocrisy of what Republicans are doing with this bill. They say it's about putting America first, but they can't even get on board with preventing needless deaths. They can't even support protecting our children from dirty air in schools. We can only make America great if we put our great people first. And this bill fails to do that. This disgraceful bill abandons those who we have the privilege of representing. We serve in the most powerful legislature of the most powerful nation in the world. Congress has the obligation to protect our nation's land, air, and water, enshrine civil rights for those who have been denied them, and invest in America's future. We can leverage our nation's immense resources to meet the basic needs of every American. We can legislate for the future of our country and for future generations, one that is promising and hopeful to our children and grandchildren. But instead, this administration and congressional Republicans have abandoned their responsibilities to the American people by advancing a bill that fails all of our constituents, which is why we should all be voting no on it when it comes to the floor. But let me give a few examples to explain just how harmful this bill is. Congress authorized Medicaid because every American deserves affordable, accessible health care. Now, with health care costs at an all-time high, 17 million Americans will lose coverage under this bill's health care provisions. Congress authorized SNAP because no American should ever starve. Now, with so much work left to do to address food insecurity, malnutrition, and hunger, this bill cuts benefits that put food on the table for working families. Congress authorized tax credits for clean wind and solar power because transitioning to cheap, reliable, renewable energy sources will create jobs and power our homes. During a historic heat wave that is driving up electricity costs, this bill sunsets those tax credits. And as millions of families struggle to make ends meet, this bill explodes the deficit by providing trillions of dollars in tax cuts to corporations and the Americans who need the support the least. This Republican bill will hurt workers. It will hurt the American people, it will hurt the economy, and it will set us back instead of moving us forward. It is why it is so damaging and so hurtful to everyone that we have the privilege of representing. That's why I'll be voting no against it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Menendez. Representative Sykes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and to all the members of this committee. Thank you for allowing me to come and testify before you today. Just a few weeks ago, we were gathered here to debate the House version of this reconciliation bill, with many of us staying up most of the night fighting for the opportunity to advocate for our constituents. Thank you for welcoming me back for the second time to the Rules Committee. My colleagues and I offered amendments to strike the cruel and harmful provisions in this bill that would raise costs for Americans, including our most vulnerable individuals and families who simply cannot afford to spend another dollar to even feed themselves, much less pay for a billionaire tax cut. A few weeks ago, the Republicans on this committee and in committees across the House voted against every single one of our amendments that would restore benefits to their constituents and lower costs, and voted to pass this legislation on the House floor. Last night, Senate Republicans voted against similar amendments despite constituents, businesses, and hospitals in their states begging them to cut these awful provisions, and yet they voted to pass this heartless bill on Senate floor. I've said before, there are no coincidences in Congress. And it is clear that this legislation and those who vote for it not only intentionally plan to cut health care for millions of Americans, but do so with determination. But we're determined too. So here I am, just a Congresswoman standing in front of Rules Committee, offering amendments that would prevent the devastation we all know this bill will cause for our constituents, including my amendment to strike the section of this bill that would cut Medicaid by $930 billion, an increase from the $880 billion from just a couple of weeks ago. In my district, Medicaid means an opportunity to live, and that is what I'm fighting for today. Nationwide and in Ohio, about 40% of births are covered under Medicaid. And for Black women in Ohio, Medicaid covers 71.5% of births. In Ohio, we have some of the highest infant mortality rates in the entire country. And for Black women and for Black babies, deaths are even higher than their white counterparts, upwards of 3 to 4 times higher. It is no surprise then that Medicaid expansion reduced maternal mortality in the states that expanded it, like Ohio. This is literally life-saving coverage. And yet this bill threatens to take health care away from an estimated 17 million people, including nearly 500,000 Ohioans. Worse still, this bill doesn't just take away health care from vulnerable families, especially in rural areas, it also defunds trusted providers in our communities, including in districts represented by Republicans. I'm talking about Planned Parenthood. Last week, we saw the Supreme Court rule that states could eliminate Medicaid reimbursement for the providers they disagreed with. This is clearly a political decision aimed at creating a nationwide abortion ban, but will have far-reaching consequences beyond access to abortion care. You should be able to see the qualified doctor that you trust and go to Planned Parenthood and get screened for cancer, receive birth control, and get a checkup. And this bill would prohibit Medicaid reimbursements at Planned Parenthood for all states. This will absolutely cause clinics to close, clinics like the one in Akron, which is one of the most active in the state, where people will go to get the low-cost care that they need. Well, you may be thinking, in my district, we are blessed to have several outstanding hospital systems. Other parts of the country are not as fortunate, particularly many of the rural areas, as my Republican colleagues represent. But this bill makes cuts to Medicaid at the provider level, cutting provider taxes and state-directed payments that allow states to fund their Medicaid program. In Ohio, this will be upwards of $16 billion. This means reduced services and hospital closures, which leads me to another group of people who will be impacted by this bill: the 22 million healthcare workers whose jobs are on the line. This includes more than 30,000 people in my district whose livelihoods are connected to the healthcare industry. Our hospital systems are our largest employers. Our local economy would be decimated if significant population of healthcare providers are suddenly unemployed. And for what? A $930 billion cut to the healthcare system. Also, billionaires can get a $910 billion cut to their taxes. Again, heartless. Now, I'm sure there's someone running the math out there trying to figure out exactly how much this bill is going to cost our rural hospitals, but it doesn't take a genius to know that $50 billion added to the Senate bill is not enough. Madam Chair, our seniors rely on Medicaid, and many of them as their primary way in which they get long-term care. And I don't think that most people went into this election season thinking that the mandate was that their grandmothers would be kicked out of their nursing homes. Yet, it is estimated that this bill could cause 1 out of every 4 nursing homes to close. And so I'm mortified that this bill has passed the Senate and is poised to pass the House again. To stem this devastation, I'm offering an amendment to strike the entire section addressing Medicaid from this bill. Again, it does not have to be this way. We do not have to cut health care for millions. Hospitals do not need to close, and people do not need to lose their jobs. As I close, I want to say that just before midnight in the state of Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine signed the state's biennium budget. Among many of its provisions, there was trigger language to eliminate Medicaid expansion and significant changes to funding for SNAP programs. By 5 o'clock, I received an email from the CEO from the Akron-Canton Regional Food Bank, and this is what the email said. Currently, 1 in 7 people in our community may be struggling with hunger. That's more than 200,000 of our neighbors. As our community continues to navigate economic hardships related to rising costs, we expect more individuals and families to turn for us for support. Amelia, our community deserves access to safe, nourishing food, and our food bank needs additional support to meet this increased need. That's why we are looking to compassionate supporters like you who will refuse to let our neighbors go hungry. Will you make a gift today? On behalf of the food banks and the Ohioans we serve every day, thank you for your generous and unfailing support during this critical time. Well, Dan, this is what I'm doing to stand up for the 200,000 people in our community, refusing to go away silently, allowing Republicans to take away food access to hungry people. Even more disappointing than anything else, the tie-breaking vote to pass the bill out of the Senate came from Ohio's own Vice President, J.D. Vance. He voted against the will against 3 million people who are on Medicaid in Ohio. That's 25% of the population. 1.4 million who look for food assistance. $9 billion in payments to hospital systems. The potential closure of 11 rural hospitals in our state. That is what our vice president voted for the great state of Ohio. Mind you, a red state. So I'm under no illusion that you will accept any of the 6 amendments that I'm offering to lower our taxes, to promote work, expand earned income tax credit, to continue to support and expand American manufacturing. But nonetheless, I am grateful for the opportunity to sit here, to advocate for my community, for the state of Ohio and all Americans. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
No questions, thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. I want to thank you for your amendments. I would love to support all of your amendments, on the House floor. I'm not very confident that they'll be made in order, but nonetheless, they're thoughtful amendments and they're good amendments. One of the things that has bothered me about the process that has gotten us to this moment is that it's been lousy. I mean, this is legislative malpractice. The chairman of the Agriculture Committee was here a little while ago, and Ms. Hayes and Ms. Brown serve on that committee along with me, and we were talking about the additional burden that states are going to have to assume under this bill, right? And all of the costs, and that some states won't be able to find the resources to make up what they now have to do. Some may opt out of SNAP. And I was saying that, one of the frustrating things is that, we're hearing from governors now, we're hearing from others, but we didn't do a single hearing on it. I mean, if we had done a hearing in the Agriculture Committee on this topic, we could have brought in everybody and had a thoughtful conversation. And I think it would have become much more clear to the chairman and to others why this is a really bad idea. We're talking about cuts in Medicaid and throwing people off of health care. And my Republican friends are talking about cuts to SNAP and cuts to Medicaid as if like we're gonna save money, right? No, I mean, if you can't have access to health care, the only time you will see a doctor is in an emergency room. And that is the most expensive drain on our healthcare system. If you are going without food on a regular basis, if you're a kid, you're not going to learn in school. If you're a senior citizen taking your medication on an empty stomach, you're going to end up in the emergency room. If you're a worker who's missing meals on a regular basis, you're not going to be productive in the workplace. There's no savings here.
Would the gentleman
I'm
yield
happy
for
to
just a
yield to the
second?
gentleman.
I just want to add that we're dealing with a series of competing crises. It would be one thing if governors only had to worry about backfilling the cuts to SNAP, but they also have the cuts to Medicaid, the cuts to public safety, the grants that have been, the revision of the grants. So when I hear many of our Republican colleagues talk as if there is no state, not a single state, that could absorb the amount of cost sharing that will be put back on them. And even when we talk about, I talk about it ad nauseum, cuts to SNAP and how it will harm children. What many people don't understand is that when students lose their SNAP benefits, they are no longer automatically eligible for free or reduced lunch. So those school districts no longer get those CEP, community eligibility provision, the reimbursements that they get. So local districts will also have to absorb those costs. So it's not just one thing that governors and states have to worry about recovering funds for. It is all of these things at the same time. And I wish that there were some Republicans in the room to even listen, because even if they don't make it in order, even if they don't vote for it, I want them to go to bed tonight with that on their heart.
But there's an additional issue that needs to be discussed in addition to the outright cuts, and that is the additional burdens that will be placed on people who are vulnerable and who are in need. Representative McBride talked about the red tape. There's a lot of new red tape here for people. And when you're talking about a program like SNAP, for example, which is $2 measly per person per meal. I mean, that's it. I mean, try to find a cup of coffee for $2 here in the Capitol. You won't be able to do it. But to have to fulfill all these new requirements and fill out all this new paperwork and all the additional red tape, a lot of people are going to just say, "To hell with it." It's not worth it. We should be talking about the fact that the benefit itself is inadequate. I mean, $2 per person per meal. I mean, I'm sorry, it's embarrassing that in the richest country in the history of the world, that is the SNAP benefit. And again, instead of worried about the fact that the Defense Department's never passed an audit and we're spending $10,000 for toilet seats, right? People here are more consumed with the fact that, oh, somebody on SNAP who might get $2.50 instead of $2 for their benefit, like it's the end of the world. People can't live on SNAP. A lot of people on SNAP are working full time, and they still can't put food on the table for their families. I mean, like, this is not some exorbitant benefit, and we're giving a tax cut to millionaires and billionaires. We're giving a tax cut to Jeff Bezos, who just spent $50 million at a wedding. I mean, we should have not seen this coming, because at Trump's inauguration, the people in the front row were Jeff Bezos and the richest people in the world, right? I mean, so they're getting what they want. And Elon Musk, yeah, it's okay to subsidize him. Oh, by the way, the president was asked whether Elon Musk should be deported, and he said he's open to it. That was today, because Elon Musk came out against this bill. But I mean, but I think there's something really cynical and sinister going on here. I think, in addition to the cuts, this red tape is aimed at trying to deny people who legitimately should be on these programs the ability to do it, right? I mean, and so they feel like they can, you know, they can even cut even more because people will not be able to comply with all the new burdens. And I'm just like, what the hell are we doing, Mr. Menendez?
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to touch on 2 points with respect to the healthcare provisions that you alluded to that we discussed on in Energy and Commerce. And one is, we obviously heard about the fraud, waste, and abuse in the Medicaid system, right? And all the savings that they're going to find. What I find so frustrating is if they really believe that's the case, why would you not reinvest it into the program?
Yeah.
Why would you not reinvest it into Medicaid or other healthcare programs so we can have healthier outcomes for all Americans? To use those savings, which I frankly don't believe exist, but to use those cuts and the 16 million people that lose access to healthcare to pay for tax cuts for individuals who don't need it is just nonsensical and inhumane in my opinion. 2, with red tape. Right? We've already seen in Georgia what these red tape requirements do. 1, it adds to administrative costs, so we're spending more money on administrative burden, less money on health care, and all it does is just knock people off of health care, in addition to them not being able to qualify for some of the expansion tax credits. The last thing I want to say is you started with process, right? And you've seen how rushed this process has been on arbitrary deadlines. When we first voted on this bill, the day after, our colleague from Georgia said that if she had known there was a 10-year moratorium on AI, she wouldn't have voted for it. So how can there be any assurance that the folks who are pushing this harmful bill through have full awareness of everything that's in it, given the tight turnaround from when the Senate passed a much different version to when they're going to be voting on it on the House floor? It's too important to rush, and for that reason alone, we should take a deep breath and a deep pause, and they should really consider the harm that they're going to do to the American people.
And the other, the final thing I'm going to say is, again, you know, the people who are going to be hurt are the most vulnerable in our country, right? I mean, our seniors, our children, you know, struggling families, and veterans. I mean, there was an exemption. I said to the chairman of the Agriculture Committee, they had an exemption for veterans from some of these new red tape work requirements. And in committee, he bragged about how he worked with the previous administration to get them in place. And then here, he said, oh, no, he's in favor of not providing exemptions for veterans and kids who are from foster care and, you know, and a whole bunch of other categories. But, you know, I read him his quote back, and he said, well, you know, I may have said that. But the bottom line is that, you know, we're supposed to be about helping people, right? And so we're hurting people who, you know, quite frankly, are looking for our help. And we're helping people like who don't need our help. I mean, when you look at the tax benefits in this bill, you know, I mean, it is, you know, the top 1%. The top 1% get 22% of the benefit. The top 5% get 43% of the benefit. The top 10% get 52% of the benefit. The top 20% get 66% of the benefit. I mean, and that's fair? I mean, and people are saying that with a straight face, you know, and again, you know, the Lisa Murkowski, I mean, voted for this bill because she got some stuff that, quite frankly, most people don't know she got, but then said, I'm counting on the House to fix it. And I was like, have you been paying attention? I mean, the House of Representatives is like dysfunction on steroids. I mean, we don't fix things here, unfortunately. We don't solve problems. The idea that somehow this leadership here is going to come to the rescue, I mean, what should happen is that they should go back to the drawing board. There should be a conference. There's too much in this bill to just, you know, take everybody, you know, even I said earlier, Donald Trump doesn't even know what's in this bill. I mean, this morning he said he doesn't like cuts. Well, that's what this bill is, right? It's cuts and at the same time, and here's where kind of the people on the progressive side and the conservative side come together, and that is, after all of this, you know, you are increasing the deficit and the debt by over $3 trillion. Like, I don't get it, but yeah.
So thank you, and to add to that, talking about requirements as if they're very simple. It's just very simple. You just have to prove where you live, which is difficult if you're transient, right? If you're getting kicked out of your apartment. I know I have a family member who I help fill out her Social Security requirements because she's not able for it, and it is not easy. And so if you're going to add those requirements, and then say, well, if they make one mistake, they're then thrown off their safety net, whether it's food or Social Security or Medicaid. This is not a small thing. And then finally, because we have Medicaid expansion in Oregon, and we have managed to, before the Affordable Care Act, my county had a 21% uninsured rate. And a lot of those people that were uninsured were farmers and small business people. These were people that couldn't access health care, or they had previous conditions. And you know who ends up paying for that? We end up paying for that. Because then they end up in the hospital, they end up in the ER, and the fact of the matter is, this is going to break our system. But when we say these are very, very simple things that somebody could just fill out and just show us that they qualify, it's a trap. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have, we should absolutely have requirements for who qualifies for these benefits. But to say that we're just simply going to make sure that only deserving people, when you're throwing up barriers, that people who are struggling, or people who are cognitively impaired, or people who are under stress, or people like in my district who had their post office keys, they got stolen, and it's going to be a year before they can have a postal box near their house, so they can only go on Saturdays because they work full-time to get their mail. I am sorry. That is not easy. That is not simple. And I think we have to stop kidding ourselves. If you really want to make sure only people who qualify for these things get services or get benefits, then let's make it simple. And that is not part of this plan for a reason.
And the final thing I'm going to say, and I think my colleagues on the Agriculture Committee know this only too well, if you don't comply with the red tape that's and the new burdens when it comes to SNAP, you have like 3 months to be able to fulfill the new requirements and comply with the red tape. If you don't, you're off the benefit for 3 years. For 3 years. I mean, again, I don't know who thought this was a good idea, but it's not only a bad idea, it's a rotten idea. And again, I thank you all for being here. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Scanlon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really thank all of you for coming and for offering your amendments. I know that the House Democrats have offered over 400 amendments to this big bad bill, despite the fact that you only had about an hour in which to draft them. And dozens of you have come to testify about those amendments in the hope of limiting some of the harms of this bill, which has been produced without our input. But it's also really interesting that people are coming to the Rules Committee from all different committees, because you start seeing the aggregate impact, and there's been a little bit of discussion about that. We talked about the fact that multiple groups, the Yale Budget Lab, the CBO, have talked about the fact that the aggregate impact of this sweeping bill is to take money away from the 20% of the lowest earners in our economy and give it to those who earn more, with the combination of tax cuts, benefit cuts, increased energy costs. That's something that's coming out of this. We're all going to see increased energy costs, the paperwork costs, and that's before we even get to the costs of the Trump tariff wars. So this has a huge impact, particularly on the most vulnerable people in our economy. And I was really grateful, speaking of aggregate impact, when Rep. Hayes started talking about what happens with SNAP and how the decoupling of SNAP and the student lunch program is going to impact our student lunches. But let's think about the other part. If people are losing their Medicaid coverage, and we're talking about kids with disabilities, can you talk a little bit about what it's going to mean when schools are not getting reimbursement for the health care that kids with disabilities need in order to access special education?
Well, I think it's all of these things. I mean, all of these programs are intertwined. When you talk about families who receive Medicare or even SNAP benefits would qualify for LIHEAP heating services. In Connecticut, that's a big deal. But to your question, students with disabilities receive many services at school. Their occupational therapists, their speech pathologists, mental health services. Many of those funds are cut in this bill. So the idea that students don't receive any preventative care or any sustaining care, that they don't have the certified professional staff on site in schools to help not only identify these issues, but get them early supports and intervention so that they can stay in a classroom alongside their non-disabled peers where they can thrive. This bill cuts in so many different ways, so it's not just one thing. I think we operate on all of these different committees and everybody is focusing on the thing that applies to them, but there's an intersectionality between everything in this bill, and the common thread is that the most vulnerable people are affected. I just saw that the president has withheld billions of dollars in grants that were already awarded to local school districts for after-school program, for summer programs, for all of these things, money that has been allocated, appropriated by Congress, and they're stopping them with no explanation. So most school districts, by April, you're already planning your budgets for the next year. They don't have a July 1st deadline. You already have to plan ahead for the next year. Make sure you have enough teachers, make sure you have enough staff, make sure you have enough faculty. It's already too late for school districts. And I fear, and I think it is the intention, that many students with disabilities, with special needs, with exceptionalities who receive services at school to help them, just give them the accommodations to meet them where they are because they're still capable of learning. All of those things are going to be stripped in this budget. And it's such a dangerous proposition, and it's personal for me because every time a Republican Congress and this president are at the bat, they target public schools, teachers. In the last Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, there was a $250 deduction that teachers used to be able to claim on their taxes for supplies that they paid for out of pocket. That was what they decided to strip. So as a classroom teacher, I was spending thousands of dollars in my classroom and used to be able to claim $250 on my taxes. They stripped that to give tax cuts to the wealthiest, and we're doing it the same thing, just throwing crumbs at the most vulnerable communities to give the most, as your chart said, to the top 10%.
Thank you for that perspective, and I think it is important. I mean, I spent a decade on our local school board. I mean, local public school education is really kind of the heartbeat of our country. And I'm just adding these things up as we're talking about it. So you've got the loss of school lunch reimbursement for a lot of kids. You've got the fact that the schools are going to have to pay people to do the new paperwork, so that's more personnel costs. We've got the loss of Medicaid funding for some of those special needs students, the after-school
The
programs.
physical upgrades that Rep. Menendez spoke about, many of
Sure.
those things we added in during COVID because when we were talking about social distancing and putting kids back in school, most schools didn't even have functioning HVAC systems.
Right.
So we tried to address that with infrastructure, and much of what we did, all of those things rescinded once again.
And just on the infrastructure point, Pennsylvania just passed a law to help schools invest in solar energy. And it was a broadly bipartisan bill because it helped the school districts reduce their energy costs. Labor liked it because it got them jobs. Folks who are concerned about the environment liked it because it was a transition to renewable energy. Those programs, they just started awarding those grants, and now they're all being gutted because of what's going to be in this bill to rescind all the solar tax credits. So,
Can I,
yes.
one more thing? That bill with infrastructure, we replaced lead pipes that were bringing clean water to so many school-aged children. So many, like so many of our schools in urban areas are 100 years old with 100-year-old pipes. So we were intentional about addressing clean water for kids. So to think that that is something that should be rescinded, I just don't understand the direction of this bill.
As I said with the last panel, I think it does show a clear contrast in terms of what our two major parties are interested in doing and our worldview and where we think the country should go. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your amendments, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much for coming and testifying, because as we pointed out, every amendment is not likely to be adopted by the rules. But what every amendment does is tell the American public what Democrats are willing to stand for, what they're willing to fight for, and what they're willing to make sure that we come and do this for as long as it takes. So thank you for doing that. Representative McBride, I saw a post of yours where you said the Republicans are not, what was it? They're not pro-life, pro-family, or pro-freedom. They're just pro-billionaire. And I know that you do a lot in fighting to make sure that families can get the care they need, and that seniors, as your amendments indicated. And I think this affects everybody. I'm trying to ask some of the people who have not yet responded on the panel. It's all a web. I mean, in New Mexico, one of our legislators said, when you touch one part of this intricate network that is holding up America and American working families and Americans with disabilities, the veterans, and the middle class, it affects the rest of it, right? And the Medicare cuts are particularly harmful for seniors, $530 billion of Medicare cuts. Medicaid cuts are also pretty darn difficult. Can you just talk a little bit more about why your amendments are so key when you think about everything being connected?
Well, thank you so much, Representative, for that question. What is clear is that this legislation is a fundamental remake of the American healthcare system. This is Trump care. And Trump care means 17 million Americans losing coverage. It means rural hospitals closing. It means patients paying more out of pocket and having to drive further to get care. This is a fundamental and dangerous rehaul of our healthcare system, which, to your point, is a delicate system, and all of the different aspects work together. But what's so incredible is that so much of this bill is inserting waste into that system. It's inserting waste into the Medicaid program and the Medicare program by adding excessive paperwork, excessive bureaucracy. They are importing the worst parts of the private healthcare system into Medicaid and into Medicare to make it more complicated, to push people off of care, to make people just give up entirely around getting care. I think this big ugly bill needs to be doged. They need to remove the waste from this bill because it is excessive. And to your point, this is all about tax breaks for billionaires. The entirety of this bill is about tax breaks for billionaires, and to just partially pay for it, they are handing the bill to Medicaid patients, they're handing the bill to Medicare patients, they're handing the bill to hungry families, they're handing the bill to state governments, they're handing the bill to healthcare providers, they're handing the bill to future generations. I understand why this majority doesn't want to have their fingerprints on these cuts. They're trying to push off the difficult choices to state governments. They're trying to make it the fault of patients who can't keep up with the paperwork. This is trickle-down cruelty. And I know this president loves gold things. This is a golden shower of benefit cuts toward the American people. So we'll continue to fight for it. And I would rather us be here fighting to expand coverage, fighting to pass paid family and medical leave, fighting to pass affordable child care so it's actually affordable to start a family and raise a family. But this bill makes it harder to raise a family, it makes it harder to get care, and people will not only lose coverage, people will die.
People will die. 52,300 is what the estimated is. It's a policy choice. And then to your point, earlier this evening, we presented the fact that they have repealed the rule which was intended to simplify the application process because they don't want it to be easier. The purpose of the paperwork burdens is to kick people off, especially when we know that more than 92% of those who can work are already working on Medicaid, and that's why it is so unpopular. And the fact that in Ohio, in Ohio, people don't want to see this bill happen, right? You pointed that out very clearly about what people are worried about in Ohio. And what do you do when you have leaders like you do in Ohio?
Well, thank you, Madam Congresswoman, for the question. You know, Ohio was one of the states that expanded Medicaid under a Republican governor, under a Republican state legislature, and yet here we are, our Republican vice president voting to put the nail in the coffin to get rid of health care for over 400,000 people in the state of Ohio. It is exceptionally devastating that the leader, the second person in command in this country, would do that to his home state. But the reason why I brought up in particular, as the Congresswoman from Pennsylvania mentioned, the compounding impacts of this was states have government budgets, state budgets to pass. We have a 2-year budget in Ohio. And there is so much burden shifting from the federal to the state government, which really is just going to the lowest earners in all of our communities. For example, you know, we're talking about the changes to SNAP, where one of the 10 states, including Ohio, is one where the counties who deliver SNAP benefits are going to be impacted. Counties collect property taxes, and in our state, property taxes are higher than they have ever been. Folks have been trying to get property tax relief, but they may have to add some type of levy in order to pay for the administration of the SNAP benefits. That's a compounding way in which we're going to impact particularly seniors, and keeping people from being able to live their American dream because they won't be able to afford a home. We also will have an issue, as I read, about food banks. The state budget in Ohio cut 25% of the funding to food banks, plus on top of that, the food trucks that have not been delivered to our community food banks, and there's more coming in the cuts from this bill. Those are more compounding impacts that are going to be left on the backs of middle and low income individuals, and not to mention the uncompensated care from our hospital systems. Just because people don't have health care does not mean they stop having chronic diseases. Diabetes does not go away, the pregnancy does not go away, and especially not in many of these states who have banned abortion and other maternal health coverage. But they are going to show up in emergency departments looking for health care, and it's going to be uncompensated, and these hospitals are going to suffer. We have nearly 30,000 employees who rely on the healthcare industry to keep them employed, which means that they get money in their pockets. And as I asked in the committee last time, when my constituents lose their jobs because of these cuts, are you going to call them lazy? Are you going to tell them that they don't want to work? Are you going to say all of these negative things about them when they need to access SNAP benefits, but oh my goodness, they're not going to be there because you've already cut them? This is just a circular firing squad amongst the most vulnerable people, all while in the backdrop, Jeff Bezos is in Italy with a $50 million wedding with the most lavish of lavish entertainment, and it is to his benefit that this bill is going to pass, so that after his lavish wedding, he will now be able to take a 2-month-long honeymoon. Meanwhile, the folks back in my district are suffering, struggling, and hungry.
Right, 489,815 Ohioans will lose their health care under this bill. And it goes on. And thank you so much, Representative Horsford, for mentioning the impacts of the tariffs and the trade wars, because it is all connected, right? And I bring up in front of this committee almost every, I'm not offering the amendment now because Democrats already have over 400 amendments to try to make this bill better. But, you know, they stop the clock. Republicans think that they can pass all these tax cuts for billionaires, and it doesn't cost anything, right? With their new math magic that they are doing, they also think that they can stop time. They have stopped the clock on whether we should consider Trump's tariffs. It's Congress's duty to take them up, and nobody on that side of the dais is willing to say, I will debate and vote on the tariffs. They're afraid to do so. And those tariffs hurt your workers, and they probably hurt your workers a whole lot more than any value they'll get from no taxes on tips, because those no taxes on tips aren't lasting very long, and they don't really count, as Representative Hoyle has pointed out before. They don't really count if you're not itemizing, right? And they go away in 4 years. And you know what? Like 68 cents. 68 cents, guys. That's what, if you're making less than $50,000, it's all you get a day.
Will the gentlelady yield? I would just add Today is July 1st. I got constituents that are focused on covering the rent, making their mortgage payment. The rent is too damn high. The cost of health care, the cost of childcare, the cost for families to make ends meet is too high. Donald Trump and Republicans promised that they were going to focus on bringing down cost. That is not what this big, beautiful, bogus bill for billionaires does. And for tip workers in Las Vegas and elsewhere, you cannot on one hand say you're helping workers by giving a temporary tax relief that's capped when you're taking away health care, when you're taking away access to nutrition, when you're taking away access to childcare. Those are the fundamental costs that drive a family's budget every month. And they're not capping the cost or the tax, for billionaires. Why not apply the same tax cap that you're proposing on tip workers to the billionaires? Why not make the tax cuts for billionaires temporary like you are for tip workers? If you really care about working people like you claim, then why not prioritize them over the benefits of billionaires? I'll tell you why. Because you're screwing America with this bill. Your priorities are about favoring Donald Trump. He cares about one person, himself, and his billionaire donors. And what is so enraging to me is that my constituents are going to pay the price. All of our constituents are going to pay the price because they're cutting on the backs of the American people to give tax cuts to the very wealthy, and all in the result will also add more than $3 trillion to our federal debt that we're all going to pay for. But guess what? The people still have the power in this. And so my message is simple. We do need to stand up. We have to speak up. We have to fight back. That is part of our responsibility as their representatives. And my constituents know that I'm going to keep fighting for them over the billionaire class every single day.
Representative Crowe.
Yeah, thank you. And further to that point, I worked 2 jobs putting myself through college. I was a Pell Grant student, was on the TRIO program, and was the first in my family to graduate from college and had opportunity. And I worked as a waitress before they raised the tipped wage to $2.13. And I can tell you, never once did I itemize my taxes. Because when you're making that kind of money, you don't itemize your taxes, you take the standard deduction. So all this no tax on tips, it really doesn't work for normal people who use the standard deduction. So it's just a talking point. And my constituents, the constituents who are going to lose their jobs in my rural communities, who are working on the wind farms, who are working on the infrastructure projects that just got canceled, who work in tourism, because tourism has really gone downhill because of tariffs and because international visitors are afraid to come to the United States. So our tourism industry is being crushed. All of those people can't eat a talking point. They can't pay their rent with a talking point. They can't buy birthday presents for their kids with a talking point. That's all this is a talking point. But still, we got the richest 1% that are going to get. They're going to make bank. I think trickle-down cruelty is probably the best way I've ever heard to describe it. And we all know it has been proven over and over again. Trickle-down economics doesn't work for working people. So thank you so much for bringing that forward. Again, I think we have to make this clear. That is a talking point, and that's all it is. So, and Representative Chantel and Representative Torres, you also pointed out, and I know that from your very different perspectives in the communities you represent, why this doesn't make sense, and your amendments are needed to fix this bill, right? And what's interesting is Senator Murkowski wants us to fix, even though she could have voted no, and we'd be done and we'd be home, right? But no, she had to send it over to us. But so many of the representatives, when we sent it over there, they said, oh, would you fix it over there in the Senate? Well, they didn't fix it, they made it worse. So our amendments would fix it. And Representative Torres, Representative Chantel, I don't know if you wanted to add a little bit more to that discussion.
The only thing that I would add to this discussion is it's compiling of injustice, where we have tariffs, where we have terrorizing ICE raids in the community, violently beating up hardworking people at their workplace, storming into work facilities. While all of that is happening, children that need to feel safe in their school don't feel safe in their school. Grants are being canceled to our local governments because of this hateful agenda against the state that pays for your constituents to have a meal on their table. Because California is a donor state. And while you cancel our grants, how do we respond to the need to have running water in school, to fill the potholes? Californians are not shy about taxing themselves. They pass local bonds, local taxes. It's not the state legislature that is passing these taxes. It's the citizens themselves that want to see better schools, that want to see better access to public libraries, that decide to tax themselves. And how does the federal government respond to that? You continue to punish the state by refusing to provide an exemption for state and local taxes. SALT. I mean, that is an assault on working families. Already, that our fire insurance rates have gone up so high. The cost of living has gone up so high. And on top of that, you can't even have an exemption for the local taxes that you're having to pay to fulfill the failure of the federal government fulfilling their promise to provide our grants and to return our money back to California.
Representative Chantel.
Thank you. I think when you talk about kicking families off and increasing their work requirements, when work requirements already exist, these are really more paperwork requirements, as we've talked about. And ultimately, at the end of the day, and I'll be very brief, this bill is going to make people poor, sicker, and increase their debt, period.
That's what it is. And when California says it's a donor state, New Mexico is not a donor state, I will say, but it was $83 billion in 2022 that you sent that you did not receive. Thank you. I yield back.
Tell people, if you'll let me tell you, we have Representative McGarvey, Representative Scott from Virginia, Representative Min, Representative Delaney, Representative Crockett, Representative Supermoya, Representative Sewell, and Representative Liccardo. And if you'll come in the line, it would be helpful. First seat over here. I don't see Representative Scott. Is he here?
I don't see Bobby Scott. Yeah, I don't either. Yeah. I don't see Bobby Scott, so I would announce Johnson, Mr. Johnson from Georgia.
Johnson?
From Georgia.
Well, how about we do Suzanne?
Wow.
No, okay. They gave you the list?
Yeah,
Okay. Johnson? Mr. Johnson of Georgia, would you come and take Mr. Scott's place? Well, that's all right. If you guys just scoot down, just, if you don't mind, scoot down. You got it? Oh, well, never mind. You're all members of Congress. Come on. Whew. Okay. Most of you have been here. You know the drill. We ask that you submit your written comments for the record, and I ask that you keep your comments to 5 minutes. And if you get asked questions by the panel members, answer them in a short way. Thank you very much. We'll start with you, Mr. McGarvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This budget hurts people. Kids, families, seniors, veterans, young and old, and for what? So that the richest 0.1% of Americans can pay less in taxes, and while they're driving our nation's debt up by $3.3 trillion to do so. It's wrong, it's cruel, and it's a choice. Republicans wrote it this way. That's why I'm offering 3 amendments. 1, to protect rural hospitals. 2, to keep our veterans from going hungry. And 3, to ensure our healthcare costs don't go up. This budget will hurt rural Americans everywhere, but it punishes the people in my state of Kentucky the most. If this bill passes, over 133,000 rural Kentuckians will lose their health care, more than any state in the country. 35 rural hospitals will close, more than any state in the country. Kentucky will lose $10 billion in rural Medicaid reimbursements, more than any state in the country, all while losing over 20,000 healthcare jobs. And it's easy to picture what happens next. All of a sudden, when something goes wrong, you know this is going to happen. When your parent has a heart attack, when your kid is in an accident, when your wife goes into premature labor, when minutes matter, when driving an extra 30 minutes is literally the difference between life and death. It isn't just people on Medicaid. These cuts hurt all of us. They mean worse care, longer waits, and higher prices for everyone. They are cruel and they are wrong. My second amendment is simple. It keeps the Republicans from jacking up your healthcare costs. This bill actually forces states to impose copays and other out-of-pocket costs on you, the patient. How much more? A lot. People in Kentucky who get their care through Connect could pay an extra $542 a year. If you have chronic conditions, that could go up to $1,200 a year just to stay alive. Last night, I had a town hall in Louisville, Kentucky on Medicaid. I heard from people who were already stretched to the breaking point. A mom named Betsy told me a story about her adult son who has chronic conditions. He said, if this bill passes, is it easier for me to just die? I heard from other people who are skipping their meds, who are delaying care, who are scared to check the mail just for another medical bill. Now Republicans want to raise our health care costs even more, not for better care or more coverage, but to bankroll another tax break for the ultra-rich. It's disgusting. I offer my final amendment with this simple principle in mind, that our veterans should not have to fight one more battle, especially for food. Veterans don't just serve, they sacrifice. Time with their families, their health, potentially their lives. And when they come home, our obligations to them are not optional. This amendment ensures that no veteran will endure the Republicans' burdensome new red tape when they're hungry. Because for someone who's already served our country to have to prove themselves again in order to eat, that's not accountability. It's absurd. A budget is a moral document. It's not just a statement of what we value, it's a reflection of who we value. I value the people who are counting on hospitals in their rural community for care. I value people who can't afford higher copays. I value the people who put on a uniform to keep us safe and keeping them from going hungry. That's who I'm fighting for. Not the billionaires, not the ultra rich who already have enough and are about to get an additional tax break, but for the Americans who truly make this country great. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on these common sense amendments, and I yield back.
Representative Mann, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I've sat and listened to a lot of this debate and heard a lot of the back and forth around the Medicaid cuts, the cuts to food banks. But, you know, as I step back and recall the origins of how this bill came to be, I remember back to January 20th, and it started with a discussion of waste, fraud, and abuse. It started with DOGE. And the reality is, if Elon Musk had found $2 trillion in cuts in waste, fraud, and abuse, we wouldn't be talking about cuts to Medicaid. We wouldn't be talking about cuts to food stamps or SNAP. The reality is we're talking about these massive cuts because the goal of this bill was never about waste, fraud, and abuse. It was never about putting able-bodied people on Medicaid. It has always been about a immoral tax giveaway to the richest people in the world. And I just want to note that the last TCJA in 2017 was estimated to give $350 billion to foreign investors. Not even American investors, foreign investors, because the way it was structured, giving benefits to pass-through entities like corporations and private equity funds. That is what we're talking about right now. We are talking about massive cuts. So when Republicans claim, oh, this is not going to kick anybody off Medicaid, I don't believe them because that was never their goal. They don't really care about what this does to Medicaid. They care about what this does as far as finding a pay-for their giant tax cuts. And so when I talk to my hospitals, when I talk to my healthcare providers in my district, I have the same stories we've heard throughout. Our hospitals will close. Our pediatrics departments will close. Quality of care will go down. People that are struggling right now to find care are worried that they will die. And that is the reality in districts across America right now. And that is what is happening with this horrendous abomination of a bill that is the most immoral bill I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I will just note that while our families are struggling across this country, what this effectively means is that if Jeff Bezos decides to get a divorce, marriage doesn't work out, he can get married like 10 more times and have 10 more weddings like the one he just had, all on the dime of American taxpayers. That's what this is about. Immoral. Now, I've got 7 amendments. I will try to briefly go through them. They're more targeted. I've got 3 relating to the environment. The first is number 76, oil and gas financial assurances. And this bill amendment would prevent the ugly bill from reducing oil and gas royalty rates until there's a full accounting of the industry's untold environmental liabilities. We know that big oil has gotten away with a ton of liabilities that they're leaving on the backs of taxpayers, including off the coast of California, which I represent. And what this bill would do is ensure accountability for the oil industry. My second amendment, number 114, wind and solar in national energy policy, would prohibit the Secretary of the Interior from conducting any fossil fuel lease sales under this bill until the Trump administration's national energy policy no longer discriminates against wind and solar energy. If Republicans are honest about their claiming that they want an all-of-the-above approach to energy, we should not be getting rid of the cheapest and most effective forms of energy, particularly when they're already online. Adding penalties of the kind that this ugly bill purports to do kneecaps us. And it kneecaps us in a way that is backward-looking, not forward-looking. Everyone around the world knows that the economy of the future is going to be built on clean energy, not fossil fuels. We could be investing in 8-tracks and beta, VHS players and the fax machine as well, but that would be terrible economic policy. By doubling down on fossil fuels and abandoning the clean energy economy of the future and ceding it to China, we are making a huge economic mistake, a huge foreign policy mistake, because this is a national security matter as well. And at the very least, we ought to make sure that the playing field is level. My third amendment is number 160, fitness to operate for offshore drilling. And this amendment would establish a fitness to operate standard and prohibit offshore oil and gas leases from being awarded to companies with outstanding environmental liabilities, previous noncompliance with federal laws and regulations, or those that lack the means to mitigate environmental risks. Too often, offshore leases are resold to wildcat companies that are not able to pay for the liabilities that are incurred. We've seen this happen time after time off the coast of California. They leave taxpayers holding the bill. They declare bankruptcy, give dividends right before then. We need to put a stop to that. This amendment would effectively hold those oil companies accountable. Number 197, this amendment would block federal funding for special government employees in DOGE, including former employees like Elon Musk, until the Departments of the Interior, Agriculture, and Commerce determine that these individuals have not violated financial conflicts of interest law. We have seen too many people playing too fast and loose with the rules. We don't have any full accounting or transparency, whether Elon Musk or Big Balls or any of the other people associated with DOGE have actually complied with the rules that they're supposed to comply with. Do they have conflicts of interest? Have they cut spending in ways that, or reallocated spending in ways that have benefited their own pecuniary interests? We don't know the answers to that. It's about damn time we figure this out. This is a question of good government. And at the end of the day, the rule of law still needs to hold in the United States of America. My next amendment is number 231, and this is based on a bill that Representative Liccardo and Representative Vindman and I have put forward, the POCA bill, which would create a private right of action for violations of the Impoundment Control Act, potentially with the ability to sue perpetrators personally if they act in bad faith. And this is important because what we've seen right now is a blatant disregard for the rule of law by members of this administration, including Elon Musk, Big Balls, and the people involved with DOGE. For too long, they have just sat there and decided that willy-nilly they're going to ignore the law, cut funding in ways that harms real people, including people I represent, people that you represent, and it's about time that we had accountability here. Okay, sure, I'm trying to. Okay, two more amendments here. My next amendment is very simple. This is number 232, no new tax cuts for Americans earning $100 million. And this would basically just say that there would be no new tax cuts for anyone making $100 million or more. My last amendment is number 285, and this would prohibit ICE agents from wearing masks and require them to identify themselves. We have seen in my district and across Southern California, ICE agents wearing jeans and sneakers and masks. They look more like gang members than they do like law enforcement agents, and they're jumping out of unmarked vans. It's hard to tell if they're actually law enforcement agents. It's about time that they adhere to the same standards that other law enforcement agents do. We don't see our local police masking up, hiding their identities, refusing to identify who they are. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. And I just have to say thank you, Congressman Min, and so many others around this table for the incredible thought leadership they have in all of these amendments and stepping forward to really make and fight for Americans across this country. Before I speak to the substance of my bills, I do have to again address and reiterate what many of my colleagues have said about the dangerous and immoral impact of the reconciliation package. To me and many of my constituents, it's just an abomination that this bill will make life worse and less affordable for working families, not only in the 6th District of Maryland, where I represent, but across the country. And again, it seems like it falls on deaf ears, but this bill will hurt Americans, and every district in America will feel its impact. Yesterday someone said, make America great. No, I think this is going to make America break. And I really think it is heartbreaking to see what's going to happen. Under this bill, more than 3 million people will lose access to food assistance, including over 2 million children. And again, this has fallen on deaf ears, and more than 17 million will be stripped, of course, of their health coverage for the next decade. And in the 6th District, many rural hospitals are really very fearful of closing. That 17 million people are denied life-saving care because of not what they've done or where they live or how little they earn, but it'll be because of what we do tomorrow in our votes. And to make matters worse, this bill represents a breathtaking act of fiscal hypocrisy. For decades, my Republican colleagues have raised the alarm of an increasing national debt and federal deficit, but they have tucked into this bill a $5 trillion debt ceiling hike with no offset, no pay for, and no common sense. This is not governing. It's a betrayal of public trust and a breach of our fiduciary duties to our constituents and to America. And don't just take my word for it. Like, let's listen to some of the Republican colleagues. Senator Tillis said that this would force states to consider eliminating Medicare coverage and cutting services for our most vulnerable. Senator Murkowski said we need more process and a better outcome for the American people about what this bill has to offer. And I joined Johnny Okowski on his amendment concerning that all states should be able to have some of these waivers or carve-outs, not the caribou carve-outs, but, let's figure out that there is something across this whole country that will protect us. And then rushing this means stripping health care and slashing services. And not one constituent in my district has wanted this to go forward. So I have several amendments, which I'm going to briefly go through. First, my first amendment is simple. It is Amendment 78, and it blocks any charges to nutrition policy under this bill unless there is a certification that no household with children under 18 will see their SNAP benefits cut. I shouldn't have to introduce this, but we are, because under this bill, over 2 million children will lose food assistance, and in my district, 1 in 9 households depend on SNAP, half of them with children. This isn't just about hunger. It's about dignity. It's about not going to school hungry and a right to live without worrying about where your next meal is from. The second, number 86, blocks the reckless cost sharing of SNAP from the federal government to states. It requires the Food and Nutrition Service, the Economic Research Service, and every SNAP agency in each state to certify that the change won't reduce benefits, shrink eligibility, or force states to cut their vital services. In Maryland alone, the state would have to absorb $75 million per year because that money would be pulled from other critical programs for low-income families. And some of my colleagues have spoken to this, but really there is a layering and a tsunami of cuts that's coming for rural America. Medicare, Medicaid, cuts and potentially to Social Security as we look at our veteran services, but then with SNAP, and our states cannot handle it. And last, I'm going to say my amendment 993, I'm calling it the fiscal sanity circuit breaker. And that's what we need. It would block the bill from taking effect unless the Comptroller General certifies it will not increase the federal deficit by more than 2.5% per year. And it will look at economic impacts, including employment, investment, and GDP growth. Only by managing debt below the rate of long-term economic growth can the U.S. debt be sustainable. But the truth is, while Republicans talk tough about deficits, this bill easily adds over $3.3 trillion, and much more probably, and pairs deep cuts to food and health care with tax giveaways and a blank check $5 trillion debt ceiling hack. Mr. Norman, who I note is not here but is on the committee, tweeted, "It's not more spending and more if it's more spending and more deficit spending, it's a non-starter." Although I might not always align with my Republican colleagues, I appreciate that some of them on the other side are talking the talk and voting no, highlighting the need for fiscal responsibility. My fiscal sanity circuit breaker is common sense. If my colleagues truly believe in this bill, my amendments should not be a problem. And if they oppose them, then we should be honest about the harm that they are voting to inflict. To the parent wondering how they'll feed their child, to the state official staring at a financial cliff, and to the taxpayer tired of being misled by empty slogans and worried about our country's fiscal trajectory. That's who I'm fighting for. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support these amendments. Let's show the American people that this chamber can still act with decency, with honor, with honesty, and with courage. I urge support on them, and I will last say this vote will be one of the most important, if not the most consequential vote of our entire public service careers. This vote will follow us always. It will define us, our priorities, and our values, and our country will remember it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Representative Crockett, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and to the ranking member. I appreciate an opportunity, and I don't know that I'll have time to go through all 8 of my amendments, but I did submit 8. Amendments 121, 149, 196, 258, 314, 325, 342, and 355. I would respectfully ask that they all be ruled in order. Now, let me tell you why I'm here. I'm here fighting for people in my district because Republicans are willing to sell out working and struggling folks in my district And frankly, there's two, to appease billionaires and big corporations. Now, I know we've had a lot of talk about how much SNAP costs a day, and the fact is that it's only $6 a day that a person gets when they get SNAP benefits, but we've not talked about the cost of Medicaid. It costs approximately $10 a day to ensure a kid gets health care through Medicaid. So we're talking about to take care of kids, let's say they've got SNAP and Medicaid, only $16 a day. But another thing we've not really put into perspective, we've talked about these billionaires, and we've talked about the fact that this is all to benefit them. No one has talked about how many billionaires we actually have in this country. We have more billionaires in the United States than any other country, but the total number is 83. Last time I checked, we have 435 members in the House, and we have 100 members in the Senate, yet somehow 83 people in this country have more representation than the hundreds of thousands that are about to lose their health care as well as their SNAP benefits. If I just started going through the Republicans that sit on this committee briefly, I would tell you that, Chairwoman, you have 112,000 people that are about to lose SNAP benefits just in your district. I would tell you that it is estimated in your state, as your senators stated, that roughly 651,982 would lose their health care, or I would tell Rep. Fishbach that 67,000 people on SNAP, and in the entire state of Minnesota, 173 would lose their health care. I could go on with these numbers, or I could tell you about the fact that even when we look at my state, and I know that Chip Roy sits on this committee, but he's not here right now, but we have 56,000 people that are on SNAP in his district, but in the entire state of Texas, we have 1.6 million people that may lose coverage. And somehow we have 83 billionaires. And somehow they have 535 people that are speaking up for them every single day to make sure that when they get married for a second or third or fourth time, that they can go ahead and have another $50 or $60 million wedding. Instead of protecting access to these programs, you're cutting them to help billionaires who pay less in taxes than some of the teachers in our country. You claim to want a tax system and budget that helps people, but that's impossible when you're subsidizing tax credits off of the folks who can't even afford to treat their kids or family to a nice meal because federal minimum wage hasn't gone up in 15 years. If y'all want to make a better system, then adopt my amendment number 314 that would require an increase in the federal minimum wage of $15 in order for corporate tax breaks to go into effect. Speaking of wages, this bill doesn't even give the same level of help to people living on tip wages and working overtime just to put food on this table as it does for Trump's billionaire buddies. In fact, the bill only allows no tax on tips and overtime until 2028, and we've talked about this. Listen, this is a joke. This was nothing more than a campaign scheme. This was about saying, you know what, I'm gonna make this promise to you. And we can talk about the fact that there have been a lot of promises made, yet a lot of promises broken. In fact, that was one of the reasons it seems like that, you know, Senator Tillis has decided that he's done and he's gonna get out because he understands that there's nothing but broken promises that are being made. Broken promises that look like, say, I'm going to deport the bad guys only, and then we end up with children with cancer or Americans or undocumented taxpayers that contribute more than $100 billion in taxes. Those are the ones being thrown in cages and sent to other countries. Or we look at the fact that there was a promise made and broken that Doge was supposed to be the magic trick. Now Elon is being threatened with deportation and the cancellation of his own contracts, which historically have been estimated at a whopping $38 billion after he decided that he was going to spill the tea about the Epstein files. And frankly, the truth is that we know that we could cut a lot of those contracts to Elon, but somehow that hasn't been done. Instead, we, the American people, have been left with the hefty tab of incompetence by Doge and feeling extremely vulnerable. In fact, there was a Doge employee who was fired, and I appreciate this man, but truly, transparency and truth has no place in this particular government. This former employee of Doge says that during his short time embedded with the Department of Veteran Affairs, he did not find levels of waste, fraud, and abuse that he had expected, and it was pretty surprised, actually, at how efficient government was. I will wrap up by saying this. I don't really understand what it is that y'all plan to go back and tell your constituents.
I'm glad that some of y'all decided to show up. But the reality is that you have sold your constituents out for 83 people in this country. And each of our districts should have approximately 766,000 people. How is it that you can explain that we still are running up the credit card and we have nothing to show for it except for the fact that we won't have food on the tables and we won't have health care? And with that, I will yield.
Thank you. Representative Subramanian.
Thank you, Madam
recognized
Chair.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for having this hearing and staying late tonight, and thank you to all the members of the committee. I want to just talk about a couple of things. First of all, there's a lot of wasteful stuff in this bill. When you have a bill this big, you're going to end up with a lot of bad provisions that people may not hear about. And so a lot of my amendments are actually aimed at bad provisions or provisions that aren't there that should be there that are hurting Virginians, and especially my region. These are amendments 108, 113, 144, 235, and 269. And the first one is a real whopper. I mean, because the Texas delegation in the Senate wanted to have their vote bought and paid for, they decided that they would actually spend hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money to take the space shuttle that's in Northern Virginia at the Air and Space Museum at the Smithsonian and move it all across country to the Space Center in Houston. Now, I actually grew up next to the Space Center in Houston, and they already have a full replica model of that space shuttle. They also have 6 other flight vehicles as well. So this isn't going to increase visits to the Space Center in Houston, where my family is. It's actually going to take away people's opportunity to, for free, see a space shuttle and show off American dominance in space for the past 50 years. And that's going to cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars just to buy a couple of votes in Texas. Next, for some reason, and no one's been able to explain it to me, last year the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, which owns the assets at Dulles Airport and DCA, which many members of Congress fly out of, actually renegotiated their lease with the federal government at a rate where they could afford to make improvements to those airports and make sure that we can also make flights affordable and airlines be able to use those facilities. And what happened is in this bill, we're actually blowing up a lot of those agreements, and we're doubling, in some cases, the amount that they have to pay. And that's going to be passed on to anyone who flies in and out of DCA and Dulles, and that includes all of you, all members of Congress in this room as well. And so that's going to cost everyone money, and certainly in my region, where we all fly out of Dulles and DCA, it's going to cost us a lot of money. And we have a toll road that is meant to pay off some of those expenses, and those tolls are going to go up on every single person who uses those tolls. I'm talking about the Dulles toll road. And so we have a lot of issues with the fact that we already have very high tolls in our region in Virginia, and they're just going to go up because of this bill, and no one's been able to explain to me why that is. And then finally, one of the president's branded golf courses is in my district, and he likes to come out there and golf, and that's fine, but then he golfs a lot, and I didn't realize this. He golfs almost more than 20% of his free time, his time actually, and not free time, his actual time, he's awake, is spent golfing. And he comes golfing so much that it's costing our region a lot of money, and it's costing our local sheriffs and local police a lot of money to make sure that that area is secure for his golf trips. And so what I'd really like to do is just make sure that we can at least reimburse my region for all the golf trips that the president is costing us. And so finally, there's a 9-figure slush fund for DOGE as well, and for Russell Vogt and the OMB. And no one's been able to explain to me why, to capture waste, fraud, and abuse, we need a 9-figure slush fund for them. Now, the last time I checked, some of the stuff that they were using money on was to set up sleeping pods in the GSA's building while firing half the people in that building. And so these are a lot of examples of waste and fraud. They hurt my region, but I can assure you that everyone can look through this bill, and I've read through most of it, if not all of it at this point, and you'll find that your region will be hurt by some of the waste in here. And the second thing I'll say is, I agree with this notion of this bill, this big, ugly bill being about broken promises. I mean, just look at what some of the stuff the president has said. He said about Medicaid and cuts to Medicaid, we're not going to touch it, right? And he said he would veto veto bill that would cut Medicaid, and yet this bill kicks millions of American citizens off of Medicaid, 17 million, nearly 17 million. And he said that cuts to food assistance program are going to give everybody more food, but this bill puts 5 million people at risk of losing some or all of their food assistance. That includes 300,000 children in Virginia. And let's be clear, this bill is also going to make energy more expensive. He said that, the president said, we're going to get your energy prices down by 50%, but the studies have shown that this bill is going to spike energy costs up to $250 billion nationwide. In Virginia alone, we're going to see an 8% increase in energy costs. And finally, the biggest whopper of all is that this bill is supposedly going to reduce our deficit, and we know that that's not true. In fact, it's going to add $3 to $5 trillion to our national debt. It's going to hurt our deficit, and it's going to mortgage our children's future. This bill is bad. Our Virginians and Americans deserve better than these broken promises. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Sewell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member. My amendment would extend the Affordable Care Act's premium tax credit to Americans who are caught in the coverage gap, as well as Americans who will lose their Medicaid coverage as a result of this horrible bill. We must extend the premium tax credits for low-income citizens below 138% of the poverty line. I have heard from countless constituents who fall in the coverage gap, and they are desperate to keep their health care. I recently spoke with one of my constituents. Her name is Kiana, and Kiana was caught in the coverage gap. She lost her Medicaid coverage following the end of the COVID public health emergency. When she tried to qualify for Medicaid again, she was told that she made too much money. She made more than the $295 a month to qualify. In my state of Alabama, we have a bare bone Medicaid program. It's so bad that you have to really be P-O. You can't afford the O or the R. So people like Kiana are really scared about this cost shifting. The cost shifting will mean that Medicaid will not happen in the state of Alabama. The fact of the matter is they're not going to pay for it. They're just simply not going to pay for it. Madam Chair, I firmly oppose this so-called big, beautiful bill that has come to us from the Senate. Let me be clear, there's nothing beautiful about stripping health care from working families. There's nothing beautiful about taking food off the table of our most vulnerable neighbors. And there is certainly nothing beautiful about putting rural hospitals on life support. Madam Chair, this bill will gut Medicaid as we know it. It will slash funding for millions of children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. Medicaid is a lifeline. It is a bill, this bill will cause 17 million Americans, including 170,000 Alabamians, to lose their health care. And it doesn't stop there. This bill will also gut SNAP benefits, a program that puts food on the table for hardworking families, for children who need breakfast before school, for seniors who are choosing between groceries and their medicine. In Alabama, it means 750,000 Alabamians could lose their nutrition benefits or worse, see them reduced. The cuts in this bill are not just numbers on a page. They are empty cupboards and shuttered clinics. There are hospital wings closed in small towns already struggling to keep their doors open. They are parents lying awake at night wondering how they're going to be able to afford medicine for a sick kid. We should be strengthening the safety net, not shredding it. We should be investing in the health care and well-being of our most precious commodity, our people, not ripping it away from them in order to pay tax cuts for billionaires. This bill is not a blueprint for prosperity. It is a roadmap for further inequality, for deeper poverty, for rural communities left to fend for themselves while the powerful walk away with more. Madam Chair, we were sent here to stand up for those people, not to abandon them. Let us stand together and reject this careless, heartless bill. Let us build something truly beautiful, an America where health care is a right, not a privilege for the few. A right. No child goes hungry and no community is left behind simply because of their zip code. I oppose this horrible bill, and I ask that my amendment, which will make it a little bit better, is considered by all. Thanks. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have 4 amendments to H.R. 1, and I appreciate the committee's consideration. But rather than delving into the complexities of these amendments, I'd like to take a step back. I'd like to step back from whatever we're going to tell the public in press releases tomorrow if this bill passes. I'd like to talk about what we'll tell our children and our grandchildren a decade from now if this bill passes. The children who count on us, not just the ones in our homes, but all of America's children, will suffer immensely under this one big bloated borrowing bill. We are the grown-ups, but under this budget proposal, we're not governing like grown-ups. Grown-ups look out for kids. Grown-up governance recognizes the moral priority of our progeny. It emphasizes the imperative of taking the long view, of saving, of sacrificing, and investing today for our children's tomorrow. We have a fiduciary duty, indeed a sacred duty, to act in their best interest. You've heard from my colleagues how this bill cuts lifeline programs for our youth, from their health care and Medicaid to their school lunches and SNAP to their student aid and Pell Grants. But we're doing much worse than even that to our children. That is, we are spending their money and borrowing from their future to pay for our present. Now, many Americans could be forgiven for believing that with all these cuts, the GOP leadership must be proposing a budget that will actually reduce our monstrous $1.9 trillion deficit. But they would be wrong. The one big bloated borrowing bill will accelerate America's accumulation of debt by $3.9 trillion over the next decade if we include the interest payments according to the Nonpartisan Committee for Responsible Budgeting. Add another $1.4 trillion in new debt when Congress inevitably makes several of the temporary provisions of this bill permanent. Now, while congressional leaders may gaslight the public about the bill's true cost, nearly every independent expert, from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office to the Conservative Tax Foundation, knows better. The bill also hasn't fooled the markets. After we passed the less costly House version of this bill, only weeks ago, Moody's downgraded U.S. bonds in view of what they called, quote, current fiscal proposals. Wary bond investors have pushed bonds yields higher, and you can expect more of that in the years ahead, as we all pay a hidden tax from this bloated budget through higher interest rates. Now, I feel bad for my Republican colleagues. I know that President Trump painted each of them and all of Congress into a corner by publicly promising $5 trillion in tax giveaways he had no idea how to pay for. An even bigger problem is that Congress has no idea how to pay for those promises either. That's why this bill leaves, at best, $3.9 trillion of additional debt on the credit card. Now, I know that grown-up budgeting is hard. When I came into office as mayor for the 1 million residents of the city of San Jose, I faced nearly $4 billion in employee retirement debts that were crippling our city's budget, courtesy of politicians who were happy to make promises that they had no idea how to pay for. For more than a year, we spent hundreds of hours in difficult negotiations, but we forged an agreement that helped us save billions, helped us reactivate fire stations and hire police, and I left my successor with a $30 million surplus. We, Republicans and Democrats, could similarly negotiate a much better budget than this. Let's doge this bill, let's sit down and let's negotiate. I'd like to help my Republican colleagues to do what they know is right. When he realized that the Senate just added another $670 billion to the House's already with what the Senate did to our product. He shouldn't be happy, nor should any Republican member of this House. Let's fix this bill to make Speaker Johnson happier. Let's fix this bill for Republican Senator Murkowski, who today publicly urged us to do so. Let's fix it for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who today called it a shit show. Above all, let's fix this bill for our children. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you very much. Representative Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What has been called a big and beautiful bill is as cruel and ominous a piece of legislation as I have ever seen in my many years on this earth. The big ugly bill cuts access to health care for 17 million Americans, so tens of thousands each year will die prematurely and will die preventable deaths because big shots in government want to give their multimillionaire and billionaire donors like Jeff Bezos and those who attended his $50 million wedding in Venice another huge tax cut. $3.8 billion in tax cuts, the lion's share going to folks like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, and yes, the king of crypto, Donald Trump himself. While condemning the needy to preventable disability and premature death, this cruel legislation also cuts funding for food to feed the needy. I would be ashamed of myself if I ever voted for something like this. I would not be able to live with myself enjoying my $174,000 a year salary and government-subsidized health insurance, while 17 million of my brothers and sisters lose their access to medical care, and 3 million hungry children and senior citizens go without food just so that folks can buy another super yacht. I'm here this evening to speak up for the least of these. On my way here today, that phrase came to mind, the least of these, and so I Googled it when I sat down in here. It took me to Matthew chapter 25, verse 40 through 45. And to paraphrase verse 41, for I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat, and I was sick, and you did not come look after me. I'm here this evening to speak up for the least of these. I'm here this evening because I'm deeply troubled by the big ugly bill which weaponizes the social safety net against those who need it most. Among its gravest failures is the omission of support for unaccompanied minors who are forced to navigate complex immigration proceedings without legal that children's rights are respected, their dignity is preserved, and justice is truly served. Through the crafting of this harmful Trump-appeasing bill, the Republicans, MAGA Republicans, have deliberately undermined Medicaid, with one senator dismissively claiming that concerned Americans would simply get over it. Such remarks reveal that they fully recognize how dangerous this bill weakens essential health care protections and will result in the unnecessary deaths of 500,000 people over the next 10 years. 500,000 of our brothers and sisters will lose their lives because of what MAGA Republicans are trying to do just so that their donors can get another tax cut. Section 71-102 removes critical safeguards against coverage lockouts and annual and lifetime coverage limits, jeopardizing children's long-term health. Additionally, Section 71-119 imposes an unnecessary 80-hour work requirement that has consistently stripped coverage rather than promoting employment. You want sick, poor people living in rural America? I'll talk about rural America, not about those inner city rats that Senator Tuberville talked about. I'm going to talk about my brothers and sisters in rural America who would be forced to get up from their sick beds and find a way to get to town or out to the field so that they could find a job and work a minimum 20 hours a week, 4 hours a day, 5 days every week before they could become eligible for coverage that would enable them to get well so that they could work again. Healthcare should be a right and not a privilege in the wealthiest nation on earth, and access to a doctor must never be weaponized against the sickest of us. My amendments strike these harmful sections, restoring compassion, equity, and common sense to Medicaid. We watched as this bill rushed through under the cover of darkness, likely because it recklessly cuts critical funding without transparency. My amendment requires transparent public reporting, ensuring communities have visibility into how their resources are managed while protecting vital investments in climate resilience. Lastly, Madam Chair, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me, is Matthew 25, verse 45. I think we should all keep that in mind as we go about our business today. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Representative Johnson. I think most of us on our side of the aisle think about those verses and others every single day. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. McGovern.
First, I request unanimous consent to insert a statement from Representative Houlihan in support of 4 amendments, number 8, 19, 28, and 37. Taken together, these amendments would make significant progress in ensuring that this legislation will not harm Americans across the country.
Without objection.
And I just want to thank all of the panelists for being here. I mean, I support all of your amendments. I share your concerns. I mean, I really am deeply disturbed by the fact that this is a bill that's going to hurt the most vulnerable in our country, and it could reward those who are well off and well connected. If we are lucky enough to be in the majority again, I hope one of the things that we will look seriously into is honest-to-goodness campaign finance reform, because there's too much damn money in politics. And you look at some of these provisions, and you can tie it directly to contributions. And I don't think that's what the American people want, and that's what has corrupted the system. But I have no questions. I just want to thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Scott.
My colleague from Georgia, those of us in rural Georgia would appreciate if y'all would stop cutting our forest lands down and maybe come get those solar panels off our farmland and take them back up there to Metro Atlanta. We'd be appreciative of that. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Just want to thank all of the panel members for their thoughtful amendments, for their testimony, for their patience in waiting to testify tonight. I think collectively, you've told quite the story of both the harm to our communities that this ugly bill will inflict, as well as the real hypocrisy and the real underlying purposes for why these cuts are being made to justify giving to those who have the most rather than those who need the most. So thank you. Appreciate all of you. I yield back.
Mr. Jack.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you very much to the panel once again. And I'm, ditto on everything that was said, on everything you said. Something that we haven't talked a lot about, and we have a Ways and Means member here. And, ways and means, right? And the means or the ways is how do we get tax revenue? And I just wanted to ask a really quick question because it seems that the tax cuts are one thing, but we also, under Trump and this administration and the budgets, really seen an opening door for the tax cheats, right? And right now, it's the estimate that the cuts to the IRS are going to lead to $1 trillion in revenue loss, $1 trillion in revenue loss. There's already been a $500 billion shortfall in what we got from last year. Like, we don't have to cut Medicaid and SNAP and everything else if we would just make sure we made people pay their taxes. Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the record Trump pardoned tax cheat after mother attended $1 million dinner from May 26, 2025.
Without objection.
And Representative Sewell, I think that this issue goes to the ranking members of there's way too much campaign money flowing in so that tax cheats can get away with stuff. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
The fact that we would be willing to cut IRS service workers by such a big amount, I think it was $700 million they're going to take away, means that we don't have the agents to go in there to find these tax cheats. Instead, I've seen in my district, the low-hanging fruit is to question someone's child tax credit or earned income tax credit, not to go after all of the complicated tax, things that would really bring us a lot of money and a lot of revenue, to your point. We wouldn't have to cut so much of our Medicaid if we just taxed the very wealthy and then pay their tax, not figure out ways and loopholes not to pay their taxes. And so, in terms of campaign finance, I think that the article that you submitted to the record is really atrocious. It was a person who was convicted as a January 6th rioter and literally was able to get a pardon after his mother paid $1 million to go to Mar-a-Lago and attend a $1 million per person dinner with our president. And miraculously, 3 weeks later, that person was given a pardon. And this person not only was January 6th, but also defrauded the government, is what he did. He defrauded the government millions and millions of dollars. Medicaid, absolutely. So, look, I think that all of us here today have submitted amendments that we think will make this bill better, but the fact of the matter is it's a horrible bill. And the American people know it. Over 60% of them don't agree about the bill. And I think that we as lawmakers should really be putting the people first. And I think that the power of the people should be more important than the people with power. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure Fernandez. I thank our witnesses for being here, and I'm going to call up, you all are excused. Let's see if we can work this again. Mr. Takano, you're in the first seat. Mr. Amo, Congresswoman Morrison, Congresswoman Ansari, Congressman Espaillat, Williams, Bonamici, Goodlander. You're close, Suzanne. You didn't have to move far. You might. Thank you all for being here. Your written comments may be submitted for the record, and I ask you to keep your spoken comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Takano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This 900-page bill is a travesty and a gut punch. It puts the interests of the richest and most connected billionaires, polluters, and tech companies over every other American who is just trying to get by. It decimates healthcare. It literally takes food off the table of the vulnerable, and it even stoops so low that it actively harms veterans. This big, ugly betrayal undermines our shared American values and allows this administration to continue its brazen efforts to strip our great nation for parts to be auctioned to the highest bidders. And it boggles the mind that the Republican Party wants to deny 17 million people health care. Republicans have chosen to decimate health care infrastructure in rural and underserved communities. Republicans have chosen to harm seniors by forcing them to choose between basic necessities and health care. Republicans have chosen to callously hurt disabled people who need long-term care. No one is spared from this monument to greed, and that includes veterans. To allow my colleagues a modicum of course correction, I'm offering several amendments to try and blunt the impact of this devastating billionaire handout, to blunt the impact on our veterans. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt veterans from the new Medicaid work requirements. This is something that Senator Murkowski tried to achieve for all the people of Alaska. She only was able to achieve waivers of work requirements for SNAP recipients, but she did indeed she was concerned about both. And it was because of the obstrusities of the Byrd rule and the workarounds that they could not achieve that. But nevertheless, her concern is something that I think all Americans should also share, that these terrible work requirements that are really, as my colleague Sarah McBride called them, trickle-down cruelty, a golden shower of benefit cuts. You're trying to impose this paperwork, this intended inefficiency, intended government inefficiency in order to cause people to not get their benefits because we'll just lose many, many people through the cracks. Currently, 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. And while the bill may exempt veterans with 100% VA disability ratings, it would still subject as many as 1 million other veterans to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. We shouldn't be doing this to our veterans. We shouldn't be doing this to anybody who is going through a complicated set of life experiences, whether it might be taking care of a loved one, being a caregiver, or any number of different things that we could imagine. People who are lower income are facing tremendous life choices, and our veterans, we can all imagine what sorts of trials and tribulations our veterans are going through. Veterans with disability ratings other than 100% may still have service-connected disabilities that present significant impairments to employment. Singling out veterans with 100% disability ratings is not reform, it's cruelty. Our veterans have sacrificed enough at the altar of freedom. We should not be forcing them to sacrifice even more. Second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least we should do is tell them. My amendment would require HHS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage due to this bill. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're being kicked off of SNAP. Over 1.2 million veterans live in households that receive food assistance through SNAP. Again, this bill takes away from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. And if I had had enough imagination, I would have offered an amendment to provide a waiver to our veterans who are on SNAP in the way that Senator Murkowski was able to get a waiver for the people of Alaska, got the waiver for those work requirements for those Alaskans who are in need of SNAP. We should have done the same for our veterans. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, to provide information about alternative health care and nutrition resources for those losing Medicaid and SNAP coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. I also have an amendment that would strike the bill's decade-long delay of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule implementation, a consumer protection rule that provides loan relief to borrowers who've been defrauded by their colleges. Student loan borrowers should not be forced to repay loans for classes or degrees from schools that have lied to, deceived, or misled them. This delay makes it significantly harder for student borrowers to make a successful claim when they are victims of misconduct and cuts predatory institutions and loan services a break instead of pushing students to and over the brink of default, which devastates individuals, their families, and taxpayers. We should not be paying for tax breaks for the wealthy by making students have to pay on their loans that they have been defrauded on by these for-profit monstrosities, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member, members of the committee. I honestly can't believe that I'm sitting here today again to try to convince my Republican colleagues that it's immoral to sell off the health of the American people in order to cut taxes for multimillionaires and billionaires. But that's exactly what the Republicans' big, beautiful bill does. Unfortunately, the Republicans' budget is even worse than the last time I sat here before this committee and pleaded with the Republicans to not make the largest cut to Medicaid in our nation's history and upend our nation's healthcare system. But here we are discussing this bill yet again, and the cuts are even bigger, and the impact on our healthcare will be even worse. The Republicans' budget is a betrayal of the American people. It is the largest cut to Medicaid in our nation's history, $1.1 trillion in healthcare cuts. It will kick 17 million Americans off their health insurance. It will force hospitals to shut down. It will force nursing homes to shut down. It will restrict access to reproductive health care. It will increase health care costs. It will increase premiums. It will increase out-of-pocket costs. It will make more families go bankrupt from medical debt. It will cripple our nation's health. And that's not even getting into any of the rest of the disaster of this bill. The largest cut to food assistance in our nation's history, killing more jobs in one single bill than ever before in history, increasing consumer energy costs, raising property taxes in all 87 counties of my home state, exploding the national debt. The list goes on. But I'm a doctor, and I'm thinking about people's health, and today I want to talk about the unconscionable disaster this bill is for Americans' health and our nation's healthcare system. One thing I want every single American to know is that even if you don't use Medicaid, even if you don't know anyone who uses Medicaid, the Republican budget will affect you too. It doesn't matter what insurance you have when your local hospital closes. And with this budget, hospitals will close, clinics will close. This will be a catastrophe for all of us. We will all have less access to health care. It's incredibly dangerous. But I don't want us to lose sight of the human impact of this. As this bill gets closer to becoming the law of the land, I can't stop thinking about my patients. I see their faces, the faces of the mothers and the families I've taken care of who got their health insurance through Medicaid. Do they not matter? Are they somehow less important? Where are they supposed to go to get health care? 80 million Americans get their health insurance through Medicaid. Almost half of all American children get their coverage through Medicaid. What are you doing? Where is your humanity? What is the most chilling and soul-crushing part of this entire process is that the Republican majority doesn't care. They don't care. And this isn't speculative. It isn't being presumptuous or guessing about their intentions. They are literally telling us. The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, called gutting Medicaid minutia and kicking millions of Americans off their health insurance immaterial. Republican Senator Mitch McConnell said Americans who are concerned about losing Medicaid will, quote, get over it. Republican Senator Joni Ernst defended the life-threatening gutting of Medicaid by saying, well, we're all going to die. As we sit here today, I am outraged by what Republicans are doing to future generations. I never want to hear Republicans say that they are the party of families ever again. Half of all children in the United States of America get their health care coverage through Medicaid. 1 in every 4 children in the United States of America get food assistance through SNAP. Republicans are taking away health care and food from our children in order to prioritize billionaires and perpetuate wealth inequality. It's wrong, it's immoral, it's unconscionable. We haven't even begun to unpack all the ways in which this bill is a moral abomination and honestly an embarrassment of a piece of legislation. If you were serious about putting together a good budget for the American people, you wouldn't try to shove it through on an artificial deadline. You wouldn't force debate through the dark cover of night. You wouldn't vote on it without even reading the text of the bill. But the Republican majority is just unquestioningly doing the president's bidding. They have ceded all of their power to the president, who is beholden to his billionaire class. The more the American people learn about this bill, the more they hate it. You've seen the polls, you've received the calls and emails. You know the American people don't want it. That's why I'm submitting an amendment to scrap the whole bill. Listen to the people you were sent here to represent. Let's start over, write a bill for the American people, not the billionaires. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Amo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member and distinguished members of this committee. Look, we all know the saying. We've heard it a bunch of times today, probably. Budgets are a statement of values. You know, this has guided me through this process, this long process that we've been on, and a big, bad process I think it's been. 126 days ago in February, 82 days ago in April, and 40 days ago in May, the House voted on some form of this Republican scheme that would take the health care and food assistance away from millions to pay for tax breaks for the rich. Republican members in this chamber have had opportunity after opportunity to debate how to avoid hurting millions of people. You've had a chance, countless chances to improve this bill, to state values. From the Budget Committee to the Rules Committee, I've been sounding the alarm alongside my Democratic colleagues. You know, we pulled a college-style all-nighter to demand Republicans listen to these values we share, values that I hear at home in Rhode Island. Yet, here we are, July 1st, 2025, once again voting on this big, bad bill for billionaires. Has it gotten any better? Nope. Republicans have undoubtedly made it worse. And every step of the way, every vote we've taken, every debate they've participated in, Republicans have been faced with a question. Does this budget reflect your values? And every single time, whether or not they've said it, they've answered with a resounding yes. Republicans value the wealthy over the working class. Republicans value tax breaks for billionaires over health care for the vulnerable. Time and time again, Republicans have refused to correct this reverse Robin Hood scheme. And I proudly voted no over and over in committee and on the floor, but Republicans refuse to join us. And we'll try, I guess, through this process to make this bad blueprint to bolster billionaires a little less bad. Republicans are stealing from the poor to give to the rich, period. It's immoral. And as such, I've introduced an amendment, Amendment 139, to raise the top tax rate back to 39.6%. This amendment fulfills a request from President Trump himself months ago. I'm not sure he knew what he was doing when he put it out there, but he called for raising taxes on millionaires. Let's do it. This bill also pushes the dream of higher education further out of reach for millions of Americans. So I introduced Amendment 130. I think it originally saw light in the Senate with one of my home state senators, Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, to index the maximum Pell Grant to inflation. This amendment honors the legacy of a great Rhode Islander, Senator Claiborne Pell, by ensuring vulnerable Americans and Rhode Islanders and students throughout the country can climb the ladder of success. This bill would rip away health insurance from nearly 17 million Americans. I introduced Amendment 96 to block implementation of these dangerous policies until we confirm and have certainty that Medicaid enrollees won't lose coverage. Pretty common sense. We've heard over and over and over again, this bill does not take Medicaid away from a single person. Well, after all of that insistence, if you pass this amendment, you will make it the case that not a single person will lose coverage. This is a common sense amendment. But let's be very clear, with no ambiguity, this bill takes 17 million Americans off of Medicaid, no matter how you slice it. Now, we also know that this bill would gut the tax policies that spurred a clean energy boom throughout the country. This will increase Rhode Islanders, people in the Northeast, people across this country already sky-high energy bills and eliminate thousands of jobs. So I introduced Amendment 106. I know this also was led in the Senate by another one of my senators, Jack Reed, and it blocks bad policies from taking effect until we confirm electricity prices will not be increased for any American household. Make a commitment to the American people that the priorities that Republicans have put forth for months and months and months that they've articulated actually have a potential of seeing the light of day. But I don't think that will be the case. And this bill would eliminate 2 taxes on gun silencers, short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns. This would make Americans less safe from gun violence and cost $1.7 billion over 10 years. There is no better definition of a lose-lose. And yet, this found its way into this big, ugly bill. So I'm proud to co-lead Congressman Mike Thompson's Amendment 146, which would strike this dangerous and expensive provision. These amendments won't solve everything. They will blunt the brunt of the big, bad bill's betrayal for the American people. So I'll leave you with this. This bill is worse now. I'm an emphatic hell no, and I beg you, vote no. I yield back.
Thank you. Representative Ansari, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since 8 a.m. this morning, I have been leading a read-in for our future, joined by students, joined by labor unions, joined by advocates, other members of Congress, to read the almost 1,000 pages of the big, ugly bill and expose just how cruel and egregious it is. I have spent all day hosting readers for this. We started outside the Capitol. Now people are still downstairs trying to get through this bill, and it still is going to take another couple of hours. So to my Republican colleagues, I have a genuine question for you. I'm sure all of your constituents would like to know, have you read this bill? I mean, have you taken the time to even try to look at it, try to skim it? I mean, new text came out today. And if you have, does all of us being here right now, sitting here, mean that you're okay with everything that's in it? Are you okay with millions of people losing their health care as a result of this bill? Are you okay with people losing their homes as a result of this bill? Are you okay with millions of jobs being lost because of the clean energy rollbacks? Are you okay with billions of dollars going to ICE to rip families away from one another, to allow and enable Donald Trump to continue to break the law and to cement himself as a dictator of what is now an authoritarian regime? Either way, honestly, I don't know which one is worse, but I know that either way, your constituents and Americans deserve so much better than this. I'm here today offering 9 amendments to mitigate the drastic impacts that this bill would have in this country. I would like to highlight 3 of those amendments. My first amendment would prevent the natural resources title of this bill from taking effect until all subsidies for the fossil fuel industry are eliminated from the federal government. By even the most conservative estimates, the federal government gives $20.5 billion of fossil fuel subsidies to big oil annually. But Americans are not getting a fair return on their investment. In fiscal year 2022, direct subsidies to big oil exceeded revenue by $2.1 billion. Beyond dollars, the human toll of the climate crisis is staggering. Extreme heat, which is a deadly issue in my district, is already claiming 1,300 lives annually. By the way, extreme heat actually kills more people than tornadoes, floods, and the majority of natural disasters combined. Researchers estimate that if we continue to heavily rely on fossil fuels, extreme heat deaths could rise to 26,575 lives lost annually. We have to turn away from fossil fuels. They're a bad investment for our future, both from a fiscal and a human health perspective. I'm also offering an amendment that would require the Secretary of Interior and Comptroller General to ensure that this bill would not result in increased energy costs for Americans. Instead of investing in clean, renewable energy, Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress are using this big, ugly bill to continue giving handouts to big oil and fossil fuel polluters at the expense of working families. I serve on the Natural Resources Committee. We have had a number of hearings titled unleashing American energy dominance. But then when you get into the weeds of it, there's no discussion of renewable energy. There's all of this talk about unleashing oil and gas all across the country when we already produce more oil and gas than any country in the world at any point in our history. At a time when energy prices are soaring and so many Americans are struggling to pay their bills, the last thing that we should be doing is enacting policies that will increase energy prices even further. Unfortunately, that's exactly what this bill does. If my Republican colleagues are serious about lowering costs for Americans, they should have no problem supporting my amendment to ensure that this bill does not result in higher energy costs before it takes effect. And lastly, I'm submitting an amendment that would utilize any alleged savings made by cuts to education funding to fill budget shortfalls in the Pell Grant program. The Congressional Budget Office projects that the Pell Grant program will have a shortfall of about $2.7 billion at the end of fiscal year 2025, which would widen to $9.9 billion by the end of 2026. It would then widen by $7 billion every year. This big, ugly bill tries to solve this problem by stripping Pell Grant eligibility from single parents and workers who need to go to school part-time. Pell Grants make getting a degree possible for people, for rural families, working families, students who are the first in their families to ever be able to go to college. These are future teachers and nurses and doctors and innovators. We cannot make school even more unaffordable and out of reach for them. This bill is a massive step backward for our future. It sells out our communities, guts our healthcare, and slashes programs that millions of Americans depend on. Letting this bill pass will be a death sentence for many in this country. And the fact that you can all sit here so callously, not caring at all, and doing whatever it is that Donald Trump tells you to do is disgusting. I yield back.
Representative Espaillat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. The American people will probably see this exercise and consider it to be an exercise in futility, that dozens of members of Congress come before this committee, they present meritorious amendments to make this bill better, and they're not heard. But in fact, I don't feel that. It is a collective testimony of where we stand on this bill. And this bill does not live up to the promises that Republicans made to the American people. Americans were told once, twice, 3 times, forever that Medicaid was safe from cuts. Instead, we see provisions that will cause millions of Americans to lose their health care and millions more to pay higher premiums and copays. Americans were told that Republicans were putting power back in the hands of states, but we see policies that would attempt to control how states decide to use their own state funding. Americans were told that this bill will reduce the deficit and restore the middle class. And yet we see instead this bill would allow for millions in tax cuts to the very wealthy and add trillions of dollars to the national debt. So this is a collective testimony that we're putting forward today that shows how the Republican Party has failed the American people. And several hundred amendments have been brought forward, including 112 amendments from members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, which I'm proud to chair. I have introduced 3 amendments, Madam Chair. Amendment 312 will require a study on how Medicaid cuts will impact safety net hospitals and federally qualified health centers that provide services to medically underserved communities. And that's so important because they will get disproportionately hurt by these cuts. These safety net hospitals will potentially have to close. And so we must measure the level of hurt that this betrayal will perpetrate against the American people. Medicaid cuts are not just obviously harmful to patients, but they are also detrimental to healthcare facilities that predominantly serve Medicaid and Medicare recipients. Now, I have 488,000 Medicaid recipients in my district. This will severely hurt more than half, much more than half of the district. Many of them are seniors, children, women that relied on Medicaid and will see this program gutted. In the district, there are 18 funded healthcare centers, federally funded healthcare centers that provide services to over 1 million people every year. So this will devastate the district, this will devastate the country, but ultimately, this is a collective testimony that we're putting forward that unmasks the betrayal of the Republican Party to the American people on the pledges that you made, that you would not cut Medicaid. And in fact, we're seeing that you're devastating it. I've also introduced Amendment 282, which will require also a study on SNAP cuts, the biggest cuts in SNAP history. Yeah, this bill is big, all right. It's the biggest cut in healthcare in the history of our country. It's the biggest cut in food stamps in the history of our country. And it's the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the richest in America. So this bill is big, all right, in those three categories. And the cuts in SNAP will not only hurt recipients, but it will hurt small businesses, grocery stores, bodega owners that rely, in many cases, 50% of their business is through food stamps, the SNAP program. So they will be hurt. Small businesses, grocers, not just in cities, but in rural areas as well. And finally, Madam Chair, I have Amendment 320, which will prohibit funds from being used to conduct immigration enforcement in houses of worship, in churches, in synagogues and temples across America. You should not be afraid to be arrested and deported when you go pray to your God. 65% of the American people believe so. These are the three amendments. People don't want this bill. I urge the adoption of the amendments. And I yield back.
Representative Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for being here to listen to us after a very long day. Y'all, I'm at the Rules Committee for the second time this Congress to try and fix the billionaire bailout budget, the most expensive single bill in American history, transferring wealth from working people to billionaires. I thought back in May that this bill just couldn't get any worse, but the Senate said, just wait, and they actually proved me wrong because the bill is actually worse. The first time the House debated and passed this bill, my Republican colleagues tried to hide it from the American people, debating it in the middle of the night, hoping that folks back home wouldn't notice what they were doing. This time, their cruelty has been on display in broad daylight all day long. My Republican colleagues are forcing a bill through that, Madam Chair, most of your colleagues haven't read this bill. They're voting to take food from the mouths of millions of families without even reading the bill. Democrats and Republican families alike who rely on SNAP, and y'all need to understand that the reliance on SNAP and the strain on food banks, they serve meals to millions across this country, not my constituents, but across all districts. When SNAP is slashed, food banks feel the pain in real time. Higher demand, increased strain on volunteers and donated supplies. This would make a bad situation worse for food banks across the country, including the Atlanta Community Food Bank in my district, which is already struggling after a $15 million funding cut following the defunding of local food purchase assistant cooperative agreement programs under this Republican administration. But I need to be clear, just because the Atlanta Community Food Bank is headquartered in my district, it serves 14 districts across the state. I was hoping that my colleagues from Georgia would have been here when I had an opportunity to speak, because in the 3rd Congressional District of Georgia, the Atlanta Community Food Bank serves people there. And I know that some of my other Republican colleagues in Georgia, 4 of them, also are served by the Atlanta Community Food Bank. Real people, like my constituent Denisha, will suffer, Madam Chair. Denisha is among the 1.4 million people who receive SNAP benefits in Georgia. She's a mother of 5, already struggling on SNAP just to make ends meet. I had an opportunity to talk with Denisha because she contacted my office after she discovered that her SNAP benefits were missing from her EBT card. Denisha says that she will do anything to feed her kids. That sounds like any and every mama that I know. Denisha turned to food pantries to help her family, and she told me food pantries are struggling too right now, and they could not even help me to feed my family. When SNAP is threatened, food banks are often the only place families can turn. So today, I propose an amendment adding a food bank relief fund to the bill. My amendment would appropriate $25 billion to the Emergency Food Assistance Program, supporting food banks that so many people turn to in these uncertain times. That's only a drop in the bucket compared to the billionaire tax cuts. The Food Bank Relief Fund is just one of the 18 amendments that I'm leading today. This moment will go down in history, no matter what path my Republican colleagues choose. I've chosen to fight for the people in my district who've called me day and night to ask me to oppose this bill. But make no mistake, this bill is not about cracking down on fraud or waste or abuse, because we're all against that. It's about taking food from children and seniors who depend on SNAP and ripping away the health care from nearly 17 million Americans who need Medicaid. Although I know my Republican colleagues will refuse to change their billionaire bailout budget and accept any of these amendments, I'll continue to bring the voice of the American people that would be harmed by this bill into the debate. Y'all, I came to Congress to serve the people, and I've heard from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle claiming that they're here to serve the people as well. But the Republican budget abandons them. These are real people, not line items in a budget. Families who rely on SNAP to keep their children fed, seniors choosing between food and medical treatments, veterans already without stable housing. Instead of delivering for them and the promise of America, you're giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not public service, it's betrayal. So when you go home to your districts, you'll have to answer for it. I know I'm going to answer to my constituents that I'm fighting for. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Congresswoman Bonamici, you're recognized.
Thank you to the chair and the ranking member, and thank you to the Rules Committee for being here and for listening to us today. I want to first align myself with so many excellent amendments that are designed to stop the harm that will come from these devastating cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. I met with hospital leaders, the Hospital Association, the leaders of the community health clinics. The word that they agreed was applicable is catastrophic. 97% of Oregonians have insurance, and that is because we have been very innovative and forward with Medicaid expansion, and 1 in 3 Oregonians, including many children, get their health care through Medicaid. But I want to talk about a couple of other issues that are in this big bad bill that are not getting as much attention. The first is my amendment number 348 about student loans. This bill is a sweeping, calculated assault on American families, on students, and on institutes of higher education that give people the opportunity to be educated. This bill attacks higher education, making it even more expensive for students and their families. It eliminates PLUS loans. It modifies repayment plans to remove some of the lowest cost options for borrowers. Monthly student loan payments will increase dramatically. So my amendment, number 348, provides a necessary protection for existing student loan borrowers who are shortchanged under this terrible bill. These borrowers made important life-changing decisions based on the loan programs and repayment plans that were available to them at the time. They should not have to have unfavorable loan terms forced on them just to pay for Republican tax cuts for billionaires. So if left unchanged, this bill will set more borrowers up to fail. As written, it will dramatically increase the number of borrowers who will default. None of us want that. It's not good for borrowers, it's not good for the economy, and it's not good for the country. So I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to honor the promise that's made to student loan borrowers and allow them to remain in their current plans. My second amendment I'd like to speak in favor of is number 436, and this strips the so-called institutional accountability provisions. The damage doesn't stop with student borrowers. It slams doors of opportunity shut for those who need it most. So in addition to making colleges and universities less affordable, this bill targets specific programs of study based on ignorant and arbitrary low-earning outcomes. Although the Senate's accountability proposal is unquestionably better for schools than the House's so-called risk-sharing plan, I'm glad that's out, the Senate's bill would discriminate against programs that lead to careers in valuable but perhaps low-paying fields, especially in public service and the arts. What if a student wants to join the Peace Corps or become an early childhood educator